Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
For a well-rested night, join Marriott Bonvoy. Not only do you get a masterwork chest, but also room upgrades, late checkout, and priority treatment. Use your points on money can't buy experiences, where maybe you'll meet these sleeping beauties. Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your masterwork chest and key.
Don't cancel it, no.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. It is the very last weekend we find ourselves in the LEC studio today in 2024, and there is so much on the line. A ticket to Munich, in fact, the last one between G2 and BDS, and for BDS, their chances of Worlds are on the line, because if they want to stay alive in that race, they have to beat G2 today. I've got Medic and Broxa. Broxa, the stakes couldn't be any better for today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. G2 back in form, BDS fighting for a world spot. What more could you want?
It's crazy. It all comes down to this for them, right? For BDS, for their year. It's insane to think about.
Yeah, it really is. And I think for BDS, they're kind of mad at MDK as well for beating G2 last week, because it could have been a lot of easier road for them. But in the end, if you're going to win anything in Europe, if you're going to represent Europe on the international stage, beating G2 is a very good way to do it.
It's such a good point. They saw MDK do what they couldn't do, and we can talk a little bit later about if maybe they have found some strategies to do that. But how did we get here? Last week was pretty short, Medic.
Yeah, it was really quick. A lot of 3-0s all around the world. I think watching BDS, they reverted to their roots. They had ice on hyper carries. They played with a double tank composition, and it just worked well for them. I wasn't surprised to see them succeed with that sort of composition.
Yeah, I think on G2's side, they kind of found their footing again, putting caps on marksman, playing more supportive junglers like Maokai and Ivan in the jungle, and just ultimately coming together as a team with a very, very strong early game.
Yeah, for G2 Broxa, it is that question of can they keep it going? They've won every single split and trophy this year in Europe. It's kind of our mini golden road. What would we call it?
Grand Slam, I think. The European Grand Slam.
European Grand Slam.
Good, right?
Or Bronze Road. Anyways, Broxa, so it would be very impressive if they pull it off, but it's also a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the beautiful part of G2 is that we fought so many times during the year that somebody, often a Fnatic, could beat them. But every single time we started getting hope in a different team, they would just go beast mode and absolutely slam them. And I think this is really their comfort zone. Like, now they have a big chance after losing to MDK to showcase to all of us that they are really the best team in Europe by far.
Absolutely, and we'll see who waits, of course, in the final, because we have Fnatic versus MDK tomorrow. But you can grab your LEC season finals and EU Masters, EMEA Masters, Summer Finals 2024 tickets. It's all going down in Munich next weekend, lec.gg/Munich. Now, before we jump into the match between BDS and G2, let's see how both teams did in a new edition of Poppy Golf!
My name is unpronounceable, and I've designed 3 golf courses to bring our players the ultimate challenge. Welcome to GB's Poppy Golf.
And welcome back to GB's Poppy Golf for a season final special. The rules are simple. You have to get an enemy target dummy over to the allied target dummy in as few strokes possible. Your ultimate is your driver, which counts for 1, and your E is your putter, which also counts for 1. So let's get right into it. Hole 1. How confident are you, Adam?
I have no clue. I have legit no clue. I don't know how the angle works, but we'll see. Okay,
Do we have a ruler for him or anything? No, it's okay. And there it is. You've really cracked the tech on that one.
I'll do it like this.
Okay, that's
I want to be a bit fancy right now.
no one's ever done it like this before.
I know. Okay, let's see. Ah, shit.
Oh my god. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Just... That's fully charged ultimate. Let's see if that's enough.
Oh, wait.
And in his first ever Poppy ultimate, Hans Sommer gets a hole-in-one. Oh, I'm gonna go all the way. And that is simply a hole-in-one from Caps. Incredible stuff. And where's that gonna land? Oh, I don't mean to cast any shade, but your top laner did this getting one go. You're asking me, what do you need your E for? That's what you need your E for. It's still not in the bush, Shale.
I have to use it again?
Yeah, you have to use it again. And that is 3 strokes
Okay.
on the first hole. Hole 2. Let's see. Oh, Cavs, that is very far. Pressure's on. Is that too far? Is it just enough? No, what the hell? It's a long charge, and this time you look, Shale.
Probably something like this.
Okay. Is it in? Oh my god, it's just outside of the bush, yike. That is pretty close. I'll give it a go. It's pretty far charged. Oh, that's actually just perfect, Adam.
Hole in 1.
Oh my god.
Hole 3.
Oh, just outside again. Is that too long?
Ah, sadly.
It counts?
Yes, that counts. Yes, that counts. Oh.
But I did the least I could.
I'm not sure about that one. And that
Wow,
is it, Shale.
you suck.
How do you feel about the performance?
Pretty good. Pretty good performance.
Ooh, is that too much or is it just right?
You are goated
I
with
believe
the
that is our
sauce.
first perfect ever Poppy Golf, and I need to make a harder course for you because that was frankly amazing.
Thank you, thank you. I'm a bit, smart in a way. I know the lineups, kind of like in Valorant, like the bridge lineups,
Oh, yes,
like the
yes.
same with Poppy.
A different riot game. I like that plug. Very good. Now, I obviously need to make a harder course for next time, but that has been Poppy Golf for the season finals. We'll see you next time.
That's amazing. Adam's like that meme. It's like, the trophy in Europe? Nah. Poppy Golf? I got this. But perhaps I'm underselling them because BDS is very much still in the running. And it all comes down to this, Odo.
Yeah, I'm still in shock that the person I least expected to play Poppy ever in his life is the guy who just smurfed that Poppy
Did
goal.
we just, like, F over their scrims or something? And maybe he has actually secretly only
It
been
was
playing Poppy?
clean. It was clean.
It was perfectly- Yeah, leaked. Who knows? Hey, let's talk about BDS versus G2. It really all comes down to this for both of them. We talked already about the fact that G2, of course, wants to win that fourth trophy as well. But for BDS, Odawamne, can you imagine kind of the pressure that goes into this single best-of-5, one that they haven't won all year versus G2?
It is immense because, as you said, they have never ever won, I think, a best-of series against G2. And their overall game score looks also quite poor. And I feel like they find themselves in a situation where I was before with Rogue when we won in Malmo. We were leading up into that series, barely winning against G2. I don't think we, again, had like a positive win ratio or anything against them. And there's a lot of happening behind the scenes as well because you scrimmed this team for pretty much the whole year. And you're probably getting smashed there as well, and it's not looking pretty. So I think there's a lot of factors that would help for their mental coming to this series because they need to do some extraordinary things to pull this through.
Yeah, if you could look at it from the other side, you're mentioning Malmö and Broxah, that's also the side of it, right? If you ever wanted to beat them or had to beat them, in fact, you only have to do it today in order to keep all of your dreams alive, so.
Yeah, and I think while it obviously can be scary having your backs against the wall, they are coming in as the underdog, they are coming in with, I would say, a pretty small amount of pressure, and to me, we've already seen them playing their own style against G2 many times.
Hang on, small amount of pressure?
Well, everybody expects G2 to win today. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, I see.
They're playing for a world spot,
Yeah.
right? But anyone's going to predict G2 to win at least. That's what I imagine. And in that sense, you just need to come in with something crazy, some spice. Last week we saw Adam playing the likes of Casio, Top, Kennen that he hasn't played much in the past. Like, any surprises is what I want to see them bring to the table. Aggression, catch G2 off guard, because maybe with that kind of mindset, you can surprise and you can win the series.
Maybe indeed. Let's keep talking about those special picks in just a second. But Lore right now is standing by with Striker in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
Striker, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today, an important day, if that is, but against an opponent that you actually know quite well. So I want to talk about an outside of the game aspect, because facing G2, having more often than not the same results, I'm just wondering what kind of job you've been doing with the players to prevent them from having either a mental block or at least be in the best mindset, best mental disposition to face against G2 today.
I mean, what we did is mainly focusing on ourselves, right? Because whichever team you play, in the end, you just have to be better than them on the day. And for that, you have to get better yourself. So that's how we tackled it, yeah.
That's what I find interesting, peaking at the right moments, being ready at the right moment. What kind of an indicator you can find that's going to let you know today is going to be the day? Because looking at the way you guys started season finals, not the greatest, but then last week was phenomenal. So how would you rate the performance you have and the stability mostly that BDS has right now?
I think that we, as you said, even our summer split was not the greatest, right? But I think that we found our pace. I think that we found also pleasure in practice, which maybe at some point we did lose. And right now I think everyone is happy with the team and inside the team. And at least for us as a group, this is the biggest indicator.
And focusing on G2 now, on the other side, they had a weird series against Mad Lions, but then came back crushing GX last week. What's your understanding of G2? I know that there's always a really, really high expectation, but what do you think defines G2 right now, if you had to be really careful about one specific aspect?
I think they are a versatile team, right? I think that they had different approach between the Mad Lions and the GXBO. It was quite clear on the draft. So I think you have to respect their versatility mainly and be ready for many stuff on the draft side. Yeah.
All right, last question here. This is War Mode today. Playing your season, basically, if you want to keep the dream alive for BDS, what are you going to tell your players before they step on stage?
I'm not even sure yet. That will happen in the moment, I guess. But the main thing is we need to play without pressure. We need to focus on playing together as a unit. And I believe that we have all of our chances.
Oh. Yeah. Best of luck today, Striker.
Thank you.
Bonne chance. And de retour à you, Shox. That was weird. Back to you, Shox.
Merci, dankjewel. Just to make sure that we weren't the only one. Our brains sometimes mess up. It's normal. You're interviewing a French person. Odo, I saw you perk up when he answered that first question about, you know, you can't really look at the opponent. You got to focus on yourself. We've heard it a couple of times from BDS.
We heard it a couple of times, yeah, and it didn't really work out, especially in the case of G2. So I'm wondering if it was maybe just a PR answer and they did a lot of it behind the scene, because that's what I'm expecting, and I'm excited to see it today because I think also with Adam, I think he's going to be a standout today because we already seen before he adapted his champion pool, went away from gods. Now he has a lot of different champions, Camille, On, Cassiopeia, Kennen. The abbreviation doesn't really work, but let's move on.
Yeah.
But we saw MDK tackle this against G2 because in their series, they utilized double flex a lot. Red side was really, really good given how usually red side is very weak in LEC. They made it work very well with the flex picks and the unique picks from top lane.
And I'm very curious to see how this top matchup is going to go, because we saw a strong Adam, but also a very powerful Broken Blade in the previous series. And a lot of magic is going to have to happen in the top lane for BDS for this to go right. And we have seen Adam and Sheo have great synergy in the past. We've seen both junglers move towards the Ivor and the Maokai, the Sejuani. So these utility-style junglers will have to head there and get that advantage.
That's why I really like what BDS has been doing. They've been moving back to the roots because their experiment so far this season didn't really work with empowering Sheo and putting him on the funny champions. Adam back to the funny champions, Sheo back in the cage playing Maokai, Sejuani, all of these utility champions that empower their lanes, because BDS does have strong lanes. Ice has been great the whole year. Adam, when he's allowed to counter pick and do a lot, it looks really, really good, because what he did last week, I was really impressed by it because it reminded us of what MDK did versus G2.
Yeah, and the big question for this series for me would also be like, is this going to be kind of the avenue? I do want to ask for your predictions and to motivate them a little bit. And I think I know where it's going to go, regardless of all the building up of BDS, which would set the stage. Broxa.
Yeah, this is going to feel a bit odd after we've been trying to look for ways for BDS to actually get an advantage here. But honestly, when I look at these two teams, I think some of their strengths are pretty clear in terms of their synergy, their team fighting, their objective setup, and macro. Both are really good at playing by the book, and when they get an advantage, they very rarely throw it away. The issue for BDS is that G2 is slightly better in every single one of these aspects, and therefore I'm going to predict 3-0 for G2.
Boom.
I predicted 3-1 for G2 as well, but I really would like to see BDS tackle G2 like MDK did, where they attack them, not when the fight is going to happen at Drake. Attack them when the setup is going to happen for the Drake, because that's the only way to stabilize, destabilize G2, because so far, they're not going to tackle BDS and attack them at these objective setups the way everyone else does.
Yeah, they can't play the way they've always played versus G2. I think that is a kind of the big question here, if they'll be able to change it up. It's G2 versus BDS. Again, we've seen this matchup so many times, and G2 came out on top every single time. Can BDS finally overcome their nemesis, or will G2 secure the final spot in Munich? Let's find out.
You've put the blood, sweat, and tears of an entire year into reaching this moment. Forget your past triumphs, forget your past failures. All that matters is what happens this weekend. The question is, who wants it more?
A lower bracket run, a G2 speciality. Giant X, Patrick, Jackies, and Ignar left to try and find a way back in, but Mickey is having none of it. G2 will take the 3-0 and meet up with BDS on Friday.
They've been actually beating us like this entire year. I don't want to go to Munich without beating G2. It feels wrong in a way.
Oh!
I think we'll win in Munich. I think we're the strongest team.
The Baron down to 5,000. Labrov is flanked all the way around, but spotted on a ward now. There's the bullet time. Adam on the front line! Noah gets it somehow! Noah gets it!
For me, that is the best thing about playing, actually. In the big arena, knowing that we have 5 games, and if you win, you're the winner, and if you lose, you might as well be last, because it doesn't matter if you're second.
Teams Alva's going to get stunned up. Glacial Fisher coming out. Frescowi waiting around the corner. Lands the charm onto Caps. And Caps is sent packing. Now G2 will find a way to fight back. But Ayoya will not give them that opportunity.
It would be an immense upset for everyone if we win the LEC finals.
As we sink into this final weekend, let rage, let passion accompany us on this glorious stage.
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you so much.
New classic, but a classic all the same. BDS versus G2. As they enter the stage, we have one question in the back of our mind. Can BDS do it? Can they beat G2 in a best of 5 where many have failed?
G2 is the demon on BDS's shoulders that they have struggled to shrug off. And today, that demon is poised and ready to return to the stage that they believe is rightfully theirs.
Yep.
And it will be up to BDS to stop them and carve their way to Munich by going through an opponent that, as Adam said, it would feel wrong for them not to qualify by beating this team.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, they have to beat the Demons. Never have they beaten G2 in a best-of series. They've only ever beaten them twice in best-of-1s. And now they find themselves up against the Goliath that is G2, trying to make it to Munich.
And we have to remember that said Goliath as well has got a good track record where the last time they actually didn't win a championship was back in 2023 spring, and it was against Mad, funnily enough, that we've seen G2 fall to the lower bracket because of that said organization. We open up this best of 5, and again, that we hope is going to be a doozy, starting with the Vibe Band, the Azir on the other side as well, since Caps has started to pick that up more and more. Let's see what else gets thinned out of the pool, building this mini meta within the series.
Yeah, my biggest question mark is what happens with mid jungle, because when you come in towards BDS last week and G2, they were kind of shifting back towards what was their old styles, which was Caps going back towards these AD mids. We saw Sheo going back towards the Sejuani and the Maokais, these tank engaged junglers. So I'm curious if BDS go for that style or if they want to go back towards the AP junglers that they were showing life with at the start of the split.
Look at this support priority from G2, really looking to try and target Labrov's pool. We think back to a lot of his recent performances. Rel is something that this team often gets denied due to his priority on it throughout the summer split.
Yep.
So far in the season finals, he's been playing a lot of Alistair, and I wonder if G2 have a plan ready to answer this pick from LeBron.
But do you set up the Leona first pick here? Because with Braum and Rel gone, that feels like
Ashe,
one of the big
course.
strong ones. Yeah, so they're going to take the Ashe, but now I feel like you kind of set up for LeBron to take a Leona on the opposite side. Maybe you want to try and go for the MF as well, but Leona priority is very high for me right now.
Maokai is something that we've been seeing a lot here in Europe.
Oh yeah.
It feels so safe, very flexible. We've seen both AP and full tank option as builds. Now G2 have the options to just secure their bot lane here if they want to, whether that be the Leona. Instead, they can also answer the picks. They could pick something like the Lucian in the mids, maybe even the Sejuani. Yone available as well. The Sejuani-Yone combo could be something that we see from G2. They seem to have a lot of options at their disposal.
As an OCE now, import over to EU, can I ask a question about as Ivan and Nautilus gets locked in?
Oh.
We always see Anivia come through. Do you guys know the reference?
Nah, he just likes his Spanish.
Okay, good. Just always have to ask because again.
Well, I think it's a ode to his girlfriend. I might be wrong in that, but I'm pretty sure there's
So like the
some
Whippo
symbolism.
sweetheart
Yes,
mentality.
I believe
love
so.
it. Thank you for that as well. Ivan does get locked in. Another pick you're talking about in jungle that we consistently see paired up with AD mids as Ezreal on the other side. And that's going to be going down to Ice. No flex here, most likely.
This Nautilus priority is surprising to me. We haven't really seen it from Mickey. I mean, we've seen him play the champion. We saw him playing in summer, but in season finals, it's not really been on the priority list for anyone. And to then blind pick it, I mean, it definitely explains both the Braum and the Rel bans taking those away. But now they can even pinch this pull even more if they want to remove the Alistair as well.
Yeah, I think you take away the Alistair, you take away the Leona, and you've set up a really strong bot lane for yourself. And there's limited then engage tools that you can offer in towards LeBron on the bottom side, which honestly kind of hinders BDS's game plan, because what the fallback has been is Maokai plus engage support. But if you get rid of the engage supports, it then falls on Adam, where maybe he wants to bring out something like an Ornn, but that just leaves a bunch of room for Broken Blade to play with his champion.
But I love the point about LeBron without agency, LeBron without engage as well. I know that's definitely been the playstyle of BDS through and through throughout the year. The pool's not going to shrink too much, though. We get rid of the Varus, which again can be a flex pick. They're thinking maybe Adam takes that top. What else does that show?
Or the Corki top.
Oh,
so
yeah.
could be considering things as a potential answer into mid lane. The Smolder going to be removed as BDS's clear focus is limiting this AD carry pool in the mid lane. Zeri, of course, is still available. We haven't really seen it from Caps, but it's something that you always have to be prepared for. In any case, what is this final ban going to be from G2? The Rumble. Okay, so they still respect that as a champion. We've been seeing a number of counter picks up towards the top side of the map. Surprisingly, things like Kennen, that has been a very high priority for Broken Blade and G2 throughout the season finals, is not going to make its presence known just yet. We'll see if it comes through in the final 2 picks for G2.
It does feel like teams have kind of come in with, hey, when we see G2, we want to have something prepared for that Kennen.
Yep.
Like we saw MDK come in with like the Galileo and these kind of things to try and shut that down. So may not be mega high priority, although in this case, I think it's actually a really strong pick, because not really a super strong engage, or at least there's many squishies that you can try and find with that Kennen. So could be an option here for Broken Blade in that top side.
Remember as well, Adam has played the Cassio top. I'm just going to throw that out there. I know they're kind of wild with their drafting, and if you're talking about answers and maybe draft preparations towards G2, that's in the back of my mind. Maybe Kennen for Adam, if he played it well, and we questioned him earlier in the split, but showed up big. The Zeri you guys also talked about as G2 round out the draft.
So the Renekton, bit of an LPL staple, I would say, something that is a very high priority over there. It's going to be locked in for G2 as basically a safe, blindable top lane pick. Of course, there are plenty of counters that Adam could go for, but it depends on what their goal is to round out their composition. Do they feel like they need more damage? Do they want more utility? I was thinking to myself, Mundo is something we haven't seen for a while, but into champions like Ashe, it can be very effective. The fact that you have that passive to be able to tank up things like the Ashe arrow, the fact that you get all that bonus movement speed, and low mobility AD carries just struggle to escape from this juggernaut in the top lane.
It's also, you just don't really have a huge amount of damage to take him down. With Ashe, you want to go for Static Shiv into a lot of these builds, and it just isn't really a tank shredder. And when you look towards Zeri as well, even though we've been seeing like Immortal Shieldbow first, or even some Bork builds, it's not great at taking down the Mundo. So if Adam gets time to scale, he's going to be in a great spot. But I think when you have the Ivern and the Renekton, that is a incredibly potent combo that you can look to try and bully out Adam early, give BB a bit of a lead in that top side, and then lend that into the rest of the game where you're just looking for picks with this Ashe.
When I look at this BDS composition, it's tried and true BDS. We talked a lot about them trying to evolve their style throughout the summer split. In season finals, especially after their defeat in the upper bracket to Fnatic, they've reassessed, reevaluated, and their priorities are stick to what we know, play to our strengths, and they're looking to rely on Nuke and Ice being those long-range AD carries to provide the damage with a very reliable front line with both engage, pick options, and defensive tools to play around these team fights.
Because what they know is what got them to 3rd place throughout the year. BDS is a classic story, right? They are a 3rd place team, and you know, coming through as 4th seed at Worlds last year as well. We're like, hang on, this team doing so good.
The question is that enough to beat the Titan that they have not been able to beat in a best-of series? We're going to be finding out today. It's game 1 versus BDS and G2. If G2 win, Fnatic and Mad Lions Koi will lock the spots at World Championship. We'll have our 3 teams going to Munich. If G2 lose, then only the finalists will be locking their spots for the World Championship, given that G2 already have that spot secured. A lot on the line for BDS to keep their remaining year alive.
And I mean, they're going to keep going as well. Don't forget, they've got the matchup between Fnatic, Mad, the loser of that, to go through and try and get into the finals too. It all hinges on this. You'd argue the most important matchup of the LEC season finals thus far, and maybe throughout, depending on who we send to Worlds. Now, we already talked a little bit about the drafts here. As for G2, I like, again, playing towards Broken Blade. Dak, you talked a little bit about how Yike syncs up here. Yike has been under scrutiny in this season finals as well. And so him on a more supportive jungler to let his solo lanes thrive looks like good news to me.
Yeah, I think it was a pick that worked out very well for them in their last series as well. So I'm excited to see him come back onto this pick, and especially when you have the double AD carries, being able to give them the on-hit AP damage is big. But Adam coming in towards his mid lane here.
Cheeky.
We've got a BDS lane swap. Last week we saw G2 Giant X try to lane swap on G2, and it didn't work out quite the way that they wanted, but BDS are a team that have leveraged this to beat G2 in the regular season before. Broken Blade is very suspicious. He has no information. He knows that Adam was spotted in mid lane. Mickey being an absolute nuisance, gonna get the Ignite down.
Level 2 on Sheo. Dredgeline doesn't connect, and that would make a difference, but Ignite now down as Sheo goes back to clearing. Broken Blade has spotted out that BDS are now in this swap.
Yeah, BDS are trying to mind game it though a little bit, because you were like, hey, you know, Sheo's on his own. Of course, there's nobody in that top side, but once he realized that there was nobody there on the bottom end, Mickey's just being a nuisance. But you can see Yike is already up on that top side, so he's able to cover for any sort of potential dive. And Broken Blade should be able to get this wave, and Yike as well has been able to get a good amount of his jungle, whereas Sheo's been pushed off.
So the question naturally becomes why BDS even lane swapping in the first place. We look at G2 and how their approach to draft has been. This very high priority on Ashe gives their bot lane push over lane. We think back to when G2 is at their strongest. How do they get early game leads? It's often through the bot side of the map, having that stronger 2 versus 2. And BDS want to try and mitigate that by picking the Ezreal and the Rakan. It gives them roaming potential. It makes the Ezreal very safe, and it gets them out of what it should have been a very difficult lane.
The only thing I'm worried about though is what it looks like for things like Void Grubs and stuff, right? Because there are moments where, yes, BDS will get the crash here, but Hansama and Mickey will get a good lead off just having extra gold available from this bot lane tower, and you start to rotate Mickey around the map. But Broken Blade now being forced away. Hit level 2 crucially though. The fact he's been able to get that experience is such a nice lead for him over Adam.
I think that's the biggest thing. Broken Blade is being denied XP, but the fact that he got that level 2, while Adam only just now ticked over to level 2, we kind of look at all this XP being shared. TP now comes into the bot side of the map.
Pull it out. Mundo goes where he pleases, drops on the ground. That's denied. That means CC can now hit him as Broken Blade walks up the top wave. He's thinking, what can I do? But slice and dice in between, and the auto attack still connect. He dies for it as meanwhile on the bottom side, there's a trade for Adam. Yike flashes away. Hansama takes another turret shot. It is better for BDS through bot, and Adam getting one there at least means an advantage.
Broken Blade didn't even get any of that experience off of trying to get to the tower thanks to a nice knockup, but now he's TP back. But the tower shots are brutal against BDS, and that might just cut him off there.
What's happening? I mean, the Arcane shifts away, still has the summoners up and available. I guess the one plus side here, gents, is that Broken Blade at least gets to sit here and farm the rest of the wave, while Adam in bot couldn't do the same.
Well, Adam TP'd to the bot tower, so he didn't have that teleport in the same way Broken Blade does. So now Broken Blade gets that experience on the top side, but Adam did get the kill. He did get to stick around for a little bit more of the experience. So when you look at those experience bars, it's a little ahead for Broken Blade, but that extra little bit of gold that Adam got on the kill means he's coming in with a Ruby Crystal.
160 up as well, so minute the difference, but the Ruby Crystal Dagda very well spotted as a pickup there. Might help a little bit more with the laning phase, because we go back to standard here, and that's 3 plates still picked up. That's still a 300 gold lead for Hansama with Berserker Greaves with a longsword in lane. He's got the damage to actually play out this 2v2 a little bit better.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think this was better for G2. Because I think that, as you rightly said, Dagda, the fact that Adam TP'd to bot ended up costing him a lot. And experience is very valuable in the early game, especially when you're considering looking to play around these early objectives. Early objectives just give you a lot of control over the direction of the game moving into the mid game especially, and when I think we look at G2's most recent series, that control in the mid game is probably their biggest strength as a team.
And a lot of that control is going to help out with the fact that Yike is one of the recipients of a lot of the leads that G2 generated, because he got his camps on the top side, then got to go and take some of those camps on the bottom lane that Sheo had to abandon because of Mickey, so he's got an experienced lead and now wants to lean that into bot lane.
And now with the damage in bot lane as well, it makes it easy to get this engaged. Labrov has his summoners available, but how are they going to pop it here? Good route from Yike. The cleanse comes out as Mickey jumps in for another dredge line. Part 2 is even better for Ice. He gets a return kill as Mickey goes too far.
Now, Mickey's Nautilus is known for something, and unfortunately we're seeing on our screen what it is. Now, I don't think that he's inherently doing anything wrong. In his first death, he's setting up the dive for his team, but the execution goes awry, and this time they just overcommit to the play. They think with the arrival of Yike, along with the root connecting, that they would have enough damage to secure a kill, but BDS find the outplay, and they find another kill onto
They
Mickey.
didn't even have to burn the heal on Labrov. Like, they were fine in that. They had no issues at all, and again, it's like these little mistakes that we've seen creeping into G2's game plan, and it's ended up benefiting BDS there, because that gold lead that was fairly sizable in that bot lane, about 400 gold, now only down to 200 thanks to the early kill.
I know I've heard those words before. G2, little holes in the game plan. I mean, look, at least with the kill that went earlier, still having a gold lead is something, but Hans Sommer, how long does he maintain that? He's got level 6, getting the push in bot now. Lebrov kind of angling up with his jungler nearby. BDS waiting for a counterplay in case there is one.
It's an interesting dynamic that, honestly, we've seen from G2 many times before, where their early game is still under question.
Yep.
Right? You kind of look at the goal and you think, oh, it's not too bad, and ultimately you're right. But the next question then becomes, well, who do we favor when it comes to the late game? Well, naturally, Renekton is a champion that you inherently assume is going to fall off, especially into things like Corki and the Ezreal, who just have that huge range advantage, and the question always becomes, how do you as Renekton get onto these champions?
Yeah.
Of course, there are also the fact that you've got the Ivan utility paired up with a double AD carry. Both Zeri and Ashe do have great scaling, and I think it's tough to say. It's just about a lot of the elements around these carries that I kind of favor BDS in straight up 5v5.
I agree. I mean, the way I see G2's composition operating is like, hey, we're trying to fish for arrows with Hans Sama as PB goes low, and try and set up like quick picks in the mid game that enable us to take towers and start to generate these big leads that you can then play for fights with. But if you're in a position where you're giving early kills across, you're not generating these early leads, well, then it becomes a little bit more difficult to operate in that style, because maybe Adam just gets too tanky to kill, but right now he's not. And Yike realizes that.
It comes back to your point. Let's try and escalate once again. Underneath turret, there's Dominus popped immediately. Root down because the passive is down, and Broken Blade gets the kill as he pops Adam right into the ground.
A very clean dive, and G2 finally finding some success in some of these early plays.
Yeah.
It's going to set up this Renekton beautifully and kind of further exacerbate the experience difference that was already there a little bit, but is now going to be a full level gap between the two.
Dagda asks, and they shall receive. G2 with an early game top that now moves up. You can see Xe just picked up as well, while BDS, they're trading bot side of the map. Dragon picked up. Remember, Grubs were already taken earlier on by G2, so it's an objective counterbalance.
Yeah, what I think you're probably going to look for now is if G2 can, off this reset, maybe look for an arrow up through mid lane, especially because you can see Yike is already starting to hover in towards the mid. So I'm curious if the Ashe arrow comes out now to try and set this up.
Caps is baiting. He's being super slow here. Sheo walks into the wave. Just a small trade, nothing more, as Lebrov also making his move.
Now as these supports set their eyes on mids to try and offer that assistance, get that control over the wave, I do want to turn our attention to the AD carries of this matchup, because when we think about both Hans and Ice, I think that they were probably some of the most consistent players that we've seen from them so far in the season finals.
Yep.
Especially Hans Sommer, a player that's been under a lot of scrutiny. We know behind the scenes he's been putting a lot of time into grinding the solo queue ladder, working on his champion pool, and G2 seem to have found a formula for him, but Ice, Mr. Consistent on the other side. I feel like that we have two very powerful AD carries that in this game are already set up for success.
And Ice is just terrifying on his Ezreal when he's able to get rolling as well. Ice has been an incredible pickup for BDS, but that's why G2 already again down here to try and put that pressure on towards him. Lebrov to spot them out. Mickey can't get the hook here though.
Waiting for the dredge line, but away with the battle dance is super easy here as G2 go a little bit deeper. Yike is now at level 6 with Daisy to pop on out as going to steal the camp first. Mickey went over the wall, but he's going to get poked out a bit. He can't stay here for long, as it's just the camp steal and backing away.
I mean, exactly as you say, Dag, did the menace that Ice is on this Ezreal. Do you see how much damage he was able to do there? In a 2 versus 3, they were the ones forcing G2 back once again, and he's very close to completing that Trinity Force. So Ice continuing to ramp up a player that BDS are going to put their trust in as the game continues. And we're kind of getting closer now to the respawn of those Grubs. I wonder if BDS are going to look to contest, or if instead, given how strong this Renekton is, they'll likely concede.
Set up on the bot lane first, at least before we get there. 30 seconds, and now we see Hans Sommer flashing away, which means he's not going to have that if there is a Grub trade. Sheo is looking for more money down the bot side, while Broken Blade, we shift the camera up, and Buddy is having a good time with the turret, while Hans just keeps getting bullied out, because BDS really need to make a trade happen.
Yeah, but BDS are going to be able to get some of these plates, and a huge amount of that is the fail play that G2 went for. Because Mickey was too low to stick around after that, BDS are then able to punish and get this play on the bottom side. So nice response from BDS. The only thing I'd like to see them do is maybe leverage this into the Void Grub area, because 6 Void Grubs going across to G2 for this play may not be the best in the long run.
Summer with no summoner spells. Definitely a scary position for him to be in. Turn my attention to Caps as he makes his way back out onto the map. Very nice farm from him, 122 CS, 11 minutes in. But here comes Yike, and here comes Sheo.
Oh, dredge line does connect though, and TP is going to be coming down from Adam. The arrow to commit onto the jungle, but they haven't killed him yet. As he flashes away, BDS re-engage on the summonerless Hans Sommer. Man, he's been calling Han's mama after getting taken down as BDS commit all, and they want more gold to speed it up.
Really good play from BDS. They knew Adam had TP advantage, but now Adam needs to get out from underneath the tower. Should be able to do so. But it will leave Broken Blade with that alone time on the tower to take that one for himself.
We've just been seeing throughout this early game that Ezreal, Maokai, and Rakan just have a stronger 3v3.
Yep.
And then that was only further reinforced the moment that Adam joined the fray. You saw how slowly they were actually working through Sheo. I just think at this point in the game, Ashe doesn't quite have that same power that the Ezreal does when you combine that Sheen with the constant Qs that you can throw out.
So then my simple question is, what's going to be more worth here if you're looking at the side of G2? Because Broken Blade just got solo turret top. He picked up Eclipse as well. This Renekton is very much elevated after pushing Adam away from lane. They're obviously sacking the bot lane a little bit more with Hansama and Mickey on a bit of an island.
Well, you kind of need to make something happen here with the Renekton. I thought they were going to keep him up here to try and go for Void Grubs, but they're actually going to move him down to this bottom side to try and get vision, it looks like, for the Dragon, or maybe even look at a potential dive against Adam, but I'm curious, actually, because I thought that what we were going to see is BDS shifting topside, trying to use the Triforce completion to look for Void Grubs, which we kind of see at the moment. But I'm not sure if G2, how heavily they want to go for this dive with Nuke having TP.
Just a bit of damage on Adam for now. Remember that passive is down, and he just pulls out all the dosage at once. But still, G2 zone him off, and turret's going to go down.
It's very clear that their priority is just securing this turret, but also I think that G2 don't seem to like it when Hansama is put behind. And so the moment that they see all this pressure being thrown towards him, they said, you know what, let's leverage our strength. Let's bring Broken Blade from the top side of the map, make sure that we unlock this bot tower. Sure, we'll sacrifice the grubs, but we'll set ourselves up for the next dragon as well. And the thing is, it's really hard for BDS to cross map because there's no tower available. We kind of look at the overall plates, you look at the overall gold. G2 find themselves with a 1k gold lead just off the fact that they've been able to find these plates and funnel them into both Broken Blade and now to a degree Hansama.
I'm looking at them, can they try and pick up Dragon off the back of this as well? They should have realized that Nuke is resetting off of where he was positioned. Even there, they should spot him, but Yike is going to reset as well, because I think with this reset, with double Triforce now out for BDS, I don't think G2 are in a position to actually take this fight, because they don't have that first island complete on towards Caps, and in a position where you're facing double Triforce, I think you're just too far behind. Despite the gold lead.
Was picked up, on that point of Yike backing away. Note that as well, BDS did just match out Grubs, so here in this early game, there is still an element of matching for BDS, but 1,500 gold right now is the lead for G2.
The thing I'm noticing, though, is because G2 are up against Adam on this Mundo, they've had to opt in for double Blade of the Rune King, which is fine, don't get me wrong, but it does mean Ashe is way less threatening on trying to shove out mid-wave. So trying to look for picks with Ashe is going to become a little bit more difficult now. So BDS, using that advantage, to just force their way in towards River, having Ice just nestled in behind the tank line.
Half expecting Mickey to throw a hook, aren't you? We know Mickey's Nautilus. You guys were talking before. There's one. Ice gets behind the wall, so here's the twisted advance. The engage is good at Mickey isolated, but for now, with the knock-up thanks to Davey, BDS can't really get more into the backline, and Han starts firing away onto Lebrov, who flashes further. He almost gets poked down to oblivion. Broken Blade's here with the dominance, zones him away. G2 a little bit low, but remember again that Redemption will be up soon, and G2 have the river for now.
Caps desperate to heal up after getting collapsed on once the TP came through. Surprisingly, he didn't run away, he actually went in, knowing that he had the shield and support from Yike, and it will actually be G2 that have control over the Dragon. BDS, with the health that they had, I thought that they'd be more confident in actually going for the contest, but I guess because they used so many ults in the exchange, with so much of their utility gone, they said, you know what, we'll concede it, it's only the second Dragon of the game, and instead we'll look to try and put some cross-map pressure towards top.
You know, this game one reminds me of Winter Caps. Remember the Caps that was just always farming? Like G2 were a bit chaotic in sides, and they're always looking for these trades, and Caps was just this solid player who over-farms his mid laner and gets ahead individually, uses that in team fights later. Here in this game, ahead of the curve by a little bit, but still a bounty on his head to show how good his early game has been.
I was going to mention that. Even though he has less gold than Nuke, he's the one that finds himself with a bounty. I don't understand.
50 gold more bounty as well, by the way.
But
let's try and math that out.
I mean, he's about to get his cull as well, so he's going to be in a fairly all right spot.
300 gold bounty then, Dagda.
So, but I think the important part here is just like how well G2 have been at getting into positions ahead of BDS, because BDS were trying to contest that dragon, but you know, Caps got there before Nuke did. You had Broken Blade, who was going to be more of the threat in these fights, especially with the positioning he had, and G2 definitely looking at how they want to enter in these fights, when they need to be in these positions, and it just feels like a couple of members of BDS are just like a step behind.
It's a tense one, and it's a far cry from what we saw last week. Both teams securing 3-0s over their opponents, Giant X and SK, eliminating them from the season finals. But here, both teams with very similar compositions. In terms of their execution, there is degrees of difference. Now, Mickey, the one in danger.
Again, once more, deep into the breach as Sheo just keeps him there, spaces him. Labrov helps out, but here's Hans Sama to the rescue. 80 carry, please save me, but I'm not sure he can. Mickey flashes away while Adam chases him down, and as he gets a kill, Broken Blade, yeah, he's bullying Nuke on the backside, but he can't finish off the play. He's now outranged as for G2. This has got a little bit sketchy. They've lost their engaged support, and Broken Blade's gotten low.
Yeah, they need to be careful and not overextending on the play, because Hansama still has that Ash ult, so they can turn very quickly and set up for it. Broken Blade now trying to draw them down to bot lane off of this mid lane turret, but Yike here to support.
Yike leveraging Daisy to apply the slow with the trigger seed. To make sure that Adam can't chase him down. But it's a bit of an awkward exchange because ultimately Mickey just got caught out, but there's no objectives ready for the teams to play for. You can see the top lane being pushed out very far. Means that BDS need to now go and address these waves. And it's one of those situations where it was G2 setting up on the map. They were leveraging the pressure that they had to then set up for vision. And then BDS, while they were doing that, then tried to contest. Usually the downside of that is you use a lot of farm on the cross map, but then G2 actually TP'd in to contest them in the fight, and then they were in a numbers disadvantage. So in the grand scheme of things, it's Mickey's KDA that's going to be hurt. But now the Herald's going to begin, and it's G2 that's once again first to the objective.
Yeah, I don't think Mickey cares about his KD anymore, but he just wins when he ins. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter.
I went back and I looked at the Fnatic series. In Game 2, he was 1-8 at Nautilus with a win. In Game 3, he was 0-8 at Nautilus with a win. So, you know, win game is all that matters to him. Yep.
Herald's going to go down, though, at the very least. One step closer for G2 in that factor, but as they pick it up, BDS, they're not going to commit anything else. Note that Adam does have a teleport advantage for the meantime. Maybe something that can be leveraged here as we start looking towards that next dragon, depending on what side of the map he is. That Baron setup as well as an also option as we fast approach 20 minutes into the game. And BDS already said it's a tense one. And I'm glad, because I was just hoping, regardless of who wins this series, I just wanted competition, right? We have had some very one-sided series so far in these playoffs. And especially when G2 and BDS destroy their opponents, you'd hope that they'd come together in a culmination and try and take it the distance.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is that at this stage, it's still so neck and neck. You know, G2 have a slightly more difficult to operate composition, I feel like, when it comes to setting up engages. So in that, and BDS just have a very strong front-to-back team fight. So you've always got opportunities for BDS to try and take fights when it comes towards objectives. The problem that they're having, though, is G2 are just doing a better job of leveraging sideline pressure to get deeper vision so they can spot out where BDS are. And it's making it hard now for BDS to control the map, for them to move people into positions to contest G2.
Yeah, what I think is interesting is that when I kind of look at the map, I think G2 has a better map state. You know, if you were to try and give them like a point, you'd give like G2 a slight point advantage just because of the fact they have the Herald, the fact that they still have an extra outer tower. They're likely going to be setting that Herald up to secure that mid tower as well. They have better vision control. However, the big advantage for BDS is I think that with the item spikes coming through as the arrow tries to connect, going to go wide. But BDS, I think, are just going to be spiking harder that much sooner. We'll see if G2 has completed their second item in the near future, but Nuke and Ice are about to fully stack those tiers, and that's going to be a huge spike for BDS with their front line as well.
As Labrov is walking in the fog of war, and we might pause that thought. A pick out here on the Rakan, but the quickness gives him space. He turns it into an engage, and for Labrov getting out with the depth charge on his head, he survives, and now G2 are in so much trouble as Adam starts running down and cleaving the ground. Yike flashes around, and now Ice is coming for him. Hans Sama gets off on the back line, and that's going to be the start of Baron.
Look at how strong this front line is from BDS. G2 just don't have the damage yet. And with the member down, BDS feel confident to start off the Baron.
They had no TP on Broken Blade, as Hysterics was saying, so BDS bring on Adam. And now Labrov off on the side, has no flash, can look for a potential engage, but Baron is gone.
Yike with no redemption either makes it that much harder. Broken Blade just tries to get something mid as Herald charge is still going to come through, but G2 might even lose Mickey here after that said charge. Was it worth it, my son? We'll have to find out in the long run. Ice with another kill, and Herald will just drop here, but Baron over to BDS is a big game swing.
But now those map advantages that G2 had don't really mean much. It's ultimately just a lot of standing gold for BDS to go and grab with the Baron at their backs. G2 were over-ambitious. I mean, I don't even... It's hard to criticize because they sit there and they see Labrov isolated, they go for a pick, and they just don't have the damage. That's all it is. And because he was able to get away, G2 find themselves overcommitted in a situation that in many other compositions they would have just gotten a quick one-shot and left. And it ends up in disaster for G2.
I will say, I think my biggest criticism of them is they've just no pressure on the map, so Adam always gets the TP in here. He goes for it, they nearly get Labrov, sure, but this is still a 3v3, and Ice has a quick rotation from mid. Now you get Adam involved, so there was always a relatively high chance that this was just going to turn into a numbers advantage for BDS, especially with Baron spawning, but now again, G2 versus the objective.
And I mean, even the True Shot Barrage to start off this objective as Mickey goes in, but I don't know if he's going to get out this time. What do I mean this time? He's never getting out of these fights. Ice with a 4th kill opens up the show, and BDS in this series look like they're ready to go. Dragon might even be theirs too, as G2 have to back away because Adam's also pushing mid.
Adam is pushing mid, which means that G2 might spot that it could be a potential for 4v4 with that big tank out of the way, but now Adam just going to shove in, he'll back it up as Labrov is going to escort him out, and Dragon will go to BDS.
The beauty of what BDS are doing is that they don't really need to do anything. They've just allowed G2 to be the ones to make the plays, and they've punished them with just a very straightforward and easy to execute composition. Oh, you want to start a fight? Adam will TP in. You want to engage on us? Maokai has the ultimate. Oh, your AD carry who doesn't have flash? Well, we have Rakan who can easily dive into the backline. And at no point have we ever really seen Nuka Ice under any threat in this game.
But the funny thing is, that's what G2 used to do to BDS. Like, you'd see a clever TP ward the Broken Blade to go to cut off retreats. They'd set up for these picks or have these overextensions from BDS in which they would punish. And it feels like BDS is kind of taking a page out of that book and just turning it back, going onto GT, saying, hey, what are you going to do about it? You are the ones making mistakes.
And have come into that set mid game that G2 always thrived in and pummeled them quite easily. I like it how Betty has said, kind of just done nothing. They just played their comp, and the easy to execute style has worked out amazingly here. I mean, Sheo has had an easy roll too. He presses R and counter engages.
I mean, it's so easy for pro teams to overcomplicate the game, right? And BDS is a team that we've always praised them for their patience, especially around their objective setups. And while we didn't always get to see that in summer, I think this is a great demonstration of, okay, we know what we need to do. We were the ones that initiated the swap. We have to execute this properly. They put the pressure down onto Broken Blade. They did, in fact, set that up. But on the cross map, they also, Adam traded 1-for-1 in the dive. And so at every single point, every single play that G2 tried to make, BDS, they either traded even or up. And you can see that in the kill score, you're now seeing that in the objective control, and you're seeing that in the gold lead that they've now been able to build. So credit to BDS, they came in with a game plan that in the past we would tout as very typical BDS, and why they were predictable and why G2 especially would find ways to punish them. But in this meta, in this game at the very least, BDS is the one that finds the advantages and is looking to close that game.
I do think it showcases the improvements BDS have made though over the course of the year, which is like better understanding of how to use TP plays, better understanding how to utilize side lanes, and it's kind of G2 taught them these lessons whether they wanted to or not. We now get to feel the wrath of this as BDS set up on mid. This is a great ultimate opportunity for Sheo if he looks for it.
An ultimate opportunity for Ice as well, as he keeps showing as he does the damage to poke them down and threaten. Now with that Baron, they weren't able to break into tier 2s and through mid, but that pauses now because Sheo has to ult and flash away. So for G2, there's comeback potential with Broken Blade flashing in and a late TP from Nuke, but the jungler's already dead. Labrov, his angle no longer exists because G2 have numbers in his face. Now running up is Broken Blade yet again, but G2 with their pick. Nothing up on the map apart from turrets here to get them in the lead.
Exactly that, Hysterics. There is nothing to convert this pick into. Due to demonstrate the pick potential of their composition, Nautilus, Ashe, Renekton, Ivern, all great single target CC that can keep you CC'd for days. Unfortunately for Sheo, he was the target of said CC, but ultimately it's just going to slow BDS down a little bit, if that. You can already see Adam moving into the top side to steal away those camps that Caps would love to get for himself. But ultimately, ooh, hang on a second.
Good damage here. I mean, Caps is showcasing again.
So this is the thing, and this is the crucial thing that BDS have to be cautious of. I do think that in the straight up front to back 5v5, I would give the advantage to BDS. But there's always that thought at the back of the mind, 3 item Zeri plus 3-item Ashe with an Ivern on top of that.
Support jungle.
Like, the support jungle can be a very effective tool at really elevating these AD carries in the late game. And remember that these fights are ultimately about who can kill the front line first.
So that's why I think the mistake that BDS just made is a showcase of how G2 can get it back. They had Nuke push inside. They stepped too far forward, not seeing G2 on the map, and they get the pick on towards Sheo. And now BDS are trying to do the same because they see Broken Blade on the side. They're grouped as multiple members, and now they get the mid lane tower. So a huge amount of this game so far has been a case of who is creating these slight numbers advantages on the map, but now it's Renekton who's coming mid and hasn't had to use the TP this time around, so BDS need to back up.
Flash is not available. I'm looking towards Ice especially, who's now front-lining a bit as Adam is joining in the party as well. Hello, Broken Blade, and goodbye, Broken Blade.
In out to safety as G2 try to wrestle back some vision control. It's BDS that control the top side and the Baron respawning. Dragon also 30 seconds away. I wonder what the priority will be here for BDS. Dragon is, of course, the easier objective, but both teams grouping as 5 in the mid lane to wrestle that control. It is BDS that will have it. Now they can move off towards sides to push out these waves if they need to. Or maybe they just want to threaten the Baron itself.
Yeah, G2 kind of getting out of that danger zone.
Ice damage is big, and Mickey, as he runs on in, is about to find out the cleaver of Adam and what it can do as well. Locked on down, Adam cares not. Lebrov gets him right into the engage. Again, the arrow will mean nothing as Show gets the ulti, but Lebrov this time will be taken down. Broken Blade thinks about the angle as Adam is just getting targeted as well, but it's still neck and neck. The health bar's better for BDS, but G2 have more members. They disengage as BDS now have their choice of that dragon.
And you're starting to see why Rakan isn't really a premier support in this meta. There is so much damage on G2 or in general in the game right now that if you go in, you're not always likely to get back out. And Abrav got caught there, and BDS still technically win the fight from a health bar point of view, so they get the dragon, but you do get that pick for G2.
Honestly, I really think I saved that fight for BDS. That should have been a lost fight, and when we get the replay, you'll see why. This initial damage onto Mickey and Yike is good. At this point, you can just back away. I think the Rakan engage was a mistake because it's too much of an overcommitment. The Ashe arrow comes through to the back, and the backline is very scared of Broken Blade along with the Nautilus ultimate coming through. I think G2 do the right thing of just focusing the front line, but that ultimate there from Ice just did so much damage and immediately forced G2 to back away that they no longer had the health bars to be able to chase them down. So that could have been a massive disaster for BDS, and I want them to be very cautious moving forward about the fights that they take and that they don't overcommit.
And in this epic bot lane battle, we saw the to and fro in the early game where Hansara and Mickey X started getting caught out, or rather targeted. Ice with the 2k gold lead in the AD carry matchup starting to rear its head as that damage even through the shield of Yike, which is quite large thanks to Majai's added into the pot as well, is starting to hurt more and more.
But look at this double Infinity Edge. These are the spikes that we were talking about. This is the point in the game where you really do have to be careful if you're BDS. You've been winning a lot of these fights because there's no real threat onto the backline, but now double AD carries really do have the tools to melt that front line.
The only upside for them is that there's no LDRs in play yet.
That's
so
true.
Adam having a ton of armor, and now Randuin's plus the Thornmail on the way for Sheo means that they're going to be in a relatively good spot to try and fight back against this, but you still have to be very careful because basically Yike shields give you so much on-hit magic damage, it's absolutely absurd. So that's where a lot of that excess damage is coming from that we saw take down Adam in the last fight.
I mean, I will say, it's nice to see finally this AD carry meta being punished in terms of itemization. Right? Part of the reason why Kennen is so valuable in the meta is because of the AP damage he brings to the game. But so often we've seen double AD carries, triple AD carries, but because you have so many ADs, not much armor actually ends up getting built, but Adam does not have that problem.
Oh, and he's also isolated. Wait, Caps is here. Blade of the Wrong King gets the slow, and there's a bit of damage done.
Does he care, Hysterics?
But I'm still waiting for the follow-up, because there it is from Mickey. Direct line starts us off and looks to continue. Ice with a reposition here, and we back away from this never-ending ARAM, it feels like, to see who has Warmogs.
BDS are trying to bait G2 into River, but you always have to be so careful because if you end up with a Maokai ult just coming in across this line here, it becomes really, really difficult for G2 to try and play into it. So BDS now, having got that vision, forcing G2 back, get to start up the Baron, but it's spotted.
All while that was happening, Nuke was pushing in the bot wave. He gets level 18, he can go back to base, TP in, and now they have the numbers advantage with Caps and bot.
Rob.
Remember, Mickey's by himself. Hans Summer walking in as well. This could be a trap. Lebrov with the quickness as well. Finds the engage on the perfect target. Just like that, the dirt is gone. A quick double for our level 18 superstar. And BDS with yet another Baron make G2 fall.
A great sequence of plays from BDS. They controlled the map, they played it patiently, and they did exactly what they needed to do. Nuke on the bot side, creating that pressure, going back to base, TPing in. They had the numbers advantage, the nice flank from Labrov. That was the level of execution we wanted to see.
And I feel like I've done Nuke dirty this game because I was like, oh, it's like Winter Caps where he farms and he's this reliable carry for the team. But Nuke has always been one step ahead, whether it's 10, 15, 20 CS, having the bounty on his head as well. He's at 350 CS at 31 minutes as well. He may as well be the extra caps on the pile as he picks up yet another turret in the inner top side.
And a huge amount of that comes back to that first Baron that BDS were able to get. That's the one that got the towers. That's the one that opened up the map for Nuke to start to play out and get into that side lane, get this CS for himself. But you can see here, this is a great setup from BDS. They've already cleared out all that vision. Hans spotted by Labrov there. I think Hans probably could have been aware that Labrov was probably going to come around just from that positioning, but it doesn't matter. The ult flash in, so there's no way Hans can react and manages to get the knock-up as well. Really well orchestrated there by Labrov.
Honestly, I kind of expected Hans to react. I was a little surprised that he didn't. In any case, we find BDS down the bot side of the map, setting their sights on G2's base.
Well, it is a flank. This is the last hurrah for G2 because they've already lost Mickey, or should I say about to, as Adam runs in from the side. Broken Blade now spotted out by the deep waters. Labrov zones out. The arrow hits backline into ice, but he's unperturbed. He's fine, everyone. With the Baron as well, he's leading the minions in. This Ant is marching hard. Ice is now running forward yet again. Hitting the Qs is child's play for this man who has made a very different BDS this year and is making a very easy BDS for game number 1.
This looks spectacular for BDS. The poke is real. The damage is sticking. G2 are collapsing.
But again, the quickness rolls on in, and the BDS fans may be surprised that they start so strong. We're hyping up the G2 head-to-head. We're hyping up G2 in yet another challenging spot. But BDS are the ones, the shiners, they're looking to end here.
They certainly are. BDS from start to finish have found advantage after advantage. And now they're looking to secure game 1 against G2.
With an easy comp, with back to front, that's my BDS we remember. And with such easy gameplay, they take down the behemoths of G2 in game 1 and give them an edge here in season finals.
But the way BDS won this was so interesting to me, because yes, they had this front-to-back comp, but it was constantly about, hey, we're going to utilize the fact we have a TP advantage, catch Broken Blade when he's on a position, catch people as they overextend. This was BDS really looking at how G2 like to play and saying, we can punish your mistakes in the exact same way and bring it to a game win.
With some smart map movement and players playing at this peak as well. Nice to see. We're going to have to find out if G2 can fight back, however, because this is a team you cannot underestimate. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, game 2 will be upon us. With G2's revenge arc? Question mark.
I think we will win in Munich. I think we're the strongest team. Definitely think I performed better on the big stage. I think I like the pressure of it. My first big stage was when I played Dark Passage, and that final was one of my favorite moments of esports because it just felt so great to have all this energy from the crowd. It was very energetic to be in like a huge stadium with a lot of people because you can feel when the ground is shaking almost from the claps or the stomps, and you can hear just like a lot of cheering as well. So it feels good. Definitely would be insane to go Munich. It's been a long time since we played in a huge stadium, and I think getting that experience is definitely worth it. Yeah, I mean, definitely we might pull out some more AD carries and we will probably come up with some new strats.
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
LEC realizes that.
It comes back to your point. Let's try and escalate once again. Underneath turret, there's Dominus popped immediately. Root down because the passive is down. And Broken Blade gets the kill as he pops Adam. But they haven't killed him yet. As he flashes away, BDS re-engage on the Summonerless Hans. Summer! Man, he's been calling Hans Mama after getting taken down.
Keep in mid, okay? Where do we go? We can go top? No, go top, you guys go mid.
It is BDS who's striker first, and well, so many people had G2 as the absolute favorites in this series, and many called it as a simple walk in the park and a 3-0, including Broxa. That is not the case. Will we finally see the reversal of the narrative that we've seen all year? I really want to believe it, Medic.
Yeah, so do I. I'll be honest, if we hadn't had the last few weeks of G2 playing,
yeah,
G2 losing a game in a best of 5 would be more surprising to me.
That's true.
But I have watched them recently, and it's becoming less of a shock. And I think sometimes that can make it a little underwhelming, but it is still a huge deal for BDS. Like, they've never beaten G2 in a best of 5. They come out of the gate swinging, played G2 at their own game in game 1, and managed to pick up the win in a relatively convincing fashion. This is huge for BDS.
It is huge. Summarize the situation for me, Broxa. We had, you know, it really went well from BDS and really badly for G2 right from the start, from those dives.
Yeah, I really thought they were back in form after what we saw last week, because that's the G2 that we know that are playing so smart by the book, that don't make any mistakes. But this time there was countless unnecessary deaths. They were overforcing fights. They just got caught out so much. And ultimately, I think in the drafting department there's some minor adjustments you can make, but you know, it started going wrong so early already with the lane swaps.
And sorry, it went wrong in draft when Mickey locked in Nautilus. Can you explain as a support main, Medic, what's happening in this guy's mind when he picks Naut?
So I think part of it is compositional,
Yeah.
right? Like, he is the primary engage for this team. You have Root Caller from the Ivan as like a non-committal engage, but most of the time it's Mickey who has to lead the charge. But there are moments like the hook just before he dies here, where it feels like he just isn't on the same page with the rest of his team. It really was a tale of two supports. Labrov had incredible engages and was able to find the backline over and over again. And Mickey, he was just all over the place. Hooks going in when they shouldn't be, hooks missing the walls, not immediately locking up the Rakan on a top lane plate. Like, there were a lot of mistakes from Mickey, and I love the guy and he's a great support, but this was an awful game.
Yeah, it was, and I feel like it was for G2 as a whole, and I know it's like, we really want to talk about that because, you know, seeing G2 falter is kind of like a big story because it doesn't happen that often, but you're right, it happened 2 weeks ago, so why the hell should we not give BDS a chance in this one? And I think then we also have to highlight, Broxa, the fact that BDS played this as perfect as you can, right? Waiting for those mistakes, knowing that they'll do the same around the objectives, locking it down. There was only one time where they were a little out of place, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, if you took the nameplates off, you would think it was G2 on BDS's side. I think this was a great example where G2 were overforcing, BDS is ready to respond, Mundo TPs in immediately. And what is surprising to me about this play is that you wouldn't expect G2 to brute force a fight, knowing that the enemy top laner has TP and Renekton's is in cooldown. But that's what they do. They just run in mindlessly, leads to BDS getting a Baron for free. And then even now, when the play should be over, our boy on the Nautilus continues.
As I saw him coming into frame on the Rift Herald, I was like, he's just dead. He's just like, he's obviously dead in that situation. It's decisions like that, alongside that on that Tribush play, if he pops the ultimate on Labrov, as soon as he CCs Labrov, Labrov dies before he can dash out.
Yeah.
And it's just small things from Mickey and small things from G2, and BDS being very happy to capitalize on it.
And it is that thing where we say we cannot bash a player by itself because it's usually a team decision. And I will say here kind of it was, right? Because you had no business trying to push that advantage mid because they were collapsing on you as well. I just want to have it said because I know how people receive these things. But still, it was a really bad game from him.
I mean, I think ultimately we've seen time and time again that in order to be a top support in Europe, you gotta have some dirty games once in a while. We have Mickey, Huli, they're pretty much the same person in that regard. And
shout out Selfmade, we saw your tweet. We did.
Maybe next game we're gonna see the opposite, you know.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
We don't know. G2, they chose the blue side. So, you know, are they thinking we're happy with our comp? Just we can't do these mistakes. It's pretty simple.
I think if you are G2, you're definitely gonna look back at a game and realize all the countless mistakes you made that could easily have been avoided and just play a bit slower, a bit smarter perhaps. But also for the team comp, I don't think it was fully optimal. They had a lot of short range into the likes of Ezreal and Corki, and we saw time and time again in fights that they had a very, very hard time reaching them because who's going to go in? Nautilus, Renekton?
Yeah, Nautilus. The answer is yes.
Yeah, it just didn't work out right.
No, okay, I see. So some tweaks to the composition. All right, we'll see. Jake, do you think they're going to stay with the same comp or do they have to mix it up?
No, I don't think they should, and I don't think they will, because the Nautilus we have talked about, the priority was very, very early, and I don't think a lot of people think it was very good. I'm Asterix, this is Dagda, this is Vedius, and Vedius even said, no, he doesn't like it.
I don't. I didn't like that.
He said it
Nautilus
as menacing as that was.
That was him.
No.
Off camera, this guy is crazy. Like that, more of that.
No, 9, nicht so good. I would like to see them prioritize something else. Maybe they don't need to ban Rel and Braum. I think if you're BDS, you can sit there and go, you know what, we're happy getting Corki Maokai every single first rotation, especially if you want to prioritize the Ashe, because they've shown that they're willing to swap And that's already the first thing that G2 now have to find a game plan against. Was the dive the problem? Did they mis-execute on the swap? Do they care about BDS being willing to swap? And here's that adaptation. Maokai being banned means that G2 can now freely first pick their Ashe, and you imagine that BDS will just shift their priorities from Corki to, Corki Maokai to Corki Sejuani.
Yeah, and this is why I don't think it's necessarily that the Maokai was the problem. I think the idea of going for like the Nautilus, which is this heavy committal engage, having this composition that doesn't really scale too well, isn't really working out for them. So they're actually going to take the Rel immediately, which I do like, because at least it gives you a little bit of a better team fight, because you've got that AoE ult. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a Corki Ezreal come through here, or Sejuani Corki, something along these lines anyway, to just lock in a safer composition that can kite back, look for non-committal engage with the Sejuani, and BDS can just play at the same game they did in the last one.
I really like that Sejuani hover as well. That thought process, Corki going alongside, has been pretty standard for 1-2, but at least this time around, I mean, G2 changing the engage tool is a nice adaptation. The priority in the rel changes things. Where now, do we think about another AD carry? Where do we go?
There is also a world where you could go for the Zyra here if you really want to try and mix it up, because essentially what G2 are committing to, okay, not going to be the point, is a dive bomb. Yeah, it's going to be Sejuani. I think it's fine. You just fight fire with fire, essentially, where you want to look for the team fights, but instead of looking for the kite back. But here, I think you can still go for the Ashe. You can still even take away the Ezreal if you really want to for Hansa.
You still flex that option in jungle of the Zyra you talked about before. We do have AP junglers available for Yike, but we have talked about what he's been successful on and what he hasn't been.
I think they could consider, I was going to say Ashe Kennen, but the Brand shaking things up a little bit. Brand, of course, did receive nerfs. We are playing on patch 14-15, which is why the champion has fallen in priority, but it does leave open things like the Lucian in mid lane if G2 want to go for that AD mid route. But honestly, Ashe seems like the safest pick. Of course, there's always the risk of a potential swap. But with Misfortune also open, a champion that we've seen consistently banned on the red side pretty much throughout season finals, something that Hans Sama was one of the early adopters of here in the LEC.
Yep.
They're going to go back to that, and already you can see the wombo combo potential starting to grow with G2's composition.
I'm curious if you take the Ashe here for Ice, though. You can still have a lot of range in the lane phase. It makes it a little bit more difficult for Misfortune to try and land those double ups through the minion line onto you. You can try and fight with a lot of that pushback. So I like the Ashe pickup here. Also, again, it's a lot of this non-committal, long-range engage that BDS are playing with. And especially when you're looking at Rel and Misfortune, the opposite side, if you mess up an engage, that's punished immediately. But now the onus feels very heavily onto G2 to be the ones that get these big engages.
BDS can now ban away the Tristana and the... I just completely blanked.
Zeri?
It wasn't the Zeri that they banned last game. I've completely forgotten that.
Okay, I'll get there soon.
What?
I'll have a look.
I think that G2 should... Well, I was going to say that I think that they should... Now my brain is completely blanking. They should ban away the Alistar. That's the one I wanted to say. They should ban away the Alistar. I think Renata also makes sense to basically just take away some of those comforts for Labrov. But they're not going to do that. So I would be very surprised if we didn't see something like an Alistar come out from Labrov. Of course, it does hurt your ability to fight in the 2 versus 2. But I will say Ashe just has a lot of inherent power by herself in lane. So even though early levels, it might be a little bit difficult, I think that this is a lane that BDS shouldn't shy away from.
I do like the Renata ban, though, because I think what you're seeing is G2 correctly identify just how well BDS can try and play this, at range, slow engages, play with patience. So getting rid of the Renata to try and counteract where G2 have to go for these high-octane engages with the Rel is going to work out well. But it does mean Rakan taking the opposite side. And again, leaving this counter pick for Adam means that you kind of, with a revitalized champion pool for Adam, have a lot of options that he can go for.
Well, you're going to have to answer into that Aatrox where for Broken Blade feels like a bit of a classic. One thing that I remember Broken Blade for at the start of the year as well is how he was piloting this champion when no one really touched him.
Also the tank killer, or at least the tank counter that we traditionally see. So this says to me that they believe Adam wants to go for something that's a bit more tanky, but we've already seen when you have the Sejuani there, I don't think you necessarily have to. So I'm curious if we do get some sort of AD carry into the top lane, or even something like the Rumble or a TF or something here as well.
I think Rumble is good. I will say that, well, I mean, let's just look holistically about the big changes that we're seeing in the drafts, because in game 1, G2 wanted to try and match BDS in terms of having this kind of I would say front-to-back composition, but as Dagda highlighted, it really was more like they should have played more towards picks. This time around, G2 just have a stronger mid-game spike. Misfortune and Brand on what items are just strong. And so if G2 want to go for these early skirmishes, same for the Aatrox, they have much better setup for success with the late game insurance of something like a Zeri and the engage from the Rel to give them more teamfight potential later on. BDS going for their tried and true style. Their front line is much weaker than it was before because they're replacing the Mundo with a Rumble. And while they do have good follow-up damage following the Sejuani or the Rakan or the Ashe, thanks to the Rumble being there, the biggest thing is they just have a lot more pressure on the top side of the map. They should be able to win out on that 1 versus 1 in the top lane. Mid will be fairly neutral, and I think that BDS should look to try and invest on that top side to put Broken Blade behind, similar to what G2 did in Game 1 themselves.
And I think if BDS play this with patience, they're in a great spot. They have a lot of non-committal engage with Sejuani, Ashe, and you've got a long-range follow-up that can come through with the Rumble ult, with the Corky bombs and everything else. And when you look at G2, they're not actually particularly tanky. Like, you have an Aatrox that has to be a drain tank to really get a ton of value out. So if you can play this slow as BDS and just deny G2 these big engages to enable the Misfortune, the Brandle that Betty was mentioning, I think BDS are in a decent spot.
Well, I mean, after game 1, they sure as hell are. They started the series so well, and G2 have been thrown back a bit as we start getting closer towards the end of this series, one way or another. BDS versus G2. Remember what's on the line. G2 win this, and we have our 3 Worlds teams locked in. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mad would be going to Worlds. But before that, remember, you can be a master of the Rift, and I'm asking if you are. If you never want to miss a game, I have a question mark for you, and another question for you. Santander is here to reward you, of course. Head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is Legend 15. Now, Yike, are you going to walk into that bush, or is BDS going to do the electric boogaloo?
Well, he said toodaloo and walked away.
He's wearing sunglasses. The 2 of them are wearing sunglasses at night.
But I think the information that G2 wanted is there. They spotted Ice and Labrov moving up towards the top side, so expecting some sort of lane swap, I'd imagine. But now Ice and Labrov are trying to play off that and go, no, actually, maybe we just go in towards the bot side. But it's going to be a late invade into the bot lane. They spot Hansama.
It's a flash in. Hansama matches with his own. That's so worth. And they're going to commit to this as well. Sheo's looking for his first camp start in this red side jungle.
Split map would give BDS the opportunity to deny Hansama and Mickey this early pressure on towards Ice and Labrov in the bottom lane. And it kind of seems a lot of these early level 1 strategies from BDS have been to try and deny Mickey and Hansama control over their lane from the get-go. But we'll have to see how this one pans out, because there is always an opportunity for Yike to try and just turn the pressure now on towards Adam in the top lane and get Broken Blade this early lead.
I very much agree with you, Dagda. I think a tried and true strategy against G2 is attack their bot lane. We talked about it in the previous game, but when I think about G2 at their best, when it comes to their early game specifically, it was thanks to their bot lane. Draven, Kalista, Lucian. This was the type of champions in control they like to have, and BDS are trying to shut that down as Yike.
He's quite low. He should get a little bit of health here as he clears out the camps. Sheo just walks in, says, that is mine. Flash over the wall as well. Not only does Hans have no flash, but now Yike too.
Nicely done by Sheo. So the ward was placed defensively at the Raptors to spot out that Yike could come across. Now Labrov was aggressive in the bottom lane, but it meant that Sheo could come across and kind of push Yike out. No flash on towards Yike means his ganks can be easily turned around. So Yike has to be very careful now if he tries to go for any sort of play in the lane.
You're seeing as well in the bot lane 2 versus 2 why Ashe is such a powerful laner. The range that she has, the slow that she applies. Typically, especially on this Rakan, you shouldn't have that much control in the 2 versus 2 lane, but because Rel actually struggles to punish it, it's very committal in terms of your... Normally you start in the dismounted form, and then once you mount and you go for that early play, you can get some nice trades, but thanks to the range of this Ashe, Ice is playing the matchup well, and it's actually giving BDS control of the bot side of the map.
Shattering strike for Mickey. He has to disengage, and you know, while you're talking about bot as well, don't forget, because of the passive of Ashe, you kind of get more guaranteed setups for Ws as well. Harder to move.
G2 are just baiting them in, though. Yike is in the bottom side.
Shattering strike, there's a cleanse as well, but the remount gets Ice up as we get the knock up. It's still going to be first blood over to Ice. He flashes and he gets out. Those 2 minions won't be enough with their range autos as Labrov is like, I will kill you, Hans, as Caps in mid lane's going to die as well. G2, it's a melting pot, and the ingredient is top tier BDS.
A BDS just catching them out. Ice doesn't fall to the Q from Yike. But G2, they were trying to set up a bait on that bottom side, burn a bunch of spells from BDS, but now Hans, he stepped up.
He has indeed. There's a flash from Sheo. They're not going to commit. He's going back to his turret. Does this turn into a dive? Sheo over the wall could be it as Mickey's now here, but they pull it off anyway. Ice runs in, but it won't be a kill. Meanwhile, Ice ran into the Brand. A bit of a whoopsie here from the 80 carry, but it is a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, this is still best case scenario for BDS because they deny Hans this wave. Mickey's trying desperately to keep the wave as far away from the tower as possible as Hans is quickly making his way back into the bot lane.
Crashed.
But Ice is just, he's so damn good, man. Like, in game one, he was able to find all these great early advantages, punishing the misplays that we saw from G2. And this time again, in a 2 versus 3, seeming to be the story of this series, he manages to make the outplay happen. He secures first blood, and now he finds himself with an early start.
And I think, again, we're talking about him because of how reliable he is. Once again, as Adam going to get pulled back in. Hang on, Broken Blade might have something here, but Ice has already moved on up. The 80 carry to slow down as Adam flashes away. The wave is in the way.
Oh!
BB flashes and gets nothing for it. A harpoon to the face. And I think Broken Blade's mind is also broken.
It's a misplay for Broken Blade. He thought he could flash in range to land the auto with his passive, but the Ash slow was enough to deny him the ability to make that turnaround play happen, and he loses his flash for nothing.
Mickey?
Ice gets another.
Is he okay? That's the question. Adam's there. He's not going to commit the wave.
And that's the thing, Adam now able to TP to bot to catch that wave. The rotation from Ice to top allows him to push out that wave too. BDS doing some fantastic map movements in the early game. Now Ice does have to be careful here. No summoners against an Aatrox could be scary.
But this is what BDS did in summer, was these early rotations top for the Void Grubs that are about to spawn in 20 seconds. Leaving the Brav down on the bot side, though, was a great extra because it meant that Adam now ticks over towards level 6 very soon, so it's harder to punish. But Ice,
is it a bait? I mean, the dunk's going to come through. There's good damage. One more auto would seal the deal, but Broken Blade has to get in range. Sheo's not going to let him. And look, the Brav is here as well. Permafrost, knock up. Ice's autos. He's staying just out of range so he can do some damage. He baits him back in, but Ice will not give it over. A volley might even get the kill here as it's just out of range with Mickey now coming on in. The World Ender pulled on in as Ice eventually will he die? No! Guardian LeBron, they're chasing down Mickey as well. G2, what has happened in the break? They are getting absolutely map diffed by BDS.
The champions of Europe are falling to the heroes of BDS as Ice and LeBron run rings around the G2 players. 6-1 in kills, a 2K goal lead, and game 2 is looking nothing but BDS favored.
Man, is this actually going to be the moment the BDS training arc pays off? They take down G2 and move on to potentially going to the world stage after that. But Ice, this was so close. One more auto from BB would have been enough, but he just plays at the edge of his range really well here. And every time BB steps up, just can't get through to it. And then as they start to put pressure on, I mean, Broken Blade does a good job of buying a lot of time for Mickey to get here, but I want you to watch LeBron. Lands the Q, then W's over to Ice to get the hill off the Gleaming Quill, and then sets up for the follow-up as Mickey walks away in dive performance and isn't too happy.
And how frustrating is that Ice also gets the kill off the back of that as well, as Adam now goes back to top as we come back to live. Man, there you go. After game number 1, he's doing it again. He's playing on the edge this time as well on that Ash. That's now hit level 6, and game 1 damage is a bit high.
Yeah, 44% of the team's damage in game 1.
It's also really interesting to see why BDS are playing around him this game, because they've been leaving him as these like solo moments to get the experience that Shale wants to dive Hans Sam.
I mean, I want to know if Hans is dead, but Ice is just taking turret aggro. This is a bit of a whoopsie here as the Brand ulti spreads and Hans gets a bit of a kill. Sheo now in a bit of trouble as well as his flash is almost back up and available, but it won't be there in time. A double over to Hans is a bit of a comeback from G2. While the World Ender in the top lane is Adam dodging the sweet spot, but all of them is a question mark as he tries to turn it around. G2, some gold in that bottom lane is just what the doctor ordered.
Now this is the thing you have to be cautious of. The excitement, the energy. BDS have to be feeling it after finding all those advantages, but G2 is a team of experienced veterans at this point. that can easily brush off that type of deficit. They've already shown multiple times their tendency to find ways back into games, whether it be through smart macro moves in the mid game or simply hero individual outplays, and BDS can't afford to be making these mistakes because G2 will look to pounce. Now BDS will find themselves in a very strong position, but you look at your bottom of your screen and you can see that after all those map movements, after all that action that's been happening,
He might be caught out, the crash down. Labrov will get the knock up on the way out. That might just save his life. Betty, I know you're about to talk about the gold lead, right? It's not much individually between, and now Hans Summer has the lead.
Exactly. There's that experience difference starting to grow. There's that gold lead that's starting to build. And if that was another kill for Hans, that could have been a very serious situation that BDS had to be cautious of.
And let's remember as well, with these early plays from BDS, it's not like it came with objectives. There were kills. But Grubs are going to go over 3 to G2 here in this early game, and Dragon as well.
Yeah, the fact you got that early Dragon for G2 is working out wonders for them, because either now you have a situation where if you can try and play through these early Dragon controls set up for team fights, that's where G2 will shine with a composition like this, or you can just look to leverage the fact that BB has been winning out in these side lane trades against Adam. Okay, let's all travel topside, see if we can get a turret out of it, open up the map, put pressure onto BDS.
So, an exciting start for BDS, but when we look holistically, the advantage that they find themselves in, not as significant as initially believed. Of course, still in a great spot. They find themselves with leads across the board, but nothing so significant that G2 need to be especially terrified of. We're still looking towards that mid game. You'll notice that the Locket of the Iron Slayer being completed for Sheo, but no other core items are completed just yet. Once these come through, this is going to be a scary spot for BDS, because in game 1, we talked about how, remember, the Ashe and the Zeri, once they hit that first item spike, it was difficult to compare that to the double Trinity Force spike that BDS had for themselves. On the inverse, you can see that these damage items from G2 are going to be crucial in that mid game, and they should have an advantage over BDS if they can find those fights.
Depends on ISO for now, making it rain as Shattering Strike sets up for the follow down, but Mickey's going to get turned on and just dies. No! The shield comes through and Ice has to cleanse to get out of range. Shield also burned by Labrov as Hans Summer might not be out of the woods yet. We're getting Gleaming Quill, a bait in. Labrov is just dead! He was trying to bait for Sheo to come in, but Hans Summer just takes him down with ease.
I don't think he realized that the ward was in the brush, so you just get a couple of autos from Hans Summer and Labrov ends up going down. I mean, unfortunately, he looked like he was trying to set up for a play for Sheo to come in, but gives his life instead.
Both supports only just ticked over to level 6. Mickey at the end of the play while he was disengaging, and Labrov as he just entered the brush. As you rightly said, he was setting up for that play for Sheo, but he waited just a little too long and he underestimated the damage from the Hans Summer's MF. Look at the Bloodthirster now completed as well. The Dragon is alive, and this Misfortune is ready to fight, and this is the period in time that BDS have to be respectful of how strong Hans Summer is.
Labrov just getting cut out to the side, so you look at Ice trying to push in that bottom side. Doesn't have ultimate available just yet, but trying to get control over the wave states so then he can move over towards this Dragon Pit as Adam what's onto Broken Blade.
Wait, equalized there as well. Broken Blade has the ulti too, but it's a flash to commit. Electro Harpoon for the slow. He's about to overheat, but he wants that auto attack damage. Another Electro Harpoon would set him off, but Caps is now teleported in. That's not fair. The ulti comes through. He tries to burn him alive. It's great damage, but not enough. Teleport committed for the kill on top side, while BDS are like, we got to do Dragon now.
And it's a good move from G2, because Broken Blade's TP wasn't going to be up for Dragon. Adam had his, so learning from the last game and saying, hey, we can't really take a fight 4 versus 5. Let's instead use that early Dragon we picked up, transport Caps to the top side, make a play, get plates from now as well. That's a huge swing of gold over towards G2.
I will also say that Broken Blade's just been bullied in the early game, right?
Yeah.
We saw an Ashe AD carry ganking him at level 5. We also then saw the whole squad ganking him again upon his return. It was about time that he got some assistance from his team. And as you rightly said, Dacta, look at how much Caps is benefiting off the back of this. Finding himself earlier at a deficit due to his death, he now gets himself a kill. He gets himself 2, 3 plates. And he's finding himself now with a healthy gold lead. First item completed in a very good spot. Oh, wow. I mean, I'm not sure if that was... I forget if the first plate was initially taken, but he finds himself in a very good spot, and now Nuke looking to try and match. G2 definitely not down and out. And again, while it was a very exciting sequence of events from BDS, we enter the mid game where G2 find themselves with a slight advantage.
Yes, like gold lead right as well. Now playing around top side, Yike is just looking for that pick, but Nuke with the Valkyrie out as Herald spawns in 5 seconds, or rather, the end of Grubs, I should say, as Icon Hans Summer also move mid, but bullet time gets Ice to half HP.
Yeah, as Ice though, I think you're kind of happy to get that because you can always look for picks with the Ash ult as Labrov and Sheo start to move down river, and that's what Hans Sama needs to be careful of. G2 trying to cut off the reinforcements, so Labrov will have to just back away over towards Ice.
Going to be started by G2 at the very least. We've also got a static shift by the way for Ice. You know, this time we don't need to compare between builds for the Ashes. This is going to be 5 grubs, 6 grubs actually, as Hans Sama going to get ulted. He cleanses away immediately, damage is huge. Labrov can't get the knock-up, so Ice has to flash away. Hans Sama has been standing his ground this game, and it's now paying massive dividends.
You're seeing the strength of Misfortune
You
and
are.
why she was respected so much. When over in the LPL, she is a very high priority pick, and Europe respected in the same way. Hans having a great play.
Angles there, blocked by Mickey though, but the equalizer is perfect. Mickey flashes away, but Nuke burns him down immediately. The burst unreal, and BDS with a quick pick.
A good collapse from BDS gives them control of the mid wave and opens up the Herald, but we turn our attention to the side lanes and look at those towers. Aatrox bashing away at the bot lane tower, being able to push in that wave. On the top side, the Zeri about to secure that tower, as well as the mid finds itself in a very low spot. So BDS do find that kill. Looks like they're not going to convert it into the Herald, and I think that G2's not too unhappy about that.
Yeah, I think it's as you were saying, Betty, with both side lanes under pressure, they can't really turn towards the Herald, so instead look to defend towers. But with the quicker resets coming through now for G2, they should be the ones that are able to set up for that Herald. Only question mark for me is how low Hans Sama's mana is in the mid lane, because he won't be as effective in a team fight if he doesn't have that ultimate available, and with only 35 mana, he won't be able to bring that one out. So I'm not sure exactly what the plan is here. Maybe it's gift blue buff over towards Hans Sama so he can test Rift Herald.
Noticing on the top lane with Mickey trying to set up for a play, and G2 trying to play around caps yet again. Herald will start regardless though as we chat about it. Yike is just going to take blue first, then move, and with Hans Sama now ulti back up and available in his flash, you can see that the priority for BDS has to quickly get this wave and then not stick around.
G2 with control around the objective. Kind of in their forte this time around. Broken Blade sitting on a ward. He doesn't know this. He thinks that BDS aren't familiar with his game, but they very much are. Ash Arrow.
Like playing Where's Wally, but you know where he is the whole time. You're just playing for your son. For the meantime, Broken Blade gets stunned up, and Ice tries to turn it around. There's a good quickness though, and Ice ends up getting the kill. That was a nice bait as first turret goes down.
I don't think they wanted to invest the quickness, but they kind of saw how much damage was going onto Ice, and they were like, maybe we don't risk this. So Broken Blade will be collapsed on once more. Adam now alone in the top lane probably will equalize the wave just to make sure that he doesn't get any sort of pressure on him, but actually there's just no one on G2 there, so he's going to be fine.
Again though, you look at the map state. Yes, BDS, they committed 3 members to finding that pick onto Broken Blade, and I believe they also stole away the red buff, but mid tower gone, top tower gone.
Yeah.
In terms of actual map control, G2 continues to find those advantages, and with the Herald, they can look to bring that bot if they want to threaten the setup on the next dragon. They could keep it mid to threaten the tier 2 tower to then have that guaranteed mid control, so the BDS is forced to take the long way around back to contest that wave, then giving G2 easy access into the river. It's G2 that kind of gets to decide how the next sequence of plays happen, unless BDS can find a pick, and it looks like they set their sights on Hans.
Well, it's the ulti again. Flash misses with from Sheo. Hans still flashes though, so you'll take a small win for BDS here, 15 seconds from Dragon.
And the cleanse was still down, so that could have been it. That could have been the moment that BDS needed, but swing and a miss, and now G2 we get the last outer turn on the bot side as BDS try to cut off Caps, but there's just no way that they can do it.
Rob doesn't want to take the pick. Instead, Caps just goes over the wall and pushes him out. Second Dragon for G2 now looking more likely here as the health bar does come into advantage and BDS fly away.
It's Broken Blade that's been brought into mid lane to push out that wave. With the fact that they have that pushing wave in bot as well. Yeah, BDS, I mean, they don't have the Sejuani ultimate. One of their key engages, they said that it's not worth trying to force the fight. They'll just take the flash away from Hans Sama. Second Dragon secured for G2, third of the game. And I will say, it was looking scary for G2 after BDS found themselves 6-1 up in kills.
I thought that was a horrible early game, yeah.
I thought that it was going to end in disaster, but credit to them, they found some great individual plays. They made some good map movements, and they steadied their nerves. Many teams can collapse in a situation like that, but they've kind of re-attained that map control. And now we enter the mid to late game. This mid game is where you start to see those 2-item spikes. This is where some of the most important fights of the game happen. And this is where a team can either build a solid lead to then look to close things out, or it's where the chaos can begin.
I do think the windows of opportunity for BDS to create that chaos are kind of gone, though. That play in the mid needed to succeed because now all these outer turrets being down means that G2 just get to push in all these waves. They get to establish vision. It becomes way more difficult to look for picks with Ice, look for picks with Sheo, as long as that vision control is there for G2. And with BDS kind of been investing all that time and resources into the mid lane, now they're scrambling to try and get control back of the map, which is why G2 immediately run bot here.
Equalizer's going to be clearing the wave, though. That buys a bit of time, but Herald gets snapped on down. And speaking of the snap engage, Mickey has to move away, and Lebrov there gets zoned out as Herald will still charge. But this won't be a dead turret. BDS there to defend. But again, coming back to the state of the game, I think it's important to note that we've been sitting on Hans Summer for 2 items here for a little bit as well. He's got that advantage, and we know it's because of the gold lead individually. But mid, especially there, with 1,600 over for Caps, it's no surprise that G2 feels so confident now when their 80 carries are so damn strong.
It's the scary thing about Caps. Nuke had a good control over Caps in the previous game where we saw Nuke constantly moving into those side lanes, getting those resources funneled into him. But when BDS are being the proactive team, looking for these plays around the map, Caps has just been quietly farming in the side lane, as he often does. And Otto Omne loves to describe it as Caps isn't a problem up until he is. And I think it's safe to say Caps is a bit of a problem right now.
And I think that it was that initial play on towards the top side, the one where they traded for Dragon, that really set up Caps for that big lead, and now he just gets to reap the benefits as G2 bully their way onto the bottom side. They're BDS are trying to leave Nuke on this top end to see if he can maybe get some gold into him and try and fight back, but with everyone on 2 items for G2, or at least close to it, especially in the carry role, that's where you start to become a threat for G2, where they can just continue this dragon stacking, look towards Baron now, and just continue taking these outer turrets.
Getting that deep tower and bot also just sets you up better for the Baron, because now you have the option as this Zeri or as this Aatrox to be able to deep push in that bot side and then look to try and TP, and you kind of create this mountain of pressure that BDS have to deal with. Unsummer, no flash, remember.
That pick again, the arrow connects. The cleanse is available though, but used again as the quickness locks him down. They need to commit, and they full do. Shut down over to Nuke as they turn it over to Mickey. He went in deep after his 80 carry dropped on down, but now with Caps here in full lightning surge, BDS take a bit of damage on the exit, but the pick finally pays off.
They do get a pick, but it's not really getting them much control back over the map. Broken Blade still pushing in that top side. They weren't able to turn with really any damage on towards Mickey or anyone else on G2, so at this stage, yes, it's a pick, but it's not going to really snowball out of control.
I will say that they're demonstrating what G2 should have been doing in game 1, how to use the Ashe, constantly looking for those picks in the hopes of converting it into an opportunity. I just think that the problem is that it's not just one side lane that's constantly under barragement, it's 2.
Oh, Mickey flashes away. Okay. Man is ever so dangerous in both these games.
Losing his flash there, very much a big mistake. But the problem for BDS is the fact that typically you find this pick, and then even if you can't push in that mid wave, in theory you could rotate that pressure to bot, and then you can open up a tower there. But it's this double side lane threat. They're finding picks onto a single member while the rest of G2 are kind of just constantly putting pressure everywhere, whether it be their side of the jungle, their side of the map, these side lanes. Like, it's very annoying for BDS to deal with because there's just all these threats that are just kind of being obnoxious. And again, we look at it, look at where Caps is right now. BDS are doing the right thing. They're overcommitting members towards the top side of the map to start threatening that tier 1 tower to kind of open up that side. It's good control, patient play, what you're supposed to do. But meanwhile, mid is being pushed in. That bot jungle is completely denied of all vision. Caps continues to take resources and push in this bot wave, and it's hard for BDS.
And BDS, with committing everything to the top side, now aren't going to have control over mid wave because Caps could always threaten mid. That opens up vision control over a river area in the spot side jungle of BDS with Dragon in just a few moments. So even though BDS get the tower, it's still G2 heavily focused on these objectives and now going to put the hurt onto BDS if they enter into jungles.
I mean, into jungle they go. It's the start of Hans Summer as he looks to set up now with the BF sword in inventory too. He's got old bag of shoes sitting in there without upgrades, but damage not to be undermined as G2 just get a free dragon start. You can see TP even committed towards mid lane. Caps gets back to the wave, and BDS are coming late to the show.
But Caps just wants to keep the mid wave turret down, and because he's got Runins, great, he's done it. Now G2 might actually look for the fight after, but they're just going to try and force BDS back. Broken Blade isn't on the map though, so they do have to be a little careful about posturing as aggressively as this, but with BDS now only really starting to enter in the mid lane, there's not much that they can do.
3 dragons to 1, 5 kills to 9. The Gold relatively even. There's the ulti.
Big setup on the Yike, and Arrow follows through as well. Equalizer layered on top. Now they're looking for the poke, but Nuke can't stay for long. Yike's burning down still, but the red buff, I think it's enough to keep him alive as well as the level up. BDS, their pick tools down.
One rocket from Nuke went into a minion and couldn't quite get towards Yike, so could have been that finishing move, and again, just that one pick, but G2 managed to hold. They will still keep control over the river area and will stop BDS really starting to surmount anything off that place.
The thing that surprises me is he didn't flash. Yike held his nerve and chose to keep the summoner spell all the way up until the end. The problem now for BDS is they've got no tools left. They've basically thrown them all out the window, and G2 say, okay, we will take control of this Baron. And they can use it to start a fight knowing that they have an ult advantage.
And Nuke is on the bottom side. They want to get his teleport out. So BDS, what are you going to do?
And look at where Mickey is as well. Hex flashed the wrong way. Doesn't want to commit just yet. He's spotted out by a wall, but Baron's already started up. And 5k is going down fast. It burns as BDS put this game 2 on the line. Caps his ulti out as well. He starts firing as Mickey gets burnt down though. The health bar's not great until they turn it with Hans Sama's ulti. Broken Blade is unleashed and flapping his wings at Sheo. Caps unleashes as he gets too low to continue on. Nuke is still a threat. Baron is stopped. The game is halted for now.
4 seconds on Ice's ultimate, so they were trying to see if they could draw G2 out long enough to look for that play. Ice is still stepping up. Hans might be the focus of this Ash Arrow.
He's got cleanse available, so maybe they could pull it out, but Ice just volleys, backs away. Baron will not be recontested for now. So if you call that a win for stopping Baron, I don't blame you, but again, more gold over to G2 in the end.
Ultimately, I think it's a good decision from G2, knowing that they have the ult advantage. Mickey, as you rightly called Hysterics, hesitates on the initial engage. They wait for Sheo to step up, and then Mickey kind of gets locked down here. He becomes the target, and then you'll notice this engage didn't quite go the way they wanted, but the CC landed onto Adam, and that was enough to create a 1-for-1 situation. Then G2 want to try and make the chase happen, get as many summoner spells out as possible. They get another flash from both Ice and Sheo, meaning they find themselves in a good spot to potentially threaten the Baron once more.
Remember in this game when Caps was almost up 2k gold? Nuke is now caught up. 200 is the barrier between them right now. 3 items apiece. Nuke once again on this Corki, really farming up a storm.
Just Corki things, man.
Yeah, I know. Also the champion. Yeah, the champion influences a little bit as well.
But still, I mean, if BDS can just continue fishing for these picks, they're now starting to get the damage that can actually ramp it up into potentially a lot more. The downside is having burnt that teleport on Nuke to get to the play. If BB and Caps can just wait for their own teleports to be up, they can play the map. With G2 want the play.
Caps over with the ulti as well. Surges into Adam. Adam's in trouble and flashes immediately. Broken Blade now unleashes, but the arrow stops him in tracks. He could have gone in with his flash over the wall, so Ice disengages the fight.
It's 2 ultis gone in exchange for 2. Ice and Adam burning their ultimates for Caps and Broken Blades. Dragon about 1.5 minutes. And again, we talked about in the previous game, the reason why you have these kind of mid-lane ARAM situations is because it's the fight over the mid-wave, and AD carries with so much wave clear. Normally, it's just a numbers difference that help guarantee it. So normally what you'll see is these push on sides again. You look at bot lane right now, it's in G2's interest to keep BDS as 5 in mids, because BDS are then just losing farm on the bot side of the map, right? So they're going to go catch that wave. He's going to go push this one out. And G2 put themselves in a fairly good spot as BDS kind of reset the map to neutral.
Also, just G2 matching the early resets from BDS here for Dragon. This is something that BDS has been doing pretty consistently. He's kind of resetting around 1:10 before that Dragon starts, so they can get control of their own jungle, start to set up some offensive vision in River, and then they just stay out on the map that little bit longer. But G2 have matched them here, so they're matching when BDS are trying to set up that vision with 45 seconds left until Dragon's up.
Brov is the one fishing for now, and this guy has a Warmogs, by the way, so he can heal, and Mickey cannot if there's any kind of pick or any kind of poke. Now, gentlemen, pretend I'm your therapist. 30 seconds until Dragon comes in. Start venting to me. What are the problems here as BDS look for an angle?
Well, my support has left me from my jungle, so now Mickey's going to die.
So maybe we need to talk about that in a later session. Mickey runs away. The arrow hits on Yike, by the way. It's down with the equalizer as they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink into G2. Hansama flashes away while Lebrov goes full commit. Quickness there, but minions in the way. Adam gets poked on the way out too, and BDS have used some tools here while Hansama starts healing up.
But Caps is still going in that top side, so BDS, they need to try and start up this objective, but it's a second Dragon. For an inhibitor turret?
Oh,
I take that every day of the week as G2.
I'm scared because Broken Blade's on a flank as well with everything up and available. He won't be spotted out. He gets zoned out until the Ward and Dragon going down while Caps, as you said, is getting the top lane turret. Dragon does indeed get denied by BDS for the soul, but Caps has taken it all, broken the base down, and now G2 have an entry point.
And what you said was close between the mid laners is now a 2k gold lead for Caps, just like that. Being able to take that side lane control. And it was a nice idea from BDS. You could see the separation between Yike and Mickey meant that they were able to try and orchestrate something of a pick, but unfortunately it was such a split call with so many different directions that they just didn't have enough damage to take anyone down. So yes, they get the Dragon, but G2, it's a second Ocean Dragon. Crack the base, you take that all the time.
Yeah.
And for viewers at home wondering why didn't Yike gamble it, flip it, right? Why didn't he try and make that concept? Well, first thing, he didn't have flash available. So that's the key part. But also, it just wasn't in G2's interest. If they try and force that fight 4v5 and they lose, then Baron becomes an immediate option for BDS. And all that control or that setup that you've just gained for yourself would be thrown away. So you're fine delaying the Ocean Soul because BDS will find themselves in the exact same position in 4 minutes time. So instead, you take the wins that you can get, you concede what you don't want to gamble, and you'd be happy with the position that you find yourself in. Caps, once again, finds himself in a side lane.
Does he win this 1v1?
I think he does.
Okay, well, we're about to find out because Caps is going to take it. You know that he's coming over the wall. Here's a lightning surge. Nuke gets out of the way, but Caps starts chasing, but out of range until he flashes the arrow.
Oh, no way!
The arrow from downtown! Vanilla Ice gets a shutdown over to Nuke, but Broken Blade takes one in response, but now he's in the middle of the whole of BDS. This guy, as an addition to the LEC, was insane by BDS, but now the Baron for the Cots. G2 are quick with the fingers too.
And they have to finish it off, and they'll be able to take it. BDS weren't able to get a position, so it's 2 kills for 1. But how much can BDS get off the back of this? These backs are going to be stopped by Lebrov, so BDS can keep pushing.
I question whether BDS needed all 5 members on the bottom side of the map, even if they just had 1 or 2 on the top side to delay G2 from securing that objective. Perhaps there was a world in which they could answer the Baron, because I guess from G2's perspective, yes, they did lose 2 members, but they still got the Baron off the back of it. BDS doing their best to get something more as they secure 2 towers in the mid lane, but ultimately, Baron secured for G2.
And this is where we have to see if G2 can get the value out of it. If you can start to look for, you know, plays underneath the tower with Hans Sama's ultimate, Yike's ultimate, push BDS off these turrets, you can force BDS back into the base, and suddenly that top turret being down is super important for G2. But if you can play for picks as BDS, slow down this Baron, that's where you can find moments here as BDS to come back.
And you know why I love that pick point, Dagda, is because from that play, they burn Caps' flash. They get Broken Blade's flash as well. They are more vulnerable on the side of G2, where BDS, as you already rightfully said, and you both said at the start of the game, there's nice non-committal engage in this comp with Sejuani with the Ashe. For BDS, it feels like this Dragon fight, or at least set up over the next 2 minutes, and denying the Baron is going to be the most crucial point of game 2.
G2 are just grouping up to deny that pick, though. They want to have nothing to do with BDS's Ashe arrows anymore. They just want to make sure they can play. But Caps is spotted in mid, so this could be the moment where BDS realize G2 are overextended a little bit and might look for something.
Maybe.
But both Nuke and Ice clearing out the mid wave as quickly as possible.
The turret for now. We're waiting for that equalizer to be layered down. Adam holds onto the trigger as BDS move and just wait to see what Caps does in response.
Yeah, they need Caps to push in this mid wave before they can really commit to the bot side play. Notice that they're not immediately fast pushing that bot wave because they need to wait for this mid wave to catch up. BDS is trying to set up for a play onto Caps. He doesn't, of course, have the Baron buff, which means that most of the pressure is on the bot side where you'll find both Ice and Adam. The tower is getting slowly chipped away, but BDS are holding the line. Ultimately, this is just a pressure play to allow G2 to get control over this bot side jungle, ready for the Dragon spawning in a minute's time.
Caps' position in the mid lane's great, though. He's always positioned beside this wall, so if Lebrov ever comes in or anyone comes over that wall, he can always hop out, so making it impossible for BDS to really punish him. They are getting control over the jungle, though, which is going to dissuade a lot of that G2 pressure. As it goes
Close
but Lebrov!
He's still thinking about it. Quickness is there. Remember, he has everything up and available, but Caps gets over the wall. Not far enough! He doesn't get to play Subway Surfers in game 2.
And it's Lebrov who constantly has the right idea, waiting on the flank that entire time. Dagda was talking about how Caps was doing his best to respect it, but the second that he doesn't, Lebrov is lying in wait and ready to pounce.
And now you've got 30 seconds on Dragon. You have no pressure on that top side, nowhere to draw BDS away, and a lot of those ultimates should be back up and available, but BDS actually went for the resets. G2 might be in a position to try and look for a pick of their own. Broken Blade trying to sneak in behind. They know there's no vision here.
20 seconds on Caps. He has the TP available. This is a choke point for G2.
Oh,
A Rumble ultimate.
But wait, Lebrov can just fire back the equalizer. Beautiful, but Broken Blade fires first. I mean, the problem is he hasn't died just yet. The poke needs to come through and finish the job as G2 are getting low. Adam flashes forward. The Electro Harpoon not connecting as he goes golden. BDS haven't got the commitment just yet as Mickey stuns him in place, but it's messy. The arrow in the back fires. G2 collapsed. BDS came in today ready to pack their clothes, their shoes, their boats, their motorcycles, and go to Munich.
I mean, it's a good fight, Hysterics, but okay, they should be able to convert it into the Dragon. I was worried, given their HP bars, that they wouldn't be able to, but question marks for G2 trying to force the 4v5. They could have just stalled, waited for Caps to respawn. There was 10 seconds left on that timer the moment that they started that fight, but it was over before he could really get involved in the action.
And time again, G2 have shown that they will make mistakes, and BDS are looking for those punishments. They catch Caps. This fight, incredible equalizer from Adam. Hansama tries to open up with an ultimate of his own, but he can't get the positioning, and BDS, they play it slow. The flash forward with the Zonyas means G2 have no real target. Nuke now forces so many members of G2 away. The arrow cleansed by Hansama, but all it did was buy the space that BDS needed to finish off those members of G2. And now, although that's not you get that gold, it's more important for map state. G2 don't have control to put pressure onto that top inhibitor. G2 no longer have control of these dragons. It's 3 apiece, and now they will be forced to fight BDS. And if BDS can continue to look for these picks that G2 have fallen for, it only becomes easier when you're on a more even footing in the game.
The truth is that G2 is out of sorts. Given the map state that they had, we don't even have to go that far back to think of this team that at the beginning of the year said they really wanted to focus on improving their mid-game. They wanted to make smart map decisions. They wanted to be better at converting early game leads into clean games and early game deficits into strong comebacks thanks to good map movements. And we saw the benefits of that once they made it to MSI. But here in the series against Fnatic, we're seeing them flounder. We're seeing them make poor decisions and get punished for it. The foundation of BDS, they've been called a gatekeeper for a reason. Their fundamentals are solid, and if you make too many mistakes, they'll punish.
They could be the gatekeepers denying G2 top 3, but Mickey
it's
goes
a Magnastorm in, but it's on the engage tools who can take it up. The equalizer is a counter engage as the arrow flies through yet again. Mickey at half HP, and Broken Blade's here to shine. Sheo flashes away, but Lebrov in the backline gets quickness, and Caps gets out though. That E over the wall saves his life. No summoner needed to be burned, and BDS, the tools are down again.
Let's track once again the things that we used. Every single ultimate is gone from the side of BDS, but they have the health advantage. G2 still have Zeri's ultimate. They still have Hans' ultimate, crucially.
Waiting to see if G2 can fight back. We've criticized them, we've looked at their gameplay, but BDS are now in front of the Baron. Yike is looking for a steal, but they won't give it to him. Great poke that comes through from Nuke, and they turn back and they take the purple worm. Another road built up inch by inch in game 2 again.
Look at Ice's ultimate though. This Ashe cooldown is so low. Caps tries to go in, but Ice can turn soon. That's the ultimate available now for the Ashe.
Mickey doesn't have flash available, so he can't make that distance. BDS move up to the top side. They've got Baron enhanced recalls. Mickey wants to stop this by himself, but Mickey will get turned and burned and everything in between. Ice gets the kill. Now Caps runs up, but he knows he can't stick around.
The ults are coming back off cooldown, so BDS are going to start to chase Sheos. Now just off cooldown.
Blood in the water. Caps is going to have to get himself a QSS. Thank you dearly, he says, but now that item is down.
And Adam still pushing in mid. They can continue this pressure across the map because they're forcing G2 back. They overextend. Broken Blade.
Adam.
Where are you going?
Oh my god, he sidesteps so, but he's still going to get pulled back. Equalizer still goes down, but Adam is down. Broken Blade gets some golden. Yike gets redemption down a little bit lower. It's a pick for G2, but it won't stop BDS from the top side.
It's chaos right now. BDS wanted to reset after the Baron, but after finding that pick onto Mickey, they knew that they could push their advantage. They set their sights on the tier 2.
I wasn't sure if their Caps wanted to TP in onto that top side. They spotted Nuke, and he'd gone for the reset, but not going to be able to chase him down, or hadn't reset, but sorry, to interrupt.
I mean, you're all good. I mean, we're getting an exciting situation because of the chaos that we are devolving into. 38 minutes on the clock. The soul has to go to somebody, gentlemen, and we're a minute away from that fight. BDS have done some good damage to the structures of G2. We find ourselves 7-5 in towers. and the contest over the mid wave begins once more. Bot wave being pushed in by Broken Blade, no TP available for him, and we calm down as we set up for the ensuing fight.
Because Baron is still running while this Dragon Soul is going to be up as well, but the engage starts with Mickey, but again, it's on the front line until Ice dies in the mix of it as well. BDS have found their way back as they look for Broken Blade here in the front to back, plays it out. Nuke is still alive, but the health bars are shattered, and with Ice down, that's a big tool that BDS have been relying on.
And now 30 seconds until you can get that Dragon up, but Rob can look for the reset, come back into the fight, but BB down, Mickey down, you have no engage. This is a very squishy comp for G2.
Boy, doesn't have a Warmogs, but he's still healing up. Yike flashes in though, and he lands everything! Yike gets turned on still though, Nuke doesn't die, the redemption helps out again. How does Nuke not die? As Caps is burnt down, and now Adam is looking for the Electro Harpoon. He doesn't land it, but Dragon's up in 10 seconds as Caps! A crucial mistake! The legend of the mid lane has blundered in front of BDS!
And BDS have the man advantage. The Soul is in front of them. Only Hans is alive, with Mickey making his way back out on the map. But they don't have the resources. They don't have the manpower to fight this. A situation that should have gone so well for G2. BDS find the outplay, and they will secure the Soul.
No way. Hansama is stunned up in place. He doesn't have Merc Trades. He's dead. Ice is going to slow him down at the very least. He doesn't want to take the 1v1 or lose the GA, but Hans being delayed here is massive for the game. The W slow, Nuke's here, Hans dies, and his death timer is desynced with the rest of G2.
Nuke is going nuclear. 10, 1, and 6 on the Corki. We look back at this engage, and it's Mickey that finds a great ulti to set up for Hansama. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Nuke gets good damage off, but then Broken Blade becomes a little bit isolated as Adam TP's in. Caps hesitates to get involved in the fight. Hans doesn't quite have the range, and the cooldowns are there for Yike, meaning that they can't get an additional kill, and now they overstep. A nice stun is going to connect from Yike, but it's not enough as BDS find themselves on the siege.
The Gatekeepers want to become the Kingmakers as they go for Caps.
QSS down again. Shao just pops the ulti, gets the item. Easy done deal. We shake on it, and BDS open up the base. Mid is now in tatters as bot is going to be the same, and BDS could it be the 2-0 start? No one expected it. Everyone said they're underdogs, but G2 are getting pummeled.
They certainly are. BDS, they have the Souls, they have GAs. They're looking to secure their second inhibitor, and it is G2 that is crumbling.
Now, don't let me be disingenuous. A pummel is not the right word, but you know that BDS at this point now is starting to do it with all the tools that my gents here talked about. Ocean Soul keeps them nice and healthy as the bottom inhibitor's broken. Mid, the same. G2 are now playing on the defensive here as BDS aren't done with their siege. Arrow flies through. There's Equalizer as well. Broken Blade gets out though. Redemption shows it might be a bit too deep here. Also with Yike sending out the ulti, BDS disengage.
But again, it's that non-committal engage. Just fish for a play. Did it work out? No.
True.
Okay, we're going to back away. Mid until Baron. We don't have to overforce things. We have super minions now in mid and bot. We can just play off that top wave, push that in, force G2 into their own base, and fall back to Baron and secure it safely.
You know, it's BDS that find themselves and an opportunity to do something that they've always struggled to do, and that is go 2-up in a series against G2. There's only a very small problem.
Betty, don't say it.
BDS have a history of being reverse swept.
I know, but Betty.
Now, of course, they still need to win this game. They've still got to close things out, and we can address that problem when we get to it.
Yep.
But that thought lingers at the back of my mind as BDS continue to find these avenues, these angles of attack that punish the mistakes that we've been seeing from G2.
The only two teams that have done it are Fnatic and Bad Lions, who are waiting for them if they can try and close out this series as well. But BDS pushing now on top side. Just play it slow. You don't need to try and do anything fancy. Let the minions do the work for you. Use that top wave, and you can see now G2, they've cleared out mid, which actually gives them a relatively good chance to try and contest this Baron as it spawns. I think BDS might be skipping some steps here.
But Nuke is a 6-item Corki, so his zone control is insane. As G2 know walking in, they can get nuked. And I mean that as both a pun and it's a lot of fun for BDS's mid laner. G2 walk up and try and clear the wave again.
No pressure on G2 on the map, so they can continue to put pressure onto BDS instead. Rob, hovering just off the wings, it goes wide.
Shadow doesn't connect, so BDS one tool down, but the cooldown at this point in the game won't be long. They try to buy more time as that bottom wave is slowly channeling in. G2 though get Equalizer, they get arrowed, Hansama cleanses the wave, but Caps is destroyed. Labrov full commits, he charms everyone, while Ice now just starts free firing. He cleanses the wave, but his volley finishes off Yike. BDS came in today ready to play, and G2 are caught off guard.
They were not strong enough to handle the weight of BDS. This team continues to find the fights. They will get the better, and they're going to go 2-0 up in the series.
They managed to catch out G2 over and over, punish those mistakes. Now G2 try to hold on to their turrets, but they're being forced back.
Unsum is so low, the full engage is there though. G2 finally gets something good as BDS are still left with 3 and with an Ocean Soul and GA. It doesn't matter. Nuke is going off again. There's a meltdown. There's a crash on the ground. And G2 are dumbfound. BDS move to match point with a clean 2-0 start. When fate is in their hands for Worlds this year, they will not go quietly into that night.
A result that no one expected. G2 are floundering and BDS are taking advantage of it. Time and time again with great team fights, good positioning on the map. It is BDS that find themselves at match point.
You're ready to say G2, right? It's just our brains wired to the leaders of this region. But G2 one step away from getting knocked out and having their worst finish in a split, at least in a playoff split, since 2023 spring versus Mad. It's crazy that Mad knocked them down here, and I'm crazy to say that it could be BDS going towards our Munich finals. You can grab your LEC season finals and EMEA summer finals for 2024 down there. You can get Munich tickets, lec.gg/Munich. BDS one step away from having a nice trip down south, gents. And it's a good way to go. Let's see if they can finish off the jobber of G2. Still have some bite in them right after this.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
out, gets Ice up as we get the knock up. It's still going to be first blood over to Ice, as Captain mid lane's going to die as well. Flashes away, the wave is in the way.
Oh!
BB flashes and gets nothing for it. A harpoon to the face, and I think Broken Blade's mind is also broken.
Look. Yeah, I'm looking. Nah, two on me. Oh.
Easy. Nice,
Alright.
Stuns him in place, but it's messy. The arrow in the backfire is G2 collapsed. BDS came in today ready to pack their clothes, their shoes, their boats, their motorcycles, and go to Munich.
I love it out of Jake. Just so excited because it's BDS that finds themselves on match point already versus G2. We talked so much at the top of the day. If you're going to lose to them so many times, you really only have to beat them once. And it would be today to keep your world's hopes alive, to kick them out of Munich, and to have a chance of winning that trophy in Munich yourself. And I gotta say, I'm really happy at what I saw from BDS. Not that they threw their early game lead, Broxa and Odo, but that they brought it back.
Yeah, I think more than anything, them showcasing that they have the mental strength to be in a difficult position and to put G2 in this position where they're under a lot of pressure now is so impressive.
Exactly, and they're doing so many things that we wanted them to see. We wanted them to be more proactive in the setup stage of the fight and everything. And they've been in so many difficult positions where they really had to step up, and they have been delivering so far to an amazing extent.
Oh, absolutely. I want to talk about Ice because we've been talking about him a lot, I know, but he is insane this series. And this was a game in which he had the early advantage, but Hansama and G2 fought back, right? So he had to be pixel perfect in all of these fights, of course, flanked by his support.
I think in a lot of ways, this guy, I'm going to say it, he's the Reckless of the current generation of AD carries we have in the league, in the sense that he's always really consistent, he never makes any major mistakes in fights, he always deals a lot of damage, and you can always rely on him to perform each and every game.
And what I like is that BDS is setting him up for success, because a lot of the map trades they're doing, they're suboptimal in the grand scheme of things with gold allocation and everything, but they are getting the gold on the most valuable member on their team right now, and it's Ice. He's getting most of the gold. Everyone else is setting themselves out a little bit behind, but he's delivering, man, with all of that gold that he has. Those stats are insane.
Yeah, let's call it out. Damage per minute, 999. That's exactly what G2 said when they saw him coming towards him the whole game. No! Ice! BDS, please stop. But I think we need to talk about that resilience, right, Broxa? Because you have to talk about the whole context of the series loss, of the pressure for BDS, of all these things they wanted to work on and they wanted to show. And I mean, it's always the elephant in the room, but also G2 is not playing well. The thing is, you still gotta kick the ball in the net.
Yeah, I think from a mental standpoint, both teams now are in a pretty difficult position where, you know, BDS are suddenly so close to making it all the way, beating G2, going to Munich, and G2 on the other side will surely consider the year a massive failure in a lot of ways. If they win 3 splits and then don't even get to play in Munich, they don't go to the roadshow, they don't, you know, win the split that matters the most.
But I also think that G2 are shooting themselves off in the foot, because the draft, I feel like it just gives them way too narrow win conditions. And right now, even in this fight, it's G2, like more so BDS has been falling behind, but they have so many tools to catch. The initial catch on Caps on mid lane set them up for the success here, because right now the game is still in G2's hands. If they stabilize the game and still play to their strengths, which are quite narrow at this point of the game, it should be a free win. But BDS just has so many tools, and they're just so decisive, and they identify win conditions and windows. The G2 is being sloppy around and giving it to them. They're taking everything.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's great to see from BDS, I gotta say. Are you the kind of people where the glass is half full or the glass is half empty in life?
Well, I was the glass was mega empty for BDS coming to this series, because I was like, yeah, they need to do this, they need to do that. They have never done this, and right now I'm all in on the BDS hype train.
The glass is floweth over, and I wanted to take a look at some stats in terms of best of fives. Now we know there's enormous prowess in terms of best of fives for G2 Esports. They themselves have only reverse swept once in the LEC in 2019 versus Fnatic. Sorry, cover your ears, Fnatic fans. A reverse sweep, I know. BDS, we gotta bring it up. They got reverse swept twice, and they have lost 3-2 4 times over the last 2 years. I only say this to put it all in context, Broxa, right? Because we talk so much about slaying your demons as a competitor. For BDS, it's more than one thing now in these next games. The good thing is that they hold match point for a few games. It's not just this next one.
Yeah, and if they actually manage to come out on top, if they surprise G2 here, imagine the momentum you're going to have coming into the rest of playoffs, and no matter who they're going to go up against, they're going to believe that they can actually go all the way and win the trophy.
And right now, I believe it's a critical point, because coming into the series, we were always like, BDS, face your demons, you're playing a team that you have never beat. But right now, you're at 2-0 with a sword over their neck, and all you have to do is deliver the final blow, and you have 3 shots. Are you gonna miss, or are you gonna take it at any of those 3 opportunities? And I'm really excited to see it.
But keep in mind, if they lose just one game, the doubt is going to start creeping in. So this next game is really key for both sides.
Oh, it's so important. We're going to cover the draft right here on the desk. Whenever that's ready, we'll get into it. But you're right, you know, you've both been in this situation where we got this, guys. 1 game lost, that's fine. Then you start to realize all your little mistakes. Then maybe you have a pick that is suboptimal. I mean, you probably can give some insight into this.
Well, you mentioned the Fnatic getting reverse
Yes.
swept by D2. I may have been on that Fnatic lineup, and I remember clearly that we were backstage, we were very comfortable and confident. But then we looked over at the G2 camp, and I think that's the first thing that got to us, because they were laughing, smiling, they were in a really good mindset, and that's one of the things that I'm curious to see here.
Let's see.
The look on their faces, whether
They're serious.
Yeah, you can see they feel a bit stressed out. That's
they
not the
look
G2
stressed.
that I saw at the time.
No, that's the G2 I remember.
This is one of those areas where having really good staff around you to bring a good speech and to make sure that you're in a good mindset going into the game is so important.
I also feel like it's a matter of personalities, because that G2 2019 did have a lot of bantery guys with Jankos, Wonder, Caps, Perks. It was full of people who they would just like always laugh no matter what, and it would bring you down. But a little bit more somber feelings from the G2 side right now, but I'm still believing that they're capable of giving us a really good series.
Me too. On the other hand, you know, you want to see BDS punch their ticket to Munich in terms of how hard they've tried to kind of punch against G2 the entire year. And it starts with the draft, of course. So let's hope no mistakes are made here, and then we're off to a good foot. And G2, they remain on this blue side. What are the main adaptations they have to make?
Well, so far the adaptation we're seeing them make is leave open the Braum. Question is if they're going to ban it last. BDS also usually bans the Draven, but now went for Misfortune instead. I think for G2 specifically, one key pick has been the Corki. Ice has been an absolute monster in both games. You're not going to be able to shut him down, but get rid of the Corki, ban it, first pick it for Caps so that he can get an advantage over Nuke. In, you know, last game, for example, Caps was actually up 2k gold at 2 different times in the game, but Nuke just got so strong with those pulse
Yeah,
spikes.
he made the difference in those team fights, right, Nuke? If we look at the end of them.
Well, they sacrificed a lot of the game to kind of buy as much time as possible for them, because they identified that he would be one of the main win conditions. But right now, I do think that this Corki might be first pick, because I don't really think they care so much about the Sejuani, given that they played Brand into it this game. Oh, I guess Ashe was the problem. The previous game.
The one thing I want to avoid is ending up with the same mid matchup. Corgi for BDS, Siri for Caps. I think right now, with how the series has played out, it would be surprising for BDS not to lock in Corgi right away. And then the question is whether G2 is going to have a different and more powerful response to it.
I would like to see a lot more proactivity around mid lane for G2, and I think that would start with the mid lane pick. Whoops. Because oh, well, I guess they're taking a... Oh, never mind. But back to my point, I think we need to see Caps on something a little bit more proactive early game, because, to be honest, he got very fed in that game. He was 2k gold up at minute 35, which is a little bit late in the game. And he usually shines a lot more when he's set up for success and he has a champion with... Well, Zeri has a lot of mobility, but he has all the tools capable to, you know, take over the laning phase and skirmish around the map.
There's a lot of things that we don't highlight when we're going. Oh, the Tristana was open. But you know,
well, that's a Cap special.
There we go. Sheo has been having a great series as well, Broxah.
Yeah, and I think ultimately what surprises me about this draft is that both Nuke and Sheo have been fantastic on the Maokai, Sejuani, the Corki mid, and G2 is basically looking them dead in the eye, telling them that you beat us playing this exact strategy twice. We don't think, you know, that was any of the problem. It had nothing to do with draft. We're just going to go up against you, take a similar approach and beat you. And I have to say, this is a very risky route to go down, because it would be very sad to see them, you know, getting, you know, to this point and letting their ego get to them instead of just removing the likes of Corki.
And losing to the same situation 3 times. Now, let me ask you this. If the same game state happens, but this time Caps has Tristana instead of Zeri, what happens?
I would see some differences, but nothing major, because for me, I look at this draft and it's a repeat of game one in that sense, where the win conditions are similar, but it might also be a matter of comfort where the players feel like, oh, if I had this champion what I feel a lot more confident in, I could do a lot more with the goal lead I have, because Caps has been a Tristana specialist. But right now with engage options going away, I do wonder what Mickey will play, because here if he's forced into something like the Braum and all of a sudden you need to play a bit more reactive with the team comp that G2 has right now, I don't see it going so well. So I think BDS is doing a great job by pinching the engage supports right now, because it's hard to leverage and to have two ADCs walking forward without this sort of setup.
Yeah.
And for the early game specifically, there were a couple of key factors that, you know, G2 have now taken away. There's not going to be any Ash Arrows or Hawk Shots. They have a stronger mid lane than the Tristana versus Corki. They removed Rakan from Labrov. So while it's a very similar comp from BDS, at least they're taking some steps to secure a better early game, which is where we really need to see G2 shine.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities. Hawkshot, really, I mean, probably not underrated, but specifically if you're like G2 and you see it 2 games in a row and you think, well, what can we do? We're always being caught out. Let us do it ourselves. Same for the Arrow. And the Braum goes over to the other side.
Well, it makes more sense for BDS because you already have, you know, this big bulky front line. Sejuani can give you the engage tools you need, and all of us. And again, with BDS, you have 2 long-range champions. Well, they're marksmen, so that's a super bonus with Ezreal and Corki. And all you have to do is get to objectives first, and then just press S. And then the onus is on G2 to, you know, pull the trigger and make some magic happen. While the game plan is a little bit easier for BDS right now.
Back to Cassante.
When in doubt, pick Cassante. Yeah.
Well, one thing they were lacking last game was some clear front line that could survive and soak the poke coming out of BDS. So I think going for the likes of a Cassante instead of a Rumble or a Renekton does make a lot of sense. And now the question is what Mickey is going to go for, because a lot of these prior engage supports have been taken away. The likes of an Alistar that is still open is not that great in the Braum. So we're going to see a range support instead.
We are. Oh, we toggled through some great options there.
Well, to be honest, they weren't great. They were all really bad.
They were fun. I mean, see, I really want to see him move.
At least you're honest.
Put it that
Yeah,
way.
I mean, I hated Alistar. I hated all of the other options. For me, Seraphine is... It really feels like you get to the situation where you're like, okay, what makes our team come better? And you go through the list and you're like, well, all of these suck. So might as well pivot into something a little bit more crazy or creative with the Seraphine, and then all of a sudden all your win conditions shift. But for me, this makes sense because it's an enchanter. When you don't win front to back and you don't win this sort of, you know, setup fight where enemy has a huge front line, enchanter is the way to go. But we do see Olaf. Is it the first? No, he must have played Olaf so far, but
I mean, he loves playing it.
yeah, I don't really know if it's so good given that there's a Seraphine and an Ivern. There's just so many shields where I feel like you might just end up doing 0 damage. So it's up to him to get some leads in the early game, get some inflation of gold, because I think if he gets, you know, just a shot of gold just like that where he can leverage throughout the game, it's going to make sense. Otherwise, this pick is going to fall apart.
I think the big difference here is that while in the previous games it was really hard for G2 to win both in terms of longer fights and all-ins, here on the all-in specifically, they can soak up so much damage and they can actually kill the enemy's front line.
Let's see if they made the adaptations that were necessary as the big straw and the big Red Bull is going into Caps to make sure that they can keep the energy up. We'll see what happens, or if it'll just be the man with the axe and Adam on his Olaf that brings BDS to Munich. Over to you.
Let's hope there was some magic in that Red Bull can, or at least a Red Bull bottle, because G2 need it. Their backs are against the wall, and, you know, we came off seeing so much good from BDS, but BDS is sus. BDS is very sus, because BDS have been reverse swept before. BDS in a best of 5 versus G2 hasn't happened before, and it's G2 we're talking about. When do the doubters start showing?
I just hope that they can keep a strong mental, okay? Because at the end of the day, that's what is so important at the highest level of play. Everyone is a good player.
Yep.
Like, I know that people love to meme on the fact that, like, oh, this player played bad, they misplayed here, but the reality is that these guys are some of the best players that we have in Europe, and we know what they're capable of. The thing that's going to affect them the most is having the capacity to believe in yourself, having the confidence to make those plays, and being able to deliver and execute on the game plan.
I wasn't ready for the hashtag tilt-proof challenge to come up.
That's right, tilt-proof. That's what you got to be. It's so funny, because I play 2 games of solo queue, and I'm instantly tilted. Yep. But in any case, Let's talk a little bit about these drafts, because we heard the analyst desk thoughts. I'm a huge fan of the Enchanter support, and G2 basically doubling down on this idea of, fine, if you want to play a front-to-back, let's play a front-to-back. We will leverage the fact that we have double shields, we have all this extra support for our AD carries who we are going to enhance through the roof to make sure that they can melt your front line faster than you can melt through ours. And I do think that this Olaf is a bit of a gamble.
Yep.
Because as Odoamne was saying, and what Broxer was talking about, is with the shielding that's going to come out on the side of G2, if he's not going to be in a good spot after the laning phase, he could run in and he could melt immediately, or he could just run down this Ashe who doesn't have the mobility to be able to kite back against an Olaf charging at you.
I do think he's kind of like good-looking distraction on the side of a fight, essentially, because you have one combo from G2, which is I am throwing Ashe ult, I am throwing Seraphine ult, and the follow-up from the Arvin, right? That is my engage. Everything gets thrown at once. And if suddenly Adam shows up on the side of that fight and starts trying to threaten your backline, you have to pull back as G2. Suddenly that engage tool is gone, and then you can start to leverage Ice with the poke, Nuke with the poke, and that. So I think that's where this comes into, where even if he isn't fully ahead, even if he just buys space after that initial engage comes through, I think BDS can try and play this out.
And before we get into the leverage of this game, as Sheo hovers mid around what has been arguably one of his strongest laners outside of Ice, Nuke last game set records. If you're wondering why again on this Corki, he did the highest damage, I've been told, in a single game in LEC history. Highest Corki damage, ladies and gentlemen. Highest Corki damage. Almost 40% there. Nuke has had 2 games in a row now that have been really clean.
I mean, he's had a spectacular series overall. Hysterics, you're someone that's been a big advocate of Nuke throughout the summer split, and is someone that's really kind of developed into the star of the team, or one of the stars that we've seen rise up and shine for this roster. We'll see if he can have a performance like that here in this game 3 as Yike steals away the blue buff. Little that Sheo can do about it, given the pressure that G2 have gotten in the bot side of the map. And this is definitely the game state that G2 want to find themselves in the other game, is Braum. He has a really rough time against Enchanter supports.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this pressure continue from Yike, though, as actually he's really engaged on.
They're converging. Labrov flashes for this because he wants that concussive blows, and he's going to find it onto Yike. He takes damage, though, in the meantime, but you can see mid lane is fighting out on the back while Yike tries to kite around Hansama, flashes out as Labrov becomes first blood. Ice goes on in and wants to go to melee range, but Caps is there first. Nuke doesn't want to fight anymore. Sheo doesn't want to fight anymore. And G2's early game off with a bang.
They had double pushing lanes. They have stronger lanes at the moment, but anyway, BDS try to fight and they get punished massively by G2. That was a big fumble by BDS.
I think that BDS believed in the power of Sejuani Braum, and that's why Labrov chose to flash in. We look back at the play and you're like, Ivan, very squishy in the early game. He doesn't have that much damage. Double enchanters, what are they going to do? But look at the Guardian. Look at the heal. Look at the shields.
Yeah.
Caps is keeping Nuke busy, and his game plan was to get him away so they could create numbers advantage. Then he joins the fight. Ice is trying to proc the passive, which he finally does, but it's too little, it's too late, and G2 find themselves with 2 kills to start off game.
And that story of Caps pushing Nuke out of the fight on top was the exact same as Hansam and Mickey pushing Ice out on the bottom side. The pushing lanes are the most important thing if you want to take those skirmishes in the river, and they get punished for it. And now Adam, he's going to take a good chunk of damage as well. Sheo here to cover Yike, who could definitely look for the dive here.
Bear in mind, no TP available for Adam has allowed Broken Blade to go back to base, grab that Ruby Crystal, grab the Cloth Armor, has that extra pot. And Adam, he hasn't had that opportunity to go back to base and reset, as Hans and Mickey once again look for the aggression. Nice, Root connects. Remember that the great synergy between an Ashe and a Seraphine is that once the slow applies, if you then get the 2 stacks of her E, it will even stun the target rather than just root them. And even if you apply a single hit, it will still connect the root thanks to the slow. So in lane, these two have great synergy together because how they sound. So you can see an example of the root there, slow connects, and it just makes it even harder for the Braum to play.
When Braum shield is down as well, level 6 is going to be an absolute nightmare as well if they ever get locked down. So I like the point BDS. A 1-kill Ashe as well means that for Hansama, he's doing good in this early game. Almost a 500 gold lead too over Ice, who we've been ranting about in this series, but Hans is on a big comfort champion for this game 3.
And the fact that he's able to continuously find this isolated moment for Ice is why he's able to get these moment to extend this gold lead, because every time these bot camps are spawning for Sheo, there's always a threat of Yike moving in because the push in mid and push on bot. So Lebrov is having to shift over to try and cover for Sheo there as well, which just means Hansam and Mickey are able to punish Ice. And you can see every time he steps up, he's just getting that health bar whittled down. But now Yike is just going to move topside. Should be able to get these Void Grubs for himself because he knows Sheo more than likely is on this bottom side.
Caps just traded off. A constant push here from Caps as you'd expect. Good phosphorus bomb, but Satchel Charge is also doing work. There's a full commit though. The flash away is a bait to play. Caps back in and 2 kills early is what he needs.
A small blunder from Nuke. He sees the kill angle, but unfortunately for him, Yike is ready and waiting. I don't think it's unreasonable for Nuke to think that Yike is hovering the bot side of the map, that he's there covering for the bot lane 2 versus 2, but he gets caught unawares, and that's another kill going over to Caps.
Especially because it looked like they thought he was on Void Grubs, because Adam came down to try and push him off of Void Grubs. Not seeing him there, then I think Nuke just got the memo that a little bit too late, but now Sheo moving up a Broken Blade, BB will pop that Ghost, so then he can't be CC'd by Sheo, who's moving into his lane.
So information given over is all for the grubs here in the top side that Xiao now thinks about his next option. G2 constantly pushing in this bot side while Han Summer uses this time of the wave crashing to get himself a nice reset as well. Thinks otherwise actually, as pings are coming down from Yike now that he's level 6 and coming bot.
Yeah, I'm curious if he wants to try and get that level. Oh, they're going to go for Dragon, but also just hit the level 6 off this next wave, and maybe you can look for an arrow play, because Nuke has no flash now, so trying to get away from that Ash Arrow can be very difficult, especially if Yike starts to show up in that mid.
Cross map of objectives. Daisy doing a great job of tanking that up for Yike. Ultimately, at the very least, Sheo able to get something back. A player that do want to give a huge shout out, continues to have a great series. I think one of the biggest strengths of BDS is him returning to the tanks. And I want to say that we have seen great carry performances from him throughout the summer split.
Yeah.
And I don't think that his performance on those champions is kind of what hurt BDS's overall performance, but it was clear that he provided a role on the team when he is that tank, and it's something that just brings the whole team together. His reliable engages, his follow-up with Lebrov, I think have been crucial to BDS finding themselves in the position that they're currently in against G2.
They need to try and find some more of that, because at the moment G2, off of some early blunders from BDS, find themselves with a nice little gold lead. The only shining moment is kind of Adam in this top side, because they've been a little bit more isolated. You guys start to work away in these turret plates, but needs that to try and continue, and Void Grubs will definitely help that. But G2 will continue to control this bottom side, and again, I think you just try and play off of push mid, push boss, look for the invade onto bottom side, keep Sheo out of the game, and just deny that safety net that Sheo brings from BDS.
Lebrov setting up for a bit of a play. It's an Alcove Gaming as Sheo snuck his way into the Tri-Brush. Han Summer, not sure if he has the E available, but BDS have a clear game plan.
No Mickey nearby as well, he doesn't have 6. Q misses though, not the Winter's Bite, however the ult from Sheo goes wide as well. Han Summer just walks it out. And in 2v3, G2 re-enter the lane completely fine.
I mean, they get the Summoner spell, still a valuable one for sure. Nice bit of trading there between Nuke and Caps, going in favor of Nuke. So now it's the Ivern. I thought that he may be looking for something in mid lane, but instead his priority is just getting a bit of vision down. Oh, I stand corrected.
Right, yeah. I mean, Yike on the angle, doesn't pull off the trigger. Remember, again, we talked about that Nuke flash that was punished from the overexerting force that he was mid a couple of moments ago. That's almost back up and available. Looks like about a minute and a half max left until Caps has that to match to.
Now, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you.
It is a...
Sorry, I've never been called a gentleman before. That's crazy.
I was going to say it's some sort of song of ice and fire, but I feel like that there's going to be some singing, and it's going to be cold in the bot lane. Level 6 now coming through for both the Seraphine and the Ashe. Of course, getting it earlier means the bot lane is a prime place to look for a play. And something that I think G2 should look to try and leverage, and something that BDS has to be aware of moving forward.
Got any songs you want to sing, Dagda, while BDS is bringing it up?
Rattlenbog.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, maybe later.
I was thinking maybe you could go like, oh yeah, Frozen would make sense there, but you're like, nope.
Wanna build a snow?
Yeah.
Well, this stream ended fast.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry to see our viewership bump by 10K the second I start singing.
It was good, Dagda. I was thinking more DMCA, you know? But at the very least, we wait for those timers. You know, you already talked about setup for bot. I'm still looking at top, and something Odo said is Ragnarok is...
That was a misclick. I feel they happen.
It happens to everyone.
It does. But Odo wanted to see that top, you know, get ahead, right? He was talking about it a lot in the draft. But Adam so far, yes, he is in a CS lead. But for now, top being chill like this, we always know it's going to favor a Cassante, right? When the game state, even if he's down 20, 30 CS, what he brings to a fight is obviously going to be so much.
I think a huge amount of that does rely on the G2 engage and then him kind of providing that follow-up or at least looking for a good flank. But with the way G2 are planning this out, I feel like that's going to be semi-easy for them to try and set up. You've got good push, so these turrets will slowly be chipped away on regardless of anything else. And then you just get to play for those team fights off of the push that you have in mid and off of Caps. Caps, you heard the desk allude to it as well, has been fantastic whenever he gets hands on Tristana.
Yep.
Not only he's been very good buffering those jumps, but also just the threat he offers in a side lane can be very difficult to overcome.
3-0 the kill score. A 2.5k gold lead overall for G2. It's just a line of blue at one of your screen as Broken Blade securing that plate for himself. Means that he finally found a gold lead over Adam. The bot lane of BDS have been brought towards topside. They want to get that 6 grub buff. G2 are set to fight them though. Blade of the Ruin King secured for mid lane. Iceborne Gauntlet as well.
It's already started. The arrow kicks us off. It's into the Brom, but he blocks the damage. The counter engage from Sheo is there. Now for the Seraphine ult, we sing a song, but it's into Labrov. Again, Caps wants the kill on him, so he jumps on in, but Labrov, with his final breath, baits him through. Ice gets over the wall and starts battering away. Caps lucky to be alive, as well as we got blinking health bars, but Han Sama is now controlling the fight. He dodges the Mystic shot from Ice. He dodges the rest of the fight from BDS, and G2 dodge themselves what feels like a point of power as they win this fight, equalizing 7-0.
It's a 4-0 fight in favor of G2. It may even turn to 5 as Broken Blade has found Adam, the shield, the Braum,
the flash. Adam close to dying himself, but he presses W. Labrov gets the kill. It's 1 finally for BDS. Brazil can be happy to be represented, but G2 still with the big win.
I mean, we saw a great example of how this G2 composition works. In the war of attrition, Ivern plus Enchanter support is just so difficult to get through. And look at all these shields that come through. Braum does a great job of soaking up a lot of the initial engages. The follow-up CC isn't there, but even though that initiation doesn't quite work out for G2, like, the good Guardian, the locket comes through to keep Labrov alive. But look, Caps on the back end just barely getting away with his life. Yike on the front line soaking up a lot of damage. Hansama, another shield comes through for him. He's even tanking the grubs. G2 just soak up so much damage. And with that spike also secured for Caps, it just went their way.
Sheo in trouble. Redemption's coming down, but Caps is in. He's feeling himself this game. And G2 finally signs of life in this series. Han Summer flies through as well, and Nuke gets slowed down, has to flash away again. Dragon will be theirs, and last game was close, but this game is an absolute stomp in the early game.
G2 are relentless. They are ruthless in chasing down BDS the second they step anywhere near them, and there's nothing that BDS can do. G2 consistently showing up and finding those moments to pick them off. They thought it was going to be a trade before the Rift Herald on top side, but G2 just going to take Dragon and Towers instead.
I love this progression of series. Like, game 1 was astounding for BDS. Game 2 was chaotic, back and forth. Game 3 in the early game has been like G2 waking up that extra mile. A 6k gold lead in the early game, or 5 if I could do proper math, is astounding here at the 15-minute mark.
And 2 things to note, and with the first being that Adam, this Olaf, the idea being that when you have a champion like Ashe and Seraphine, they can't get away from a charging Berserker. But he wasn't even involved in that fight because Broken Blade just single-handedly kept him busy, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think this Seraphine was such a great pick. When you blind pick Braum, the answer should always be Enchanter supports because he doesn't get to lane, and in team fights, the utility they provide just outscales what he provides, especially when he's very limited in terms of his ability to actually start fights. And we're seeing the value of that Seraphine. I think that G2 is only going to continue to scale even stronger as the game goes on. And I mean, just based on how they're executing the draft, this game looks very favorable for G2.
But I think as well, like, credit to G2 in the draft, because they set it up so that then the only engaged champions left were going to be ones that were bad into Braum, like the Alistair, like they even got rid of the Leona. So you kind of set up a draft where BDS get baited into this position, and then having a Enchanter support that has Engage is so rare. And Seraphine isn't really something that we see apart from like over in the LCK, we get to see Pays played a little bit, so, or some of the other guys, but it's just like, it's not one that's on a lot of people's radar. So it's been a really cool to see G2 again bring out this innovation. And we got it with the Galio last week. Now we're getting with the Seraphine as well this week. It feels like we're getting back to G2 having these really niche pocket picks for these perfect scenarios.
I feel like that's what always threw teams off as well. You can even say internationally it's part of their charm. When G2 just pull this white rabbit out of the bag, sorry, the hat, to get it correct. And here in this game,
how you do it in Australia.
Well, look, we put it into the hat in Australia. It's completely different. People get annoyed. They want to see the rabbit. Mickey this time around as well, you know, much cleaner game. I guess that happens when you're playing Seraphine, not on the Engage. It's been a progressive series for him too.
Now, obviously, in this game, we've been talking a lot about how G2 is kind of set up for success, and it's kind of from this position their game to lose. Because when we look at this composition, we feel like that they do have the better scaling, especially with this double Enchanter comp around their 280 carries. But that doesn't mean that BDS is completely out of options. We've seen G2 make these mistakes around objectives where they overforce fights, and BDS needs to be primed and ready to punish. Sheo also has the capacity to find these picks. Caps isn't running the cleanse. On Tristana, we've seen Caps buffer literally every CC in the game, which obviously does add an extra layer. But that's kind of the thing that I want to emphasize, that while BDS have options, a lot of their options are reliant on G2 either making mistakes or BDS being like very clean and crisp on their execution.
Like this, maybe Undertow comes through. Yike is behind him though, so I don't know if Adam can really 1v2. He sees him and says, nope, I'm getting out of there. The rocket jump is there. Here comes a redemption on top of that. Caps back up to full TP as well. Sheo also brought in the Thunder. A double flash on G2, but they're still so good in this fight. You can see Broken Blade zones them off, sends them packing. Labrov over the wall, helps out for the time being. There's his ulti, is disengaged from Broken Blade, stops him in his tracks. Han Summer now ready to fly as well. I still didn't have much matter to contribute, and for G2, top turret was what they came for.
Caps is never alone.
No.
Yike is always in his back pocket and is just there to make sure that he can force BDS back. They will get the tower. How much more can they get though?
Big question, isn't it? Because Grubs are doing a bit of work. G2 with only one, but it's enough, especially with Tristana. They open up top. Enhanced recall is going to get them back, and they still maintain that gold lead that we've been spruiking about all game long.
It is funny to me how, you know, AD carries, they are champions designed around items rather than levels, right? And so you think about how mages in the past, if there was some sort of mage like an Orianna or something, someone probably would have died there.
Yep.
But because we're AD carries, and because we're still like, oh, we haven't quite gotten to that big power spike, the HP bars are still a little too big, people get very low, but with the presence of the tower, it means that BDS are able to limp away with their lives. Ultimately, though, as you said, objective secured for G2.
Oh. It was like a mini rocket jump.
But the biggest concern for BDS is we watched Adam dive onto Caps, and a single shield from Yike was all it took for Adam to be on the run.
I don't know if Adam would have been fine in the 1v1 isolate anyway. I mean, Caps is 2.5 items strong.
So, yeah, it's a situation where if your Olaf really can't threaten the AD carries, which is what his job is supposed to be, you can already see why G2 do have that advantage in the comp and why this game is only going to get harder for BDS.
I think it comes down a lot to, can BDS find a moment to get a pick where, say, Han Sam is overextended in mid and maybe you can bring Sheo in. But again, it just becomes very difficult. Especially, I'm curious to see what Caps wants to do with this Rift Herald, because he still has on his back pocket.
Hello.
Pick on Han Summer?
Duke with a Mega Blast Cone. Yeah, Han Summer, though, does have healing by his side. Meanwhile, top side, we finally get to see this 1v1 as they all in and Caps disengages. Or getting some good trades. Adam heals up. Labrov is now here. Ward down to just spot. They want to continue this on.
Oh, the Rift Herald are trying to escape, though.
Ulti max range. It
Doesn't
doesn't hit
heal up.
Caps. Arrow flies. It hits nothing as well. Herald is just here to provide moral support until that inner turret. And now G2 look to siege again.
Caps went from, what, 40% HP pretty much back to full in the threat of that dive. The redemption doing work, his life stealing adding as well. Broken Blade, meanwhile, pushing on the bot side, and that Herald is being escorted in the top lane towards that tier 2.
Solaf again struggling to have input there, and I mean, we got to see what could be the closest fight between him and Caps in this game going on. Inner turret going to be threatened. Caps will take this by himself with the Herald, and Han Summer now pushing through mid. It's a complete map domination. And this series, I say it again, it's been so, not polarizing, that's the wrong word. There's been such a contrast between these three games. every single one feels completely different.
I mean, again, I think a lot of it is draft adaptation.
I agree.
And it was one of those things that Brox said on the desk where he was like, he would hate to see G2 lose this series due to hubris, you know, not respecting things like the Corki, not respecting the Sejuani, this mid-jungle duo that have been so effective at finding these advantages. But G2 has said, you know what, we actually think the problem is Lebrov. We think that he's the one that's been causing us chaos in terms of setting up these fights, and his Rakan specifically has been the one getting on top of Hans Sama and finding these picks on the map. And by shutting his impact down, putting him in a very unfavorable matchup, putting him on the Brom where he doesn't have the agency to make plays, puts all that responsibility on Sheo. And who does he even find a pick on? There's a Cleanse Ashe, there's a Tristana with an Ivern, Mikhail's Crucible has even finished.
Yeah.
Like, what playmaking options does he have?
But also, I think it's the Ashe pick as well. Like, this was so crucial to finding those plays in the last game where they were just getting picks and finding moments against Caps, catching Hans Sama overextended. I think correctly identifying that, look, this Ashe pick has been so crucial to the success of BDS, not only in this series, but over the course of summer as well. And now limiting that means that G2 not only get the pushing lanes, but they get the opportunity to look for picks themselves.
Like this again, Sheo in his own jungle, struggling to get out with his blue buff in tow. Sure if Yark picked that up in the end, but regardless, he's going to take so much more away. Sheo just has to watch this go as top side, there's TP, Adam. He went deep for Broken Blade, he's got no turret to stand on, and so he has to turn onto Caps, onto Broken Blade. It doesn't matter. Adam is struggling to live this game, and this Olaf pick has not worked out.
It certainly hasn't. He was doing well in the laning phase, but now Caps is just this uncontrollable monster. 5-0-3 in the mid lane. Baron is on the cards for G2. They have 3 dragons secured. They're on Soul Point. This is just a one-sided stomp in favor of G2.
Broken Blade is getting between BDS and their meal deal of Baron, but honestly at this point you're paying 20 euros or maybe more. G2 taking it for themselves as Broken Blade gets poked on out, but BDS have got Sheo out of there with his ult now used, damage mitigated, and G2 thinking about the Baron again.
Yeah, the Redemption Moonstone Renewer is just disgusting and getting so much of that healing back across the Broken Blade. You can see he's happily topped up again, so what nearly was G2 making a meal of it, they managed to get out, but will give BDS an opportunity to pick up some gold on side lanes. But this game is just so heavily in favor of G2, it's next to nothing that even if they make small mistakes from G2, BDS just can't punish.
And I just want to very simply remind viewers of Dreammaker, the support item, because we don't get to see it like ever in pro play, right? But healing or shielding another ally blows dream bubbles to them, right? Empowering them for 3 seconds. Their next incoming damage is reduced by 120, and the next hit deals 80 bonus magic damage. So not only is the damage reduced, it's kind of like a mini Nami, right? So those 80 carries get empowered as well.
Seraphine, that's lovely.
I mean, these 80 carries are basically tanks, I'm not going to lie. Like, when you've got an Ivern and a Seraphine, it's like the old school Juggermore comps, but there's not one, there's 2 of them.
I'm glad they put K'Sante into the game as well, so we can really tell who's more obnoxious.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the point of contrast, fantastic. Well, maybe one of the first times we'll be excited to see K'Sante, and that's a complete and utter lie. Yeah, no. I couldn't even finish that without saying it. As G2 are going to start the Baron on a ward. They know that they're doing this, and now for the mighty attempt to steal this, get some objective bounty. But G2, they need to see Sheo, and Sheo is so far away.
It's double fork. This is so quick. Adam,
and
goodbye.
Adam, is he dead? The answer is yes. Redemption again. Let's heal up part 2. Electric Boogaloo.
HP dropping to about 4.5k. Sheo looking for a potential steal.
The only way to get back in the game, isn't it? As G2 just go over for the attempt anyway, and Nuke is going to get altered, and he's dead. Broken Blade takes care of business. Hans Sama is keeping the Baron well entertained as Sheo gets exploded. G2 back in form in this series. This is still rounding out as clean as you'd like if you're a G2 fan hoping for that miracle reverse sweep.
The truth is, BDS have no options.
Yeah.
I'd love to be optimistic, and as casters, we're always about trying to find the brightness in the dark, but this composition it's too hard to play into what G2 have drafted. Like, look at Olaf here. He does his best, he gets Hans Sama down to 50% HP, and he's back to full. I mean, he just, obviously in this situation, he's not working with his team, but it's a representation of ideally what this Olaf should be doing is creating pressure on the back line to split up the team fight, make it easier for your damage dealers to deal with their front line, but Your backline can't escape this time around. Nuke doesn't have anything that he can do. G2 can just hit the target that's in front of them and melt them. And with the Baron secured, 11 kills to 1, they're now setting their sights on BDS's base.
There's very little that BDS can really do. Bottom tower going to go down. Nuke going to take up his regular spot. Split pushing inside. Actually going to try and come across the mid because they see caps, but I don't really think there is much that you can do here because you've got several members of BDS on top side, so they just lose the inhibitor.
Broken Blade under turret cares not. I mean, look at the shielding. He walks through, walks back in. He's like, hang on a minute. We're still fine. He paints turret for the whole transaction. Inhib drops with it too, and BDS just don't know what to do. As Betty has already said, it does feel like their options have been limited. We've gone from game 1 where BDS can chill and let their comp do the talking to game 3. It's like getting a fully well done steak when you ordered medium rare. You're not going to eat it, you're just going to go home.
I mean, it very likely looks like a game for Hans. Sama gets very low, but he's back up nice and healthy. The Cassante sets up the play. That's one member gone. 27 minutes in, G2's looking to bring us to game 4.
It's 12-1, it's 3 dragons to 0. It is a gold lead unsurmountable. It is G2 who've risen to the occasion, woken up to the series, and finally we get to see the power of these individual members. Cap spaces are back, and BDS in this game has been shut up. We got a series on our hands, boys. It just depends how far G2 can push it.
And it's G2 coming back saying, this ain't over yet, lads. Happily closing that one out smoothly from start to finish, using pushing lanes, controlling the jungle, finding success at that early skirmish in topside river, and just dictating the pace of the game since then.
You just had to open your mouth, that is. You just had to open your mouth. We're going to go to a short break as G2 finally get on the board. BDS still at match point, but how much can G2 do in terms of damage? We'll find out right after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
phosphorus bomb, but Satchel Charge is also doing work. There's a full commit though. The flush away is a fake to play.
Olaf will not fight, okay? Are we winning or not?
Yeah, we're winning. We're winning. Yeah,
nice. Guys, two more, guys, two more.
Guys, do you guys hear boss music?
G2 woke up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really did.
Well, Mickey woke up.
Poke the bear.
I mean, did he need to wake up? He played well, but he could stand like 3 years behind his team and still do a really effective job. So,
well, compared to game 1 and 2,
yeah, very true.
He did wake up. So I'm happy with this Mickey. I love this Mickey X.
What a stomp. I mean, to come back after the first 2 games, right? And you got to be in BDS's shoes right now. We talked about it so much. And the thing is, why do we talk about so much? Because these things happen. Now, they haven't happened yet, Odo, but can you put me in the shoes of both G2 coming into this 3rd game and playing the way they did, and BDS getting that shellacking after going into that game on match point?
I think it's more of a matter of how did GDS, how did G2 and how did BDS play in the first 2 games, because even though it was a 2-0, it was quite back and forth. Everyone could have won at any point of the game. And you can't get, too relaxed given that all the games were not, complete stomps or convincing, because this one was our most convincing game, and I feel like this is the type of game that will give G2 more, I wouldn't say relaxation, but more confidence going forward, and also kind of spook BDS.
Yeah. What changes was it? I mean, the Seraphine did work,
yeah,
right?
I think the Seraphine was a big change. The fact that they were able to get pressure in bot lane really helped, and Mickey wasn't on something that would be... It would have to be as aggressive. It wasn't the primary engage. The idea was we let them come onto us and then we can fight from that position, right? And I think the game really was over after that Drake fight. Yeah. It was like 4 minutes into the game, you see BDS over-investing on a dragon fight. Oh, it wasn't even a dragon fight, it was at the dragon pit,
at right? The dragon, yeah.
And they start losing, and it's really indicative of how the game's going to go. I think BDS, if they had waited a little bit, got 2 items on Corki Ezreal, they could have won some of these fights. But as soon as you go for these early plays and you don't get anything out of it, all you're doing is allowing the double enchanters, double AD to really scale into the game even quicker than they're meant to.
Well, I like this adaptation in terms of, the style of the team comp. I think an added bonus, a secondary bonus, is the fact that you are building a team comp, and especially a bot lane with Seraphine, that is catering to Hans, because he has been quite, I would say, underrated coming into this series, because I think he has been ramping up slowly throughout, summer split and now season finals, and he's been playing very, very consistently, and he's been a powerhouse. So every time G2 gives a lot of resources to Hans, he is delivering at pretty much every step.
Yeah, I think it works for both ways on both teams, and I think that's a good call out for Hans. Rather, also Caps, Caps had a tremendous game. We know how much he loves that Tristana, and then when you're given an advantage, obviously he's gonna push it. But let's get into it then in terms of what this series looks like from now on. BDS chose red side, so they are electing to stay on that side, thinking the solutions that we found in games 1 and 2, we can replicate those. Would you give them the same advice?
I think it's all right, because the draft looked okay up until 4-5, where G2 had the adaptation of picking Seraphine, you know, baiting the Braum to come through, and then all of a sudden everything went downhill and the Olaf didn't really find any sort of value. I think the first 3 looked okay, so if they cooked a lot and, you know, their prep coming to today, they have a lot of plans and everything and how to fix this 4-5, I think it makes sense. I would have maybe liked to go blue side and kind of just, you know, chop the momentum off at its neck and just completely switch it over. But maybe they will prove me wrong again.
Maybe. It's interesting psychologically, I feel like, Medic, because we had the situation where BDS last week, you know, Adam was going for the Casio, and they were trying things and they were being inventive, which is something historically you had to do to beat G2. That is how MDK did it. But I feel like maybe they lured into a false sense of security because they played pretty stock standard with good comps in games 1 and 2. So maybe they think they don't have to go there. Would you like to see them do it now?
I think this is the game to do it if you're going to do it, because you know that you can beat G2 with a more standard composition. So if you want to try something inventive, you do it in this game and you can say, okay, we reset for game 5 and we go back to what worked in game 1 and 2. And
no, I'm talking about a home run.
I mean, I don't think BDS get a home run anymore. The struggle is, because it's not just about like the draft strategy and the series mentality. This BDS team has lost 3-2 4 times in the last 2 years. They've been reverse swept twice in the last 2 years. And even when a lot of this lineup was on BDS Academy, they were reverse swept in a final then as well. So there is such a mental block, not only when you get to game 5, but also against G2. Like MDK talked about it on Euphoria a week ago. They were saying, until we beat G2, it felt like they were an impassable wall. They were just insurmountable. And BDS have to get over that. And the question is whether you try and do that this game, or whether you say, what worked for us in game 1 and 2 worked for us, so we're just going to do that again until it works again.
It's an interesting question going into game 4. And one, if you answer incorrectly, you find yourself in a game 5 versus G2. I mean,
I would go for it, because right now you can't take the coward's approach and, you know, just say, oh yeah, let's just try again. Because as I said again, game 1 and 2, they were not convincing wins. They were just back and forth, crazy back and forth, and both teams are really, really good. So I feel like you should try to maybe swap it up and do what worked last week, because you got 2 convincing wins with the Casio and the Cannon.
Yeah, why not? We got
because that was SK and this is G2. That's why not.
You've been doomsaying BDS for the last 2 minutes. Just shut it.
I would love BDS to win. Of course I would, right? It would be amazing for the region. It would mean only our finalists of the 3 remaining teams go to Worlds, and we would have a new champion of the LEC, which is incredible.
It would be, but woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Exactly.
You gotta finish it, right? Oh, it's so interesting, because G2, they think, well, if we don't make it to Munich, yeah, tough shit. We already are going to Worlds, and for BDS, they're back so against the wall, even more than they were perhaps before they came into this series. But I believe in them. Do you guys?
I do.
Well, I'm not sure. The desk has swayed our minds, swayed our opinions. No, it hasn't really. We're just expecting this to go to 5 now.
I'm expecting 5.
That was already starting. Tagged us somewhere in the middle.
Because honestly, I also think it's a better story if BDS then win in game 5.
That would be crazy.
That's the ultimate timeline.
I think a lot of people missing context of the region might not understand how good G2 has been, or rather lack thereof, or how G2's dynasty has forever been shadowing the region of LEC.
But I mean, look, it's been a season of firsts for BDS. They picked up their first win in that game 5 back in summer in playoffs. So could this be the first time that they take down G2 Esports? 1 game away. They picked red side again, which is a bit of a surprise for me. I thought they'd try and prioritize like Ashe on that blue side. But that says to me they might try and mix up their bans and maybe take that Ashe away.
I think they really value the counter pick for top lane. It didn't work out for Adam in the previous game, but to be fair, that game was not really about him. The bot side of the map just fell out of control before he could really get involved, and then the Olaf just kind of fell off. The Roban suggests that G2's looking at the Ashe priority once again. The question is, how will BDS adapt their draft strategy? Will we see the Braum be let through? Will we see the Maokai ban once again from G2? BDS, do you consider this Ashe to be a problem that needs to be removed?
The thing is, if you don't take away the Ashe, G2 first pickers, they then pick the Tristan on the next rotation if you don't take that away as BDS, and suddenly you have the very same problem that you had in the last game, which is that all these pushing lanes you can't really deal with. G2 gets to play at their game, and Caps is on a very comfortable champion form. So there, okay, is the Tristana ban. So more than likely going to be the Ashe, but at least you're getting some of that comfort away from G2.
Yeah, I guess if I'm G2, I would think Ashe first pick. They're probably going to pick Maokai. I would want to put a higher priority on the Sejuani this time around. Game 1, they put the Ivern, but I think that having Mickey as your kind of only engage is not reliable enough. I think the G2 are better set up if they also get that engage to come through from Yike. And I genuinely think Caps should consider something like a Yone. Sejuani Yone, I think, is a great combo. I think the Yone can also do well into the Corki. But maybe he's concerned about the amount of lockdown that something like the Maokai can bring into that
Also
chamber.
technically a flex for that Yone as well. So we've seen
Also true.
I could also be the Lucian pick here. We've seen it a couple of times where it is just able to punish in the mid, but going to go for the Dragon instead. So Smolder going to be picked up. Definitely going to take a step back when it comes to having that priority in the mid lane, which is going to at least help out BDS in some regard. But I imagine, yeah, probably the Sejuani now to follow for G2, or at least some jungler. Maybe the Ivern just once more. Okay.
Nautilus priority
We're back to this. Not on 3.
That is a surprise. Ezreal very likely going to be the lock in here for BDS. I mean, why not? Sure, in terms of the laning phase, it struggles, but there's always the possibility of a swap. I wonder if they'll prioritize something like the Rakan here for LeBron. We've seen how impactful it can be for him. You can see the deliberation right now between what they want to secure. The Ezreal is the easy pick, and that's what they're going to go for.
It makes the most sense, especially when there are still multiple support options that are open, like Alistair still does well into Nautilus. We already looked, Leona is fine, Rakan is fine, so can't get rid of all of them as G2. So imagine BDS on the opposite side, going to start to ban away the junglers, get rid of the Sejuani, maybe get rid of something like the Zyra or the Ivern would be the other big one for me, and just try and get G2 onto something that hasn't been their comfort picks, which is Yike on the carries.
Ivern, Sejuani could very well be the bans here from BDS. G2, the Rakan taken away. Makes a lot of sense. I wonder if they will ban Leona or Rel, maybe Renata once again. We've seen Renata from LeBron before, but it's also quite good disengage. Just a good matchup, I think, into the Nautilus, or it can be at the very least. We're expecting the Sejuani here to pinch that kind of jungle, supportive, tanky type of option.
And now I think we start pooling in our minds what we're going to see top. Because they're talking about it on desk. What made BDS a little bit special was how Adam could put some of these champions out of the hat that we talked about him struggling in the past. Things like the Kennen, things like the Cassio has been a pocket pick as well. Who knows what Adam's capable of for this I was going to say final game, potentially final game if they get it across the line.
Yeah, I could easily just be the Renekton as well. Just say, hey, look, we're happy to blind pick it. Strong pick. It's not like you're going to have too many issues finding answers in for Adam, but you're also not going to struggle as Broken Blade into that matchup. But it does mean when you get to the later stages, you're going to have a very difficult time into Ezreal, Corki, Maokai, but unless Gnar potentially as well. But a lot of that's the biggest problem with top lane, is that you kind of want some sort of damage to facilitate the Ashe pick, but a lot of those answers just aren't in the best of spots right now.
I think we're looking at the Mundo.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's a good Mundo game for BDS, which means that G2 need to, because the problem is, like, they'd love to slam a Kennen, I think, but then, I don't love blind Kennen.
Lovely.
It's hard.
Wait, is that because it could be Smolder top?
It could indeed. And that could be a Draven mid. So you're right. Oh, okay. Let's wait though. We do get that Zyra Nan. I know you guys were questioning a lot of the jungle pool that was banned out. AP added into the pool. Find out if that is legit.
Cassante or Renekton. I don't love Renekton here at all. I think it would be very bad. I think you're just going to get kited. Cassante is safer.
Wow. The most cheers for Cassante that he'll ever get.
I think the biggest difference to game 1 is that G2 have multiple damage sources this time. With the Ivern, you are very utility-based. This time around, you're just going to have way more AP at your disposal. I'm kind of surprised. Like, I think Mundo could work very well here, but instead they want more damage on the top side of the map. It does mean that your primary engage is going to be the Alistair with the follow-up from the Maokai and the zone control that he provides. Long-range damage once again coming out from BDS, with G2 having a lot of pick potential themselves. Their engage tools are largely reliant on Ashe landing an arrow or Nautilus landing a hook, but regardless of what starts it off, there's great follow-up from both the Zyra and the Ashe and the Nautilus, all sort of working in tandem to really set up the follow-up CC once that initial CC connects.
Yeah, I think the biggest talking point in the early stage is just the lack of pushing lanes for G2. It was kind of signature for that game 3 where they were able to push bot, push mid, get control, but not having that in Smolder, not having that at Cassante will give it a little bit more leeway to BDS. I imagine open up Labrov to start to roam as well, see if he can try and influence mid, and I think that's where BDS can try and find this early success and then leverage what is an incredibly strong team fighting comp, because very squishy, apart from the Cassante on G2 Esports, and anyone can get cut down by the amount of damage that can come through on BDS.
My biggest follow-up question is, how does the Mickey game for Nautilus look when, again, G2, early priority on this Nort? We talked about it in the first game, gents. I know it was under different circumstances, but it didn't have the best showing here. And I feel like, again, G2 have been under scrutiny here in this series. Yes, they won the last game. Yes, you can never count them out in a best-of-5 series. And yes, the desk was also talking about their reputation in a BO5, especially against BDS. But BDS have never, ever taken a BO5 versus G2. The record is disgustingly in favor of G2. But here in the lower bracket, it's still 2 times a match point for BDS. They just have to win one single game. Dagda has shown me it's 2-15 in series. BDS 2 BO1s you talked about at the start of the show. That's it. That's all they got.
Yeah, it's a fairly damning result. BDS only having picked up summer of this year and summer this year and summer 2022 are the 2 best of 1 for BDS. Outside of that, it has been G2 all the way, but now coming into game number 4, I much prefer the draft that BDS have this time around. It feels like G2 have less of an opportunity to just dictate the pace of the early game, and it was kind of when we leveraged into that mid game, the BDS were able to punish some oversteps from G2. We'll have to see if they can do the same coming into game number 4.
That's interesting, because I think in game 1, the thing that really resonated to me was G2, the mid game spike, right? They were playing into a Mundo. They had to rush double blade of the Ruin King, and every play they tried to make, they just didn't have enough damage. Now, G2's patience is going to be crucial here as BDS go for once again the lane swap, knowing how difficult that bot lane 2v2 matchup is going to be, at the cost of hurting Adam. Broken Blade flying in the fog of war, hasn't been spotted.
Now he has, but Adam out of range. Well, Mickey's just doing this again. I'm sensing deja vu. Sheo, how annoying it must be, but Mickey here, just decent damage to keep up and make Wolves a little bit slower. Smite comes through in the end, Sheo gets level 2, and Mickey leaves for the time being to go back bot.
Adam hovering around mids, as he often likes to do in these lane swap scenarios. Broken Blade going to do what he can to soak up as much XP as he can. The stacked wave into the dive is the play that we're expecting.
Labrov trying to headbutt it back away to get him out of XP range, but I think he just... No, he actually didn't, so fair play to Labrov, actually been able to knock him out of experience range of that minion dying, but we'll be able to get some of it underneath the tower. It's just a case of Broken Blade, how long does he want to try and stick around, especially with Sheo now starting to make his way up, and Adam there as well.
Yeah, making the clear a little bit quicker there. You can see bottom side, Yike is just stealing away the red buff, and
oh
my god! That was at 3 HP.
Yeah, Broken Blade started E, not Q.
Yeah.
If he had Q...
that blue buff was gone. Lucky duck as Labrov just zones off, waits for Broken Blade, who's getting zoned of XP. Remember in game 1, gents, this is another deja vu. We saw the exact same thing, an Ashe bot that got free plating. I remember and recall we talked about G2 coming out of lane swap quite ahead. Here again, it's the same passage of play.
Also, good read from Mickey on the potential lane swap. He started with Demolish, which you can, I suppose, take into this matchup because you should have some push, but definitely feels like it was a prediction of this lane swap going to come through. So at least we'll be able to very quickly work through this bot lane tower and start that early lead for Hansan.
But for what it's worth, this is how it's supposed to be played out. Broken Blade is now starved of experience. He can now make his way back towards top because he's not in as much danger. But ultimately, Adam can now stay in this lane with a level advantage and do this. Rumble in any melee matchup is always going to have a huge advantage. Broken Blade able to soak up some experience, get a little bit of farm back. But yeah, the damage has now been done, and really the only deficit they lost was in the bot lane, and you can see a 250 gold advantage to Hansan thanks to the place that he was able to secure. But it's nothing so significant that Ice can't come back from. So ultimately, BDS have gotten what they wanted from the swap.
Slightly better, it feels like. Slightly better than my memory from game number 1, too. when you
Well, there were all sorts of TP shenanigans,
Yeah.
dives, left and right. It was
chaotic.
Yes, this is definitely a lot less chaotic. Jike now making his way top to escort this wave underneath the tower, knowing that Broken Blade is in a bit of a dire spot given his HP. This will allow him to get a comfortable base off. He may not even have to expend the TP either, just because of the wave state. As long as it gets underneath the tower and it's not frozen.
Are they trying to dive this?
No. They definitely don't have the HP for that.
I had to say, Sheo also nearby would make it a disaster, so the wave pushed in, and Adam will have his turn to clear out too. Remember, again, he has teleport in this lane as well. So, meanwhile, we span the camera mid, and Nuke is doing exactly what Nuke has been doing all series long. Corky just farming it out and chilling out.
Dragon mid spawn though, you can already see Sheo starting to make his way down to the spot side. Ice and Abrav set up a nice slow push in this bottom side, so that'll just crash. It feels like they should be able to leverage that over towards at least an invading towards this bot side jungle to get vision. Maybe even leverage towards the Dragon with Sheo, spot on a ward. And with Yike being on this bottom side, might be a bit tough to try and get that early objective.
Just said Dragon spawning on the other side, Grubs in a minute time as well. For BDS, we'll see who makes the first move. Because I think we've talked a lot about this series, about these early BDS movements towards topside, giving a time to reminisce about how BDS were at the start of this split, how we talked about their adaptation, being more of a Grubs team, I think, Dagda. I always reference you. I just remember you being like the BDS playstyle spokesperson of the team.
Yeah, they used to try and go for this 4.5 minute reset, so then you can push out top wave and then go for the early void grubs, but it's just become less of a thing because you just become very predictable as a team then, and teams can figure out how to play against you. And oftentimes it had been a case of, oh, well, we're going for a Ashe in bot lane that provides a push that then can lean us into that play, so it almost becomes like quote-unquote uncounterable.
Yeah.
But when you're playing into the Ashe and you're playing as an Ezreal, it becomes way more difficult to leverage that push because you just don't really have as much. So BDS kind of resolved to go for some lane swaps, but not being as focused on the early void groups.
It's definitely interesting how the perspective has shifted, given that a lot of LEC teams were, prioritizing those early grubs. G2 was one of the...
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, because they suddenly shifted all their priorities to the bot dragon, so they were even going for those early bot fight dragons, and it kind of became this epiphany where they were like, how valuable are grubs really?
Yeah.
And now it's become much more of a trading situation where you kind of just go for the objective that makes the most sense based on the map. Grubs secured for G2, dragon secured for BDS.
I wonder if it was just a case of teams eventually managed to get their junglers to shut up about the extra camp on the top side of the map and actually crack the numbers. But yeah, it's definitely been a big shift away from us. And at least at the moment, though, the early dragon for BDS should help out. And you're going to have a slightly tankier squad, minus Cassandra on the opposite side, but for Sheo and Brav in the 4v4. So at least an early mountain dragon does help out in some of these skirmishes, but we'll have to see as it starts to play forward.
My opinion on that is just that if you're a team that wants to fight later on, dragon stacking is just better. Yep. Because once you get to 2 dragons, you feel like that the enemy team is going to come and fight you for the 3rd one. And so it just kind of creates a win condition that plays towards your overall team win condition.
I think it's also, if you want to play for split push, you just get to give up later dragons. You're like, oh, I don't really care if you're going to go with fight for 3rd dragon. I'm going to go take your tier 2 top. And that works out great for us. So I think there are definitely more strategic options when it comes to dragon stacking and what you can do with it, but it's about trying to leverage that, and I think that's where we've seen some of our teams fall apart. But we'll have to see how it works out this game.
Now, lane swap check-in, right? Obviously the experience differential still exists in the top side of the map with a full level difference now existing between both Adam and Broken Blade. He's going to tick over to level 6 right now, as Adam has already crested level 7. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Hansama has held on to that gold lead, but it hasn't really impacted Ice's ability to farm. He was already guaranteed a tough matchup when playing with the Alistar anyway. So ultimately, he's doing a very solid job, and he finds himself comfortable for the time being in the 2 versus 2. Overall, we find ourselves in a slower early game. Neither team
isn't it?
looking to try and
It's
fight.
different, There's a very different vibe to it. I mean, like I said, I think the joy of this series has been how up and down it's been. And sure, people can criticize G2 in the first couple of games, but the chaos, especially in the second game, was a lot of fun. I think individual members overperforming, underperforming.
I mean, I just like the fact that for the first time ever, BDS in a best of 5 against G2 have been able to get 2 wins.
Yeah.
Right? And
start up 2-0, I mean.
Like, there's that, Odo Omne is a believer. He believes that BDS can overcome that wall that is G2, the one that's plagued them throughout their history here in the LEC. But we'll see. It's going to be a challenging thing to do. Small gold lead right now for G2 as the blue continues to extend on the bot side of the map. The pressure from Hans and Mickey going to secure them another plate. Yes, it will.
Wondering if Sheo was going to do anything there. He was hovering bot after Yike made his back, but a plate goes down, a bit of extra gold as you're talking about. While Dagda next to me was doing the cha-cha slide, we go back to topside and Adam, the only individual lead. Whatever you were doing with your legs, Dagda, looked fun, you know? But unfortunately, that has now ended, much like the push from bot side as well. Bit of a reset.
You can never reply to him when he just says the things that come into his brain.
I don't know what you were doing.
I think I was moving the thing that I stand on.
Yeah.
Standing mat?
Yeah, the standing mat.
That was the cha-cha slide. Now, Cassante solo kills here because it's Cassante. Why? You may ask, as Equalizer's there. He ultis over it. Broken Blade in trouble, though. Over the Equalizer! It's a solo kill. Never, ever listen to me again. That first blood comes in hot.
I mean, Adam read Broken Blade extremely well because he knew that Broken Blade would try to bring him closer to the tower so he could play the extended fight. And so Adam laid the red carpet exactly where Broken Blade wanted to go. The problem for him is that red carpet is not one of luxury, but one of burning hot coals.
Unsummer throwing it out, and Nuke goes down instead. Labrov was there just in case too, so G2 can't play off that magic pick.
It looks like G2, though, we're going to try and play for the Void Grubs. With the reset, they sent Ash to the top side. Now going to contest Adam, who just TP'd up to the top end. So they can't really now play to move him around the map. Instead, they're going to try and shift Ezreal up very quickly and get some of that experience and go back onto Broken Blade by ensuring that he can catch that bottom wave completely by himself.
Sheo just does grubs. In the meantime, Yike is zoning off. Labrov goes over the wall and now threatens Yike for the counter engage. 3 grubs were G2's start of the game, but Sheo's going to wait here, Q down, and take 3 grubs for his own. So matched on the top side here with an Infernal Dragon sitting there waiting for a potential reset on bot.
G2 just playing for Broken Blade there. They were never really going to be able to contest the Void Grubs because the positioning that BDS had, and you just used the Ash Arrow to try and play for mid pick. So instead they're like, okay, we're going to shift Broken Blade down. He gets the wave that Adam isn't able to really get. He's gotten some plates off himself because they were expecting Ice to shift up towards that Void Grubs, and now you're in a perfectly okay spot, at least, to get some of that experience that Broken Blade needed. You can see it's actually evened up now with Adam. The biggest problem is just the goal deficit, thanks to that early success that Adam had.
Ash is going top lane. I feel like BDS could contest this, but I guess because Nuke still has to catch the mid wave and Ezreal can't really get involved right now, they don't want to take the risk. They'll be happy conceding it. It's not the end of the world, not a big deal. BDS say, fine, you have it. We're in a perfectly fine spot as is.
I want to see what Labrov does here, though, because Alistair hits level 6, potential dive on the cards here against Ansama. And then you've got Adam, who has his ultimate backup and available. So you see Mickey trying to trail Labrov up towards this top side, but without the vision control and without Sheo being in position either, or the wave, looks like they're just going to back off it.
I'm in a good spot in this game. 700 gold lead after that solo kill top lane as well. Haunting guys in hand as Mickey now roams up top too. But this Rumble, based off that early EXP lead where Broken Blade fell behind, as we talked about thoroughly, it's been doing pretty good, and never thought I'd see the day where I'm, you know, looking forward to seeing what Adam's Rumble can do more in this game. Equalizer comes down, clears the wave, stops a potential dive. Sheo's also there just in case.
It's a good bait from Mickey, though, because there's actually no Yike here, which is what BDS were worried about. So Adam wanted to ult the wave to prevent the dive in a 3 or 4 man group. So I actually wasn't sure if Yike was immediately going to move down to the bot side and try and make a play on towards Ice instead, just because you could see that BDS weren't sure on where the G2 jungler were, but he's just going to move up towards top side and secure that top camps instead.
Equalizer timing, but it's not too long. Adam almost level 11, so keep in note that that equalizer used to clear a wave will only end up being 40-50 seconds at the absolute max at this mid-game point. As again, we've said it's been a little bit slower, but I think it kind of builds up the trepidation of this series and all of the fun cast and narrative stuff that we've been telling you into your ears. I hope you've absorbed it. It's like you know, coming from school and you got all this homework.
And we will test you all on this
We
later.
will test you. If this goes to a game 5, you better believe you're going to hand in your notes.
If you want to watch the finals, you actually have to answer 5 questions.
To get into Munich, we should do that. The audience can't get in unless they got a 10-page doc. You imagine that. I bought tickets, though.
If you have just joined us, of course, the winner of this determines a lot. because G2, they've already locked a spot at Worlds after winning the Summer Split, which means that if they do win, both Mad and Fnatic will join them as part of our top 3 and will be our 3 World representatives. The seeding will be decided in Munich next week. If BDS win, Adam, hang on.
Trouble all out is there over the wall, means he travels a vast journey, flashes away. The arrow is just an inch shy. Otherwise, Broken Blade had the blades to prove it.
All right, so Flash traded for Ghost. But yeah, if BDS win, that means that only the finalists will be securing a spot at Worlds alongside G2. So even a win here for BDS would not confirm their spot at Worlds. They need to win one more best of 5 after that in order to lock the spot.
The funny thing is it could be versus Mad, it could be versus Fnatic. I mean, they've already versus Fnatic in the bracket so far. Mad would be funny since Mad have the opportunity to go to Worlds thanks to G2 if this can go the distance, but we're setting up for Herald now, Daggies.
Adam has reset, has managed to move up, so he's going to TP back to the bot side, whereas Broken Blade hasn't, so now he's just spotted now on that ward. G2 immediately move away, but bot tower and trade.
He's indeed gone.
I really think that G2 are being wise about this though, because we look at the atomization, Trinity 4 spikes again for Nuke and Ice mean that G2 would very likely lose a fight. The Smolder isn't scaled up yet. Hans Sama isn't that strong on the Ashe just yet, and this is a large part of why they faltered in game 1, trying to force fights before they were really ready to take them. And knowing how strong Adam is on this Rumble at this point in the game, I think it's wise to just concede these objectives and prioritize stabilizing the game as much as possible.
I do think you're in a bit of a pickle here as G2 though, because you don't win out on side lanes as easily as you'd like. Yes, we can see the Broken Blade in the isolated 1v1 can beat Adam, but Adam can easily clear out waves. Nuke demolishes Caps in the side lane at the moment, despite the Triforce match. Corki just does more damage in the 1v1, so that's why you're seeing Broken Blade trying to match up against Nuke in this top side, because if you're able to isolate Corki to get chip damage on tower, you can always play for that tower take, then use Rift Herald on mid when Dragon spawns in 50 seconds, make it very tough for G2 to hold on to a lot of these outer turrets.
My only contest at that point is I feel like at a certain point Smolder should shift that match.
Yeah, but it's while Rift Herald's available.
That's fair.
Yeah, in the next like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I will say that I'm not really sure at what point Smolder kind of would beat a Corki in the 1v1.
2.5 to 3 items. That's where you're really starting to go. So that's why I think you've got about a 10-minute window here as BDS to try and leverage that advantage.
Yeah.
I like the conversation piece because, again, yeah, it is a ticking time bomb regardless, isn't it? I mean, Nuke has been great on the Corki in this series, and I think reliability for BDS is... I love the fan enthusiasm. Let's go G2. I go to bed and I still hear it. But again, I feel like that's what they need. G2, they are Europe at this point. G2, coming as from an Australian, when I think LEC, when I thought EU LCS, I thought G2 and bit of Fnatic. But Dragon's up. That's what's more important. Third Dragon here, TP coming in, Daggies. Set me up as arrow comes through, never mind. Double TP, Smolder's mum finds the rift. There's an engaged depth charge as well. Equalizer comes out as Shao's ulti is a little behind. Hans Sama untouched as Mickey gets low. Massive rocket from Nuke, but Dragon resets. Still an option there for BDS with the health bars.
We're starting to see the BDS patience slip, and G2 are punishing well. Ice steps up, tries to push back Hans Sama, but Adam hadn't arrived, so Hans Sama does a really good job of ulting him, getting that damage down. And Adam ends up getting pick off the back of it as a result.
We gave a lot of praise to Ice in game 1, him getting the better of Hans Sama, but here in game 4, Hans Sama regaining his confidence. BDS looking to contest this.
Hans Sama regaining his position, or should I say Mickey is, as the Hexgate Rift makes things fast. Broken Blade with a big pick share, re-engages as Hans gets poked on out Ice. The position is huge! He re-engages as Brock gets the 3-man knockup. Wait, BDS have woken up a little bit as Broken Blade gets tagged down, but Nuke is free firing. He's got an ace machine, and Caps ain't gonna be clean. BDS chased down. There's the Valkyrie forward. G2 running for their life as Nuke makes it a hard battle. They get the Dragon afterwards, and individual players from BDS make that a close fight.
Just as I say it, Ice goes ahead and pops off. His positioning in the fight was fantastic. He landed a multi-man ultimate. He arcane shifted over the wall to put himself in a great position to follow up on the engage from the rest of BDS, and they were able to catch off Hans Sama. We're seeing the second half of the fight where G2 felt like that they were strong enough with the numbers advantage, but look at the HP of Hans Sama. Keep your eyes on him. Ice sees the angle, connects the Q, ease over the wall, lands an auto attack, and is able to find that pick. Then the follow-up from the Brava, 3-man knockup. A 4v5 is just a well-played team fight from BDS. And that could be the beginning of BDS closing out this series.
I think they can see the road, much like I saw the road in that team fight, and he started walking it. Now for G2, after that fight, we have to think about the repercussions. What happens to BDS? Well, gold is even. Dragon did go to BDS, but importantly as well, kill over to Nuke, kill over to Ice too. And in this early game, we've got 2 item AD carries through BDS that are now gathering power. Hansama not close behind, or rather, sorry, not too far behind, I should say, as he's almost at the 2-item threshold himself.
It's a tense situation. BDS showcasing that their team fighting composition is very strong. The Brav is an effective front line. The follow-up with Sheo, his ultimate, providing a huge amount of zone control. And whether they're the first on the objective or the last, they have ways to answer. G2, on the other hand, they're very reliant on Mickey connecting that CC.
True.
You can see how difficult it is to lock people down. They need the Ash Arrow to land. They need to have that Norless ultimate follow through. They need a good Zyra ultimate. But if those things are gone, then what real ways are G2 to have to start a fight outside of Broken Blade, maybe finding a flank? It comes back to this game 1 scenario. The beauty of Maokai is it just makes your comp very simple and straightforward to execute.
True. Arrow.
Great ward there, just behind them. G2 were trying to set up the pick, but Ice able to spot out Hansama and Mickey looking for it thanks to that singular ward. So massive value. Now BDS, they get to push out waves. They're going to get the reset. And it feels like it's just waiting until now. They go shove in mid, they start to establish vision, and it's pick off G2 trying to hold on to these side lane turrets. And once you're in that position, it becomes way easier then to control how G2 get to operate in the map. But Caps, look at those stacks, 193 already. He's starting to tick up towards that 225.
Is there a reason Ice is glowing purple? Is he the chosen one? Like, what is this? Shen ulti? Do we have a Shen?
I don't know is the honest answer.
Okay, well,
it's just a...
I mean, if it makes you feel like that is the stunned visual animation, I'm pretty sure. Because in my client
has one as well. He's just a slightly bigger lad, so it's harder to see.
Just enhanced recall, maybe.
I mean, I think it's a visual bug, is what I can tell you. Because in the game client that
I've been confirmed as a visual bug.
Yeah.
I like my one better. That he's the chosen one. And then Labrov as well with that last engage, kind of the same. But if I was a G2 supporter, right now I'd be making Caps purple because he is pretty close to getting his stacks. And Hansama alongside just picked up his second item. So, I don't know, G2 power in this even game as we pace out towards the next dragon and the Baron spawn, gentlemen. I need to pause quickly before we start setting up for that bottom objective because Broken Blade is being cheeky, but he's not going to pull an engage on Adam.
Yeah, you can see this is where BDS are trying to leverage the fact that they have control over the map and have, well, specifically that mid lane turret down, because you're just playing off of 3-man mid into setup pressure on top side, so then you can try and take the top tier 1, but G2 are doing a good job of responding by quickly shoving out mid and then leaning to control that top end as well, using Hansama's hawk shot to spot out where BDS are moving. And now G2 in response, trying to do a similar thing to get control over the river for Dragon.
It's a tense moment. 15 seconds. G2 find themselves in the river. BDS pushing out bot. Caps has to go and answer. The tower's still there to be able to catch the wave. But at any point, we feel that a single fight could swing the momentum of the whole game.
True.
Because Baron is now on the cards.
I like that BDS is whispering. He's telling me that something's about to go down, but he doesn't want to wake the neighbors. Right now, G2 are going to start building up Rampage. They're onto the Dragon, and they don't care if they make noise. BDS walking in, the Dragon already gone. It's 2 apiece. BDS think about their position in this fight, but they don't pull any triggers. They have mid, they'll take the wave. But Dragon just goes over to G2, and BDS do not want to overforce.
BDS might be able to get the mid tier 2 here, though. You can see that K'Sante stayed on the bottom side.
True.
They could stick around, but...
Scared.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought they would actually go for that. Especially with like the Triforce procs, you should be able to take it relatively quickly, but looking to set up Baron Vision instead. Ash ult goes a bit wide, trying to see if they could fish for someone off those resets. Nicely done by G2. They get to the objective first and take the Dragon.
Caps is continuing to scale. But overall, I will say that I feel that Nuke has had a better series than Caps when I look across all the games that we've seen. Nuke is in a great position right now on the Corki himself. He's already broken one record today.
Yeah.
He may be able to break another personal one if he's able to take down G2 in this best of 5. But yeah, like the slower game really just goes to show the tension that is mounting. G2, if they could win here, you have to think of the mental advantage that they would gain, given that BDS would be on the cusp of being reverse swept again.
Very true.
They would be in the 5th game, and G2 would ride the momentum of winning the previous 2 games. However, BDS know that all they need is one more game. And they're in a good position, the goal is very even, the randomization is good. Like, they have all the tools they need to win, they just gotta win a fight. And so both teams are hyper-focused, they're locked in. These are the type of games where you see that attention to detail, and a single mistake is all it could take. Could this be it?
Well, LeBron might be caught out. Dredgeline could be that, but it could be a ruse as well. We question with a headbutt that disengages the fight, and Caps comes on in now with his executors. Mum flies in as well. 1Q, LeBron knows and has to flash away. Good poke that comes through from Nuke and Ice on the back end as G2 have gotten rid of the engage tool from BDS.
Ice is doing so much though. Caps
Equalizer on the back end. Adam has flash available, but Caps is out of range. He's low, he has to back, but he has TP.
That was huge from Ice and Adam. G2 were immediately starting up that Baron, knowing that Labrov had no ult, no flash, little to add to the engage tool. So the fact they managed to push Caps back buys the space that BDS need to shove G2 away.
Keep your eyes on the minimap here. Notice that Nuke immediately pings out the bottom wave, knowing after the chaos of top side, sees the wave, wants to push it in, maybe even secure this tower. He's very close to level 16. A nice upgrade to his ultimate would be a lovely boon to have. Yep. Recognize that, you know what, the rest of my team is resetting. I can't afford to overstay, so I'm now going to go back to base.
Has enough for his rapid fire cannon as well on reset, so should be in a very good spot off the back of this. Also just buying time for Labrov to get his up back up kind of dissuades G2 from a lot of the shenanigans they were looking for on the top side.
You know what's made this game interesting though is the Hex Tech portals in this 4th game. Like, these chunks come through, but of course with this kind of rift, it doesn't mean as much as it normally would. They have to disengage. Okay, we wait for our supports to come back out, and they're out within 5 more seconds, so it changes the whole dynamic of the game here as we start approaching potential 3rd Dragon for either of these teams. 1 minute 40 until that. Baron, of course, warded by both as G2 go and clear that control ward. Scuttlecrab will also help out with some of the vision here for the meantime. That buys time for BDS so that G2 can't start this willy-nilly.
Yeah, and Ice just throwing out the ultimate, knowing his Qs will get that back off of reset. Every spell you hit gives you a 1 second production on the cooldown of that ultimate, and also just get some damage on towards the Ike. Especially when you just saw Nuke enter into bot wave. There was a window where G2 may have tried to start up the Baron just to try and force Nuke to TP in, get that summoner spell out, but both teams very tense around this mid-game point. Neither wants to give any space on the map.
You can feel it.
I can.
You know, that was supposed to be like a dramatic pause, you know.
But I can't feel it, but you're not wrong.
45 seconds until the next dragon. The attention turns towards the waves. Caps, level 16 on the horizon. Will he be able to get it off this wave? He's going to stay for another. This means that BDS is first on the bot side river. Labrov hunting for a deep ward. A little dangerous going this far in, but he's able to do it unscathed. All right, he's going to go for another one, and he'll get it. Great vision now for Labrov, which means that there's the potential for flank TPs from both Nuke and Adam, should they so see it. Cap saying, you know what, screw it, we'll concede all control over the bot side of the map. I'll trade this for another tower. Level 16 is secured. I wonder if he has the gold to buy an upgrade.
Yeah, he's setting up for Baron, is he? The potential thereof. Sheo getting some vision. Ice is here too with Labrov. Bot side completely cleared out of vision, and that dragon is now spawned.
It's very risky for G2 to try and give up this dragon because Hextech Soul is just so incredibly powerful, but they did draw BDS up.
Mickey flash forward. It's from flash for flash. Step charges there. Dredgeline arrow as well. The follow through, but where's the follow-up damage? The ulti all burn. Nuke is about to die, but he takes a while. A 1-for-1 trade is in the meantime. Ice has to get out of there. Broken Blade is charged in. Labrov almost burning down. What a pick. Mickey sets it up, and Nuke is down for 45.
The return damage from Nuke was so devastating, but it wasn't quite enough. After the arrival of Broken Blade, he's able to secure that kill, get that shutdown, and this will put G2 on sole point. So much of the damage now gone for BDS.
Question marks on Mickey's Nautilus, and he comes up clutch there. Now Caps trying to put pressure on mid. LeBrov is back.
Sticking around for this. There's still good damage from the Ezreal. Caps flies away and gets a turret in the end as well. You can see that execute threshold still scares BDS enough. They lose mid, they lose the Dragon. G2 on sole point.
And that was just really well orchestrated by G2 as Mickey finds that hook, and there's just nothing that Nuke can do. Sheo maybe could have tried to flash in front of any sort of follow-up there, but there was just pure panic as they try to save Nuke. Now BDS turning back over towards the Baron. Caps is on reset, he has no TP.
Yeah, he has no TP.
Adam's got the equalizer back up and available. Ice tries to zone off Yikers. Remember, the wild growth was just used, but it's almost back up and available. I think we've got a timer on it as well. G2 run on in, and BDS are trying to flip this game, give themselves a match point to remember. Mickey jumps on in, the zone control huge from Sheo. They go for the Baron, they take it down, while LeBrov sacrifices his life, and Mickey has to get zoned away. Almost dies to Ice's 4 Barons up and available. Count it down as BDS run for their lives. The Smolder Mum gets some damage down as Ice is in the front line, but Arcane shifts away. G2 can't get any more kills. 4 Barons for the big BDS power play.
BDS with a great read of the map. They recognize that Caps doesn't have the HP to stick on the fight. Even if he does, they can turn it into a favorable 5v5, but he ends up going back to base. He's late to rejoin the party. LeBrov soaks up so much time. His ultimate doing so much work for BDS to allow them to secure the objective. And initially this play looked slow, but BDS are able to make it work.
And the whole thing here is them trying to get that Banshee's Veil off of Yike. You see that Rob not quite able to get it there, doesn't quite get it, but it doesn't matter. He's bought enough time where they can't get into the pit, and BDS just barely managed to escape off the backside. I got very nervous when I started to see these slows coming through, but now BDS opening up on the bot side. They shoved in mid, rotate over to the bot side, and want to get as much value as possible from this Baron.
This Baron, you kind of look at the gold and it hasn't given a huge swing in the favor of BDS, but it's gotten their carry slightly closer to completing that 4th item. You can see that gold advantage on the bottom of your screen, and BDS have set themselves up to start sieging, if nothing else. They do have great poke, especially with the Rumble ultimate. Sieging onto these towers is going to be very effective. The wave clear, I think, with Smolder is solid from G2, but I would argue if it's enough to weather the pressure. But the question then is BDS actually going to put that pressure down? Because right now it looks like that they're just they're neutralizing the game. They're just continuing to farm as G2 is just catching waves.
That's the thing, you've only got 2 more waves to play off of here with those resets coming through, so it feels like for BDS, yeah, you got the outer turrets, but for G2, they're going to be very happy with that. And you're not really going to crack anything open that puts pressure onto Caps, who is still stacking, who is still becoming incredibly strong with Infinity Edge coming through next.
Well, Nuke does have the push in the top lane. BDS, I'm sure, would have loved to have moved that pressure into the top side jungle, but he's going to be first onto that tower. Broken Blade is going to be the one to respond. Decided not to overstay his welcome. So yeah, really, BDS didn't get a huge amount off the back of this Baron. It's more so an objective that they've taken off the map, and this game is going to come down to the Dragons, Hysterics. It's going to be about that soul. It's going to likely be about the Elder as well, and a single fight is likely what's going to determine this game.
30 seconds to get that push in order and give yourself a bit of pressure to move into the Dragon. Dragon is also up in a minute 32 as BDS pop at top.
There's a small timing window with the Banshee's Veil being down that BDS need to try and play for. They're constantly fishing for Zyra with Nuke's rockets to just get that cooldown off of him, and maybe you can look for engage, maybe you can look for something, but as long as Yike has that tool available, it's way too difficult to engage, because when Sheo, LeBrov, Adam go into that close range, you're just walking into Mom, into Yike's ultimate as well, just making it so difficult to control that area.
Arrow, LeBrov caught out. LeBrov having to ult. LeBrov might now have to flash. The grasping roots predicts it, but he waits. He gets out from the wild growth as well, but the burn, the execute, LeBrov backing where he had no business being, and G2 use that experience button again.
The advantage that BDS has is that there's no real objective on the map. for G2 to play for. They'll be able to get some vision control, but again, there's no Baron available. The Dragon is still 30 seconds away, and the Brav will be up in time. You already mentioned the Hex Gates. Those are available to help him get back into the space. It's just about that control that BDS is going to lose off the loss of their support.
And there's a potential here where LeBron just shouldn't have flashed. Should have just accepted his death.
Coming in, I mean, he's got a shield, he feels comfortable, but for how long? Equalizer down, but you have no support. Engage, caught out, 2 picks against BDS, and now Broken Blade brings himself into 3. A triple knockback, a disengaging ult. G2, there's blood in the water, and BDS are caught napping. Now LeBron's back on in, but you've lost your mid lane carry. Ice has to get out, LeBron's dead again, and BDS, the curse keeps on going.
One by one, they roll into G2, and one by one, they're stomped into oblivion. G2 want to push this to a game 5, and BDS are getting caught consistently and giving them that chance.
A game where focus was at its highest, where both teams recognized how much was on the line, results in a lapse of judgment from BDS. As 4 members, they tried to contest the space that they weren't allowed to contest. It is a 4v5. That river does not belong to you, and Adam was in a position that he should not have been in. You mentioned the Banshees, he thinks he's safe, but you can't walk up here. This space does not belong to G2. Definitely want to have a fight, and that's exactly what they got.
Great job by Mickey as well. Throws down the E to get that Banshee's fail off initially, follows up exceptionally quickly with the depth charge, and just routes this in place. BDS here thought maybe we can wait for LeBron to come in, but G2, they cut down Nuke, they cut down LeBron, and they kind of cut the chances of BDS coming back in this game to slim to none.
Hextech Soul with an Ash. One of the most oppressive things in the game, I feel like. Smolder can add to that too. But the chase down, the lockdown, the beat around, G2 have found momentous picks in this game. BDS may have started 2-0, but G2, it doesn't matter, fighting back from the brink ain't their hardest task. They now run mid, teleports burn, and BDS have to think about how they'll approach this Baron in 15 seconds.
Trying to get mid control initially, Adam playing off towards the side, hiding there, seeing if maybe he can get a big equalizer, but marked by Mickey and some good vision. Caps again pushing in that top side, creating pressure on the map that BDS have to respond to, have to do something to contest.
Look at Broken Blade, he just walks up with no fear.
Oh, the flash stretch line arrow goes into Lebrov. It's an okay start, you'd say, but G2 with the Hextech Soul are right on these frontline carries. Nature's Grasp rolls in though as Nuke gets hooked on in, poked down, and hit around. There in the back line, Eyes goes sky high as Lebrov goes down low, but BDS too slow. G2 with another fight, and this time they're going to open up the base.
G2 have scaled too well. Caps is online, Broken Blade is unkillable, and game 5 feels inevitable. G2 move over towards the Baron as a right prize for them.
The Kings of Europe are kings for a reason. They are not a team that will go quietly into the night. They will fight with everything that they've got. And BDS, those tiny mistakes have resulted in disaster. Broken Blade is truly unstoppable as he looks for another fight.
Casante is only the start of it as well. Every time BDS go in, now G2 pick them apart. Arrow misses Adam, but that mid lane turret is going to die regardless with the Baron buff as well. BDS, I've talked about rabbits in hats so many times on this broadcast already. You better pull out too.
They need some kind of miracle. They need some sort of magic to spark once more, but G2 feel like they've just shut down those embers. Completing just everything on the map that you're going to push out now and start to push in towards the base.
There was a moment of tension, kind of converted into so much pressure for BDS, and it's Broken Blade exerting it all. Look at how he just menacingly walks up. Ice is immediately forced to retreat. Look at Nuke on the bottom side of your map. Yike is trying to zone him away. Mickey turns his attention. Good damage comes out from Yike, and he's able to work with Hans to finish off that kill, while Broken Blade is single-handedly pushing the rest of BDS away.
They can't get through him. He led that fight, walked up menacingly and stood there and said, what are you going to do? And they didn't even get through a quarter of his health bar. He just was there the entire time, and there's nothing that BDS can do.
And you can say the pressure's getting to them. I just watched that fight of Ice hitting 1 Q out of 7. Like, it really shows the game state. It shows you how BDS, again, another game 5, another BO5. A date with destiny, it feels like, as G2 carrying Mad Lions on their back to Worlds as well. BDS, their own run. in danger now as well after what started as a clean series, a brilliant start to the series as well. BDS now fishing, looking for anything they can get top, while their bottom lane is broken.
You can see after game 2, it was all smalls for BDS coming back to the stage, but now it's turned to sweat, turned to stress as they look towards that potential game number 5, one that has not looked good for them over the course of the organization's history. They managed to find one win in that game 5 this summer playoffs, but it was not against the G2, and it was not in a position like this. So BDS, this is dire straits for them now.
Sheo on the angle, throws out the ultimate. Looking to try and buy a bit of space. I don't really see how an engage can happen here, but Broken Blade will not be perturbed.
Well, the arrow makes it so. Sheo is meant to be the tank here, but away he goes. Han Summer with another. BDS have to deflect, reflect, leave, and think about what's next in a game 5, because Broken Blade is unkillable, and this turret and Inhibitor are next to go.
The tower will quickly fall, and Inhibitor short to follow. The hook connects from Mickey.
There's a will, there's a way. That's what I've learned about G2 here today. They run in, they stop BDS in their tracks. Lebrov has to leave once again in front of the Nexus turrets. They've got a date with Destiny once more.
There's nothing that BDS can do. They just have to watch as their base falls apart. G2 continue to fish for hooks. They continue to look for picks. Sheo alive in 8 seconds, but even if he's here, I don't know if he can stop this.
Nexus turrets are melting like butter with Broken Blade having a demolition. Now Mum to fly through. They have to flash away, but a bare Nexus with an Nature's Grasp. G2 deflect once more, but then go back on the counter-attack. Good flips away as the minions are coming in. Dredgeline catches 2, and Caps is now cleaning up from a 2-0 start to BDS to now Silver Scrates. G2 are indeed inevitable.
Game 5 on the docket. A 2-0 lead for BDS. But they found themselves in that position before. The pressure of G2 closing that series, bringing us to game 5. We're gonna go to a break, but don't go anywhere, because game 5 is coming your way.
Re-engages his hands, gets poked on out ice. The position is huge. He re-engages LeBron, gets the three-man knockup. Wait, BDS have woken up a little bit as Broken Blade gets tagged down, but Nuke is free firing. He's got an ace machine.
Yeah, Lucas. Okay, it's enough, it's enough, it's enough.
Oh, we're going.
Okay, it's gonna be knocked up, okay? I'm in front of you. It's fine. We have to get out. Okay, we got him. No flash. Careful,
guys, it's free dragon if we don't.
Okay. It's fine, guys. We don't have to. Restore. Okay, no W, no flash. Are you him? Nice! Together.
So guys, as well?
No, guys. No, we get everything.
Mid first. What about mid first?
I just walked straight into it.
Welcome back, everyone, as we try and find our marks. Keep it going, come on! Yeah, the G2 fans are awake, I know that. Unbelievable. And we were talking as we were standing in that tunnel, and Medic, I think you said, the minute they didn't capitalize on the first match point, I knew it was going to happen. Actually, you said when they killed the second Nexus.
Yeah, I said when
Why
they
is
went 2-0
that?
up, it was going to happen. Because there's just this air of inevitability around the whole thing. We've seen BDS in this spot so many times in the past. We've seen them got reverse swept by MDK and by Fnatic in the last 2 years. And it's a vibe. You know, some teams have the aura and some teams don't. And unfortunately, BDS, until they win a game 5, to me, just don't have that aura.
Unironically, the hardest game in a best-of series is the one where you need to close it out, because it's so much easier to go up 2-0, because there's a lot less pressure in that sense, even though you're facing the wall that is G2. Plenty of times before, for me, when we went to 2-0, we got reverse swept just because it's crunch time, you know, you need to close it out, you need to put on your best performance against a team that is playing with the back against the wall, and a lot of times the teams end up faltering.
And on the other side, Broxa, you could look at it as we did at the beginning of the day, you know, when I also asked you when it came to match point, is your glass half full or is it half empty? And I know that we're very inclined to say, it is so empty and I am so thirsty, Broxa, but for BDS, you know, on the other hand, you have this one chance now. And now there is really no ifs, buts, or maybes. There are no excuses. There is nothing you can go for. This is it, or it is over for you. Do you feel like BDS is a team that can step up to this expectation, knowing that this is what they've worked for the entire year?
What makes me unsure is the fact that they've played the same draft, or style of draft at the very least. 4 games in a row, staying at red side, so maybe a fifth. And I think to me it's clear that it worked in the first 2 games, it didn't work in the third. You probably should have adapted going into this one, and now they really need to decide if this is the route they want to continue, or if they finally bring a surprise, and if so, what that surprise is going to be.
And what it's going to look like. And I think we are very inclined to look at it from the perspective of BDS. Of course you are, because you have the tape and you have the memories and you have that curse that is following them. But I also want to look at it, Medic, from the side of a G2 that is sovereignly leading Europe and has done for a very long time, that was with their backs against the wall at that match point and realized, again, we're not going to win all these trophies. Heck, we're not going to be able to join all of our fans in Munich who've already bought tickets, probably, and already bought their transportation. Yes. Can we let that happen? So something is to be said for their grinta in this best of 5.
Yeah, I think their grit and determination is something that G2 has to be respected for through the whole year. Like, we've seen ups and downs from this team. We've seen Cap struggling. We've seen Mickey struggling in this series. We've seen splits where Hans Sommer looks like he doesn't really understand his role in the team. But one of the great things about G2 is how well the cogs work together to elevate each individual player when needs must, right? Someone can struggle and the other parts of the team step up. And I think we continue to see that, and I think a lot of credit has to be given to their coaching staff for that as well. Dylan, Falco, and Duffman were on Euphoria this week talking about they have multiple people fulfilling multiple roles and even crossing over the roles to make sure that they don't have gaps in their knowledge, and their team exemplifies that.
Absolutely. Odo, quantify it for me then, because for G2 something is working that wasn't working in the first 2 games, and we talked about how BDS is going for the same strats over and over. So how has G2 elevated their game?
Well, they slowed the game down a lot because I think the total average of kills throughout the whole series has been going down significantly from game 1 up to game 4. They realized that all of these skirmishes that are happening in the early game are not really working out in their favor. Mickey went from, 7 deaths in the first game to like now 3 and finding great engages. That's great. Finding great engages all around, and he's been having a great performance, and that's just because they realized that if the game slows down, their fundamentals are better, their map setup is better, the way they just synergize so good into team fights has been going up. So I think this is what they have been doing, and this is the core thing that made them so good this series.
And I think a huge difference that we've seen from G2 is in the summer finals against Fnatic, they fell massively behind Fnatic, but then used their mid game to overcome Fnatic as the game went on, right? BDS are not as good an early game team as Fnatic is. And so by slowing the tempo of the game down, G2, who have worked on their mid game so much this year, can then play to their current strengths.
Yes, as they are on stage first, I don't want to add to the tally of things that, is going against BDS in this. We already said the 4 3-2s, the 2 reverse sweeps, but also of those reverse sweeps, they were never able to kind of stop the motions, whenever they started losing the games. And that is also damning because that speaks to their momentum, And you both as competitors, it is probably the hardest thing to overcome. I mean, you were in the shoes of losing to G2 over and over and over until you did it, right? So what advice can you give BDS?
Well, I think both me and Odo have been in situations in the past where it felt like we had a curse that needed to be broken, and eventually we both overcame it. And in the same way, there's a good chance that these guys behind us are about to do it right now.
How will they do it? I know they can hear you, right? That's life, baby.
I think they have to focus on the things that went really well. They did amazing in game 1 and 2. They did really well in game 4, and it was close in a lot of ways, but they need to find a way to shut down Caps and to get a stronger team fighting comp, and then they're going to be in a good spot to win.
Yeah, most of the adaptations that I would go for would be a little bit in the drafting department, because the drafts look good, the skeleton is good, but there's just always this one pick that doesn't really fit the draft, and last game it was Rumble. And I really, really hope that they make this sort of adaptation, because their fundamentals are still really, really good, and the way they get their leads is still like, okay, but now if the game slows down, you cannot go back to the same style and the same style of drafting that you had in game 1 and 2, and you need to kind of pick a little bit more for late game, I would say.
Who wins game 5? Medic.
I'm a BDS ambassador, so I'm going to say BDS.
Okay. Broxa?
If they win, you'll sound amazing.
I want to say BDS. I'm going to go with BDS. I'll go for the spice.
Okay. Odo?
Because we have Mr. Ambassador over here, he's inspired me so much, so I would go for a BDS win. Just so we don't have another G2 final storyline, we need a new champion in Europe.
Well, we're all going to be very wrong in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I know more than enough about Jinxes that I'm not going to give my opinion about this, because they did that for me. But what a game 5 we have. BDS, this is it. Your season is over. You are not going to Worlds. You're not going to Munich if you cannot win this game 5. And G2, will you really let your fans down and not make it to Munich next week? Let's find out.
All those tickets that people bought in advance thinking G2's a sure thing. Is it really? We talk about momentum. G2 obviously have that in their favor going into this game 5, but anything's up for grabs here. One final game to decide it, one moment. Mum spaghetti.
opportunity.
Yeah. Jacked up, Thaddeus. We're going to walk you through it because drafting was something those guys down there talked about quite a lot, considering that I feel like the drafts have been both interesting, but like the dynamic that's evolved in the series, especially with this Ashe pick as a priority, this Rel ban as a priority, and what gets picked up in early jungle. I think that's where we can at least start.
I mean, I agree a lot with Odo's point about Adam's picks. In games 1 and 2, I really felt their impact.
Yep.
And in games 3 and 4, we didn't.
We did not.
Now, admittedly, again, I'll reinforce that in game 3, the bot side of the map was collapsing before he really had an opportunity to do anything. But I really want to see BDS really make use of this 5th counter pick, of this last pick counter pick, to give him an advantage so that he can be impactful in these fights.
It's crazy to see BDS go back to red again. I can understand, again, you are wanting to give Adam that counter pick, but it just feels like Ashe has been such a crucial pick over the course of this series that it's bizarre to not go for that blue side so you can try and secure it, unless they want to ban it here. But Tristana was the pick taken away in that last one because they are still prioritizing that Corki Maokai on 1-2, but the Corki ban.
They banned Corki themselves?
So what does that... Where are they going with this?
Are we
because
going back to mages?
we assume this is Ashe first pick, right? That's
I mean,
at
yes.
least... It's been so strong for both teams throughout this series. Has developed to a must.
There's no way that this, like, because you can't afford to give Ice Ashe.
Yep.
And it's proven how strong just the champion is in this series.
Tristana Ivan?
I mean, Ezra is going to be high priority, of course. Okay. I guess, so basically their priority shifted where they clearly wanted to be more flexible in mids, but they don't want to afford or run the risk of Corki going away. So the reason why they banned Corki is because they want to first pick Ez and they want Maokai alongside it.
Right.
And they didn't want to run the risk of giving Corki over to G2. So that's the logic behind the ban. The question is it worth it? Like, because... I mean, G2, they're going to stick to a game plan that they've already showcased, which is bring out the Nautilus. It wasn't a good game 1 for Mickey, but his game 4 was a lot better, and you saw how it was supposed to work. So I think that they can now round out. They can go for a small... I guess, actually, it delays the mid lane pick, because now you don't know what you're picking into. So, Caps, you can see him contemplating on your screen right now. Do they just blind pick a safe pick? It looks like they're going to go for the Cassante.
So, I think the reason being, I think BDS are trying to set up for Cassiopeia pick. They can now send the Cassiopeia into the top side if they want to up against Cassante. But I do think this is kind of where they were like, hey, look, we want to go back towards mages. We want to go back towards comfort. But
this is why they did
it. Go towards the Rakan.
They wanted to get the Rakan back for LeBron.
Yeah.
It was denied for them in the second phase of bans, and they just didn't want to pick mid lane here at all. So instead, I think that now, like, the counter pick becomes clear. It's Nuke that's going to be given that option. We may see tank versus tank on the top side of the map. We may see Adam default back to that. But now BDS have a little bit more flexibility. Rather than running double AD carry, they can look to lock in a mage. They themselves have banned away the Azir, which would be my initial instinct. But now they're going to start to pinch that jungle pool. Sejuani and Ivan likely to be taken away. Maybe they consider shifting the Sejuani into a Zyra ban instead, given that so far this series, Yike really hasn't gone for the Sejuani, going for both the Bran and the Zyra ahead of it.
And also, I think trying to force a Sejuani pick to pull Caps into that mage battle could work out actually relatively well for BDS, because he's shown that the Tristana is an incredibly strong pick for him. The Lucian he's looked great on. So I think there's a lot of these AD carry picks that are still there. Now you can still go Brand and an AD carry pairing, but I think just trying to get Caps onto a mage may actually work out better for BDS.
I'm curious again because, you know, we've seen the priority on things like the Tristana, but with the Ivan gone too, a lot of the time that pairing is enough to get rid of the Tristana along with it. We'll see. There's one option towards mid.
Lucian.
So, now, top lane is the question because, again, we already set up. Mid is going to be counterpick here. How safe do you go? Is it going to be like Dagda says, is it just going to be a tank battle in the top lane? Or do we get one of those fringe picks from Adam that has defined his career?
I think Ornn would actually be nice here.
Yeah.
I think you just take it and you call it quits. Then you can potentially go for the Cassiopeia on the next rotation, have your late game scale here, but Mundo hovered. It will be the Mundo bringing it back out.
Yep. I mean, I think into champions like Ashe, it's really good because of how easily you can glue yourself to those targets. Of course, Cassante and Nautilus are great PL champions. What do you go with your Caps here? What's the logic? What's the ideation? With the Azir gone, that's one of your safe AP champion options. You need something that can help shred through this Mundo, and there aren't that many. Do you just go for something like the Smolder once again, that kind of scaling late game? But then what about the counter picks that Nuke could potentially bring out?
Stunner though, doesn't matter that Ivan's gone, they're going to pick it anyway.
So that's going to be their strategy once again. Just have the double hyperscaling AD carries, double infinity edges, potential mortal reminders.
I'm waiting.
I think this is it. Cassiopeia can throw in the miasma. Tristana can't jump away. She doesn't get a rocket resets, and yeah.
Game 5, Cassio. Now, just a bit of context for people before I let my amazing co-casters sum up what this draft does. This has been a flex in the past. Obviously, it's going mid this game. Both Nuke and Adam have played it, and Nuke had a really good time on it in the playoffs so far. So we get it in a Game 5 with a Mundo as well. Gentlemen, who wants to start in this Game 5, rounding this up?
It does feel to me like this is very much a comfort for BDS. Nuke going back towards the Cassiopeia, 17 games played, nearly a 65% win rate on the pick overall in his career. It has been something that he's gone back towards numerous times and sets up well for what G2 are trying to do, which is find these picks, go for this kind of all-in, jump in onto a single target. If Cassiopeia can buy that space, it's great. You've got great late game scaling DPS with this pick as well, so it's going to be a case, can Nuke perform once more? He has been the standout performer alongside Ice for this squad, and now he just needs to find that performance once more.
I mean, this is a very BDS draft, gentlemen.
Yeah, big time.
Like they've clearly said we have to double down on comfort. It's what helped us secure the first 2 games. They've also diversified their damage portfolio more than what they've shown in the series. It's not double AD carries forcing Adam to play AP tops. Instead, they now have an AP carry and an AD carry that both scale very well into the late game. If they can't win with this, like, this is really the best that they have to offer. This is the best version of themselves, and they're putting it all on the line against G2. Game 5, everything on the line. Both teams want to win. Both teams want to make it to Munich, and it's all going to come down to this.
The funny thing is, all we're missing is a jinx for Ice, but we'll have to see if the desk to give us that jinx instead as you roll on into game number 5. BDS already setting up. Adam hovering around the wall here. They could potentially collapse onto Mickey here. They're probably going to go over the wall with the W.
He's not spotted out. No defensive ward place. Mickey is deep, as you said. They could be thinking, we can collapse on this.
7 seconds.
Hansama is going to be the collapse instead. He's walking into Brush Lebrov with a W. Where's the cooldown? 1 more second. But G2 are counter-collapsing. Lockdown onto Nuke, the level 1 in game number 5. We brawl! Adam is at half HP already as Cap jumps in with Rocket Jump and gets his flash away. Sheo is running for his life as G2 are winning out with Lebrov healing as well. 2 summoners in the early game. G2 spent none.
Just a couple more seconds and Lebrov would have had that grand entrance open again, but not quite the case. Has to burn the heal to get away from the slows from Hansama. So some flashes burnt, and it's BDS getting burned by that level 1.
An ambitious invade against an Ashe. They thought that they had caught Hansama isolated, but G2 were quick to collapse. Losing those summoners already puts that pressure, and this is the biggest thing, the mental pressure for BDS. Game 5, they found themselves in this situation so many times before. The analysts believe in them to be able to overcome that mental adversity, but they're going to have to put it on display here in this game. And losing those summoners, you have to wonder how that'll affect them.
BDS don't, as Dredgeline comes through. Good dodge from Ice. I've got to say, BDS against G2, it's starting to feel cursed. Best of 5 cursed over the period of time. G2 always get over, as this is level 2 engage from Caps. Nuke just takes a bit of damage. Can't do much here at level 1 as he slithers away.
It's not going to be a very favorable time for Nuke, although nice engage actually at the level 2 hit.
He hits as well. Mickey's going to be in a bit of trouble. It's just damage done, but all better for the laning phase. It's BDS who hit level 2 first bot.
Yeah, nice job though for Hansama to get in front of Mickey, because I think a couple more of those Mystic shots would have spelled disaster for him, but we'll be able to hold on to those summoner spells. Will be the push as level 2 now hits. Mickey!
Oh, Mickey! Engage and getting the lockdown from a bad start to now a great fall. First blood, and Mickey's back.
Confidence and conviction displayed there by Mickey. He flashes in without a moment's hesitation after getting level 2 and connects onto Ice. The cleanse offered no real value in that situation. Woo! But this is an environment like we talked about, the mental.
Wait. Nuke was still tanking up the minions.
He was forced to flash. Caps re-engaged, but now Sheo sets his sights on the mid lane. A pot comes through for Caps. but you can see how G2 are playing. They're riding off the momentum of those last 2 games. They're not afraid to make these plays. They know what they need to do. And first blood on the board for G2.
And it's normally Ice that we look towards to be the calmness, the stillness, the guy who never messes up for BDS, but when they need him most, that misstep with a great hook from Mickey doesn't flash it. And it's Ice who ends up falling in that bottom side, and now Nuke as well, struggling in mid. G2 out early on the map. Might find Labrov.
He's spotted out. They know that he's there as Yike just hits Scuttle, and Mickey thinks about it if Labrov steps any further forward. But Yike gets Scuttle. Nuke is about to be bullied. He just lost his flash, and G2 are full on committing. Flash already burnt from Mickey before in the previous play, but G2 are hovering mid, and they ain't letting him go.
But Yike is also just going to get double Scuttle. Sheo had to slow down to go through mid, so hasn't been able to fully clear out. It's been a bit of a wonky clear for him, so it means that Yike going to get this early lead off of Sheo having to help out his mid laner as well. So a lot of pain points on the map for BDS right now.
I think Mickey doing a smart thing of just moving away from the bot side of the map, looking to try and impact the fact that there's a lot of summoners down, and that he can work with Yike to set up a lethal combo.
Miasma is down, but Cap just steps on over it. It's a 1-for-1 so far in terms of trading, but Nuke wins out in the end.
He does. Nice trades from Nuke. You see how deadly this Cassio can be in the extended exchange. Now Labrov, in contrast to Mickey, looking to do the same thing. Put that pressure down. The pot's going to come through. Mickey here to hover, has the Hex Flash.
Remember, Noxious Blast, it has to connect, it's just out of range. If Nuke hits that Q, he gets movement speed as well. He's obviously playing around that well as Q hits again. He gets in range, Twin Fang, good trade as Caps is starting to feel the bad end of the brunt as we talked about before.
I like this from Nuke. Like, I think you need these type of trades. Those trades, the way that like things go in your favor, you know that you can fight, reminding you how advantageous the Cassio can be in this matchup.
Yep.
For now, we have that hover on the top side from Yike, there to cover for Broken Blade in the event that Adam oversteps his bounds. I look at the minimap and notice supports. This is not a mid lane matchup anymore. This is Mickey versus Labrov's lane, as Labrov tries to push in the wave, whereas Mickey tries to freeze it. Labrov does get the better of Mickey here. A single creep will be secured, which Mickey will take the bounty of, sharing that with Caps in the mid lane.
They'll set up a slow push here for Caps in the mid lane though, so curious to see with Dragon's Bond and also Void Grub's about to come up, what the path of action is here for Yike. But you've also got to push on the bottom side, so Dragon just quickly off rip could be something that G2 try and succeed here, because leveraging those Dragons has been great in the early stages of game 3 and 4 to get these leads that they can then utilize in the mid game.
What a start it's already been. 6 minutes in, Grub's now spawn. Once again, Labrov does not like bottom lane. He's allergic to it. He says, ew, get me out. Mickey thinking that same thought as well. Yike's going to start up the Dragon at the very least. And remember, Adam just burned his TP top, so did Broken Blade. So for G2 now, they feel comfortable with Caps hitting level 6 first, moving down for this first Dragon of the game.
Talked about it, Dictor. Early Dragon priority going to be the secure for G2. Level 6 is starting to come through, which means that with these ultimates available...
These hooks, like, in this game, are so close.
Where is this Mickey been?
He took a couple of games to warm up, Dagda.
Man's been on a mission. Last game, great hooks.
Yeah.
Great play on the Nautilus to secure the win for G2. And now heat-seeking missiles from the Nautilus this game as well. You need to be so careful out here as BDS.
We've got to turn our attention to bot lane once again, because Mickey, he finds it.
Easy done. Someone's available for Labrov if need be, but he just takes the trade, walks out. Meanwhile, grubs are being done. G2, not only do they get double Scuttle early on, they got Dragon, and now they're getting 3 grubs uncontested as Sheo seems to be behind.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, as Adam now in a bit of danger.
Yeah.
This early game jungle advantage is going heavily in favor of Yike. Sheo, unsurprisingly afraid to contest in this early game. You look at like who's stronger in these early levels, it makes sense why BDS is forced to concede, but the problem is you can't afford to concede too much in the early game. G2 showed you in Game 3 what they can do. Game 3, Game 4, the one where they won very quickly. What they can do when they get themselves that early lead. And they're leveraging their pressure all across the map. Adam is feeling the weight of it. He's doing a good job, though, in his isolated 1v1, staying relatively even with Broken Blade. But Yike is starting to build a pretty healthy advantage in that jungle matchup.
Unhealthy, I'd say. 400 gold lead, at least for Yike. Sheo only just hit level 6. Yike is half the way to level 8. That's the difference right now. I have to say, we came into this series being a bit wary of Yike, I think. Only from season finals, the end of summer as well. We're thinking, what form is this going to be in? Arrow pauses me and hits! Nuke locked! Caps flash! Nuke dead! That arrow, these actions, unreal.
I mean, the coordination, the execution. We've been seeing these arrows come through from Hans Sama all series long, but this one finally connects. Caps goes for the all-in. The distraction technique works. Nuke cannot flash in time. And it is Medusa who is frozen solid. Medusa.
And what had been an even matchup in the mid lane for so long now finds nearly an 800 gold lead for Caps in that mid lane as he goes for the reset. Massive lead for him as Labrov going to maybe just Gleaming Quill here to stop the reset. Nicely done.
Well, at least that's something, but Nuke, as he comes back to lane, now down 600 gold. Caps in a good position. And what I've learnt about this series is that Caps is always kind of relevant. Even if he ease over a Zeri wall and gets picked out, Caps is always strong in these games. And once again, he's not the only member as we look towards top lane. Adam just going to be popped back and Broken Blade takes a turret shot while Sheo has to hover again.
Gonna get slowed here.
That's the flash.
Yeah.
Nice sidestep from Hans.
Boy, flash there. Mickey gets grounded though. Petrifying Gaze, locks him in place. Noxious Blast gives him the movement speed to get out.
Well, that was about as well played as it could have been from Nuke. He doesn't even lose his flash off the back of it. Mickey ends up losing his as well. Level 6 now secured for Mickey. G2 with a nice little roam from bot up towards mid as Caps catches that bot wave. Sets themselves up with a bit of vision towards the bot side of the map. But overall, G2 hold on to the gold lead. And you can see advantages starting to build in jungle, mid, and bot.
But that's the thing. Every game that G2 have won, it has been them getting firm control in the early stage of the game. And right now, we're seeing a very similar story as Ice wants to trade against Caps, has Labrov here. Ult is available.
Labrov commits with the flash as well, but Caps just buffers out. W is gone, Ice is out of range, and Labrov's flash now down. Caps just waiting for the wave to come in.
Is there any dent that Caps can't buffer out? That's the real question.
So he's a panel beater. I get it.
I mean, we've seen time and time again, many teams try to lock this man down on the Tristana and have failed to do so. Now, Mickey, are we in Season 1 Ashe mid? The mid lane are now down bot.
He doesn't have TP. Don't Ashe ult in and TP in on top of it, you know?
TP revive over, yeah.
Yeah, there are viewers that have no idea what I'm talking about.
Isn't that crazy? And people don't remember Revive. Like, that's also Season 2, Season 3, right?
Karthus, the good old Revive.
Oh my
Karthus
god,
strat.
abusive. I'm just going to pause. Every time I look towards top, Broken Blade is doing serious damage to Adam, but passive, and the fact he's got Crystalline Bracer, if I can say it properly, is enough for Adam to stay healthy enough. As topside, they're positioning because you can see Grubs have now spawned yet again. G2 have picked up all the objectives this game, and Hansam is still bot, as Nuke now shows.
I mean, if this is only equaling up the 3 Grubs that have already been taken by G2, you're happy, because G2, they have Hansam pushing in a bot, they're going to be totally fine. As I say that, Nuke gets some nice poke onto Hansama, but you can't really push up and may even look for a potential dive here.
Mickey's back.
Yeah, and you've got Yike here as well. That's a lot of damage that can come out very quickly, but looks like Dragon will just be what they're looking for at the moment.
Nuke's got to be sick of seeing Mickey on his screen so nearby all the time. No, Sheo unfortunately hasn't been able to cover too much, and Mickey is just in their face. Dragon being taken. Labrov, you're right, it tries to get predicted by Mickey as he waits out the cooldown. True Shot Barrage for the steal, but it's a smite down from Yike. 2 Dragons for G2 in the early game. That 2k gold lead is there and in the back of my mind.
But BDS pulled off of Void Grubs to do it. They only got a singular one, so those 2 Void Grubs still up there. And they didn't really get into a position to cover as Mickey was spotted to Labrov's coming. But again, it's still G2 winning out because they're getting proper objectives off the back of this, even if BDS are quote-unquote defending it.
Now with the recalls being interrupted there, frustrating for G2 because there's a world that they can reset, actually path up towards top and look to contest these Grubs. They have vision on it. They know that they're alive. Even if they could just get one, they'd have access to the full Grub buff. Sheo has to be cautious now, knowing that these resets have come through. But now that Hansama has made his presence known once again on the bot side of the map, it looked like he went for a few more creeps. I wonder if he was close to the Blade of the Ruin King upgrades.
Yike looking to contest though. This might be bad for him, but it's not enough.
Hello.
Sheo is fully committing, but the blast cone's taken. He's ended up in Narnia! Depth charge, lock up, lock down, Caps here for the TP, and Sheo gets the kill over Call an ambulance, but it ain't for Yike.
I thought BDS were going to pull off. Ice completely disinterested in following Yike up, but Sheo's like, oh my beer, I've got this, as he goes on a magical journey he never wanted to go on. And that's another pick for G2.
3 kills to 0, and the pressure only continues to mount. A steal from Ice, but again, we mentioned it earlier, G2 only need 1 more, and they're going to be able to secure it. This game already feels like it's rapidly slipping away from BDS. The reverse sweep, a curse that has plagued this organization so many times before, is at the cusp of doing it once more. But the good news for BDS,
oh, tell me,
they do still have a scaling composition. We've talked about the Casio. We've talked about how they have a solid front line. There's no easy feat to break through once they get that itemization. What's important is that they're able to control the bleeding as much as they can, and this is not good for controlling that bleeding.
It's not, he's got to get out, he needs help, but he's dead. How many times this series have we seen Lebrov die for deep vision?
How many times have we seen BDS in this game just caught out 1 by 1?
Yeah.
Sheo just gone, Lebrov just gone. And to be fair to Nuke, he did have multiple members in his lane when he died, but it has just been a disaster of an early game for BDS, and this is exactly where G2 like to be. Caps, Fed, side lane options for him. He's going to take over on Tristana.
Oh, they're going to give the Herald to him as well, as they often do, so that he can be a split push menace, because we've come to learn that they don't use that Herald to siege towers. They use it to give Caps an extra escape route when he's split pushing.
And now with that option available, we'll see Nuke at least able to defend, but while we speak of Caps, I should also mention 1,600 gold is the lead. If he gets that top turret, it's going to get close to 2K. Cull's almost finished as well, and you guys were talking about BDS before, but I have to pause. It's Caps versus Nuke. And a good dodge away, Noxious Blast rather, wasn't actually avoided, but Caps doesn't stick around for the Twin Fang range.
But the support's now roaming up. Someone is going to make a play on towards this top side, so Caps may just try and reset before that happens. But the fact you've already got mid lane turret down without needing Riftheld is phenomenal for G2, because they just get to control so much of this space now with Caps, do what they want.
Just stop Nuke's back as well, be annoying. G2 have an almost 4K gold lead, by the way, as Lebrov is making his move up to the top side. Lebrov is only level 7 in comparison, but he can't do much without Nuke there, and especially since Mickey's coming back. But TP holds my breath. Caps is looking at buffer here, and Dagner's waiting on edge, but Lebrov doesn't even try. Is there an arrow cross map? Is the next question as McGee. Dredge line doesn't connect either.
Replay that BDS takes into consideration, G2 seems to be ready for. The gold lead only continues to grow. 4K now on the board. You've already highlighted the individual differences at the bottom of our screens as items are being completed. Third dragon of the game spawns in 50 seconds. G2 have their sights set on this top outer tower for now that they're desperately trying to defend on the side of BDS. With the TP being used from Nuke, they need to get Adam up towards the top side because he has the TP available. And you can see G2 now resetting. Look, Caps is the one being sent bot. Broken Blade can now be sent to go and catch the top wave because he has his TP. So G2 are quickly fixing their lane assignments ready for the upcoming objective.
And Hansama just used that sweeper to show that there is absolutely no vision on that bottom side for BDS. So Mickey going to be perfectly fine and just wander in here, set up his own vision, and slowly clear that. That ward just placed by Mundo, but they already know that everything is going to be shallow. So G2 foregoing a lot of that shallow setup to get deeper vision. And this is where I need to see BDS cross map. You are not taking this dragon. You are not capable of fighting. You need to find something somewhere on this map right now.
Rod of Ages, only 4 stacks here for Nuke. He's got 6 more minutes to build that up to get towards the second item. Which I assume should be the Archangels for better dueling. And Cap's already there at his second item. Cap's got a bounty again. And while CS is even, there's so much gold, just keeps going over to this Tristana with 4 grubs. They just got Dragon as well. Every time I look at the map or the game, it's just a G2 good story.
But they're taking multiple objectives at once.
Yeah.
BDS aren't even trying to defend at this stage, and even when they're away from it, Adam, if you can get the auto, I was trying to see if you could get the passive off the Mundo, but it's just, at this stage, G2 taking everything that they want. Ice wants to try and fight back here.
Hansama's just dueling, arrow comes out, and yeah, Ice did want to fight because Sheo was nearby, and ulti out. Meanwhile, bot is in severe danger. It's the Ralph Wiggum of bot lane with the Herald charging in.
Look top as well.
You're right on multiple angles, but the Cassante ult makes it even worse here as the 1v1 is happening. Look towards the top, the flash away, and Nuke gets out, but Broken Blade almost solo kills while bot turret is barely left standing.
It feels like the BDS are trapped in a room as the water continues to rise. They're running out of oxygen and the pressure just continues to mount as G2 are flooding in from every single angle, top, mid, bot. There are too many holes in this ship and BDS is quickly sinking.
And unfortunately, this would be the 4th time they found themselves in said room. Twice they've been reverse swept by Fnatic, once by Mad Lions, and now potentially by G2, because this is not a train that is going to stop anytime soon. G2 want to mercilessly put down BDS in this game.
I mean, as I said at the start, a lot of fans bought ticket to Munich who were expecting G2 to be there. Now, they're obviously smiling right now thinking, hang on a minute, we can still go. But G2 in a game 5, in this reverse sweep that it's looking like, and again, it's not over yet. We talked about BDS scaling. I don't want to sell the story short, but G2 are in a good position. They're on sole point and have looked like the better team in the past 3 games. And it is crazy how this team just turns on. That's the most wild thing. When the first 2 games looked very BDS-sided, and granted game 2 is a mix, G2's ability to change up draft and just switch on is nuts.
The thing I respect about teams in general, that like, we've all cast many games. I mean, I know for a fact, Derek, you've cast many LPL teams where you've sat there and said, I see you play that champion in game 1. I don't think you should play it again. And then they just bring it out again. And they just completely change your perspective because then in the second game, they sit there and remind us all.
You talking about Nautilus?
Yes, I am. That was a bad game 1, but that's all that was, right? And Mickey did just that, right? He showed the confidence, why they had value on the Nautilus early rotation, why that game 1 was just a blip, and the impact that he can really have. This is probably his best Nautilus game of the series so far. Arrow sidestepped.
But still, there's damage to be done. Caps gets a slow with Blade of their own. King Nuke is trying to wiggle his way out. TP here for the flank for BDS, and Nature's Grasp is an opportunity. BDS ain't out of this one yet. True Shot Rush with good damage, but there's no follow-up. In goes Broken Blade just to stop the prognosis. A medic word if I've ever heard one as LeBron flashes out of the way. Dredge line there as well. Damage being done. Good brand ulti as well from Yike. Separates the feathers of BDS. That inner turret left standing though after everyone's bot.
BDS are throwing everything that they have at G2, but the vision is there to spot out LeBron and the Frank. The damage is there to push BDS back. And now it's once more Hansama pushing in middle wave as they just look for the easy reset.
Notice how even though no kills went down, the gold, every time we look back up there, it's like another K has been gained for G2. Now the goal gap is 6K between the 2 teams. Dragon is up in a minute and a half. G2 have laid all the groundwork ready for that next objective. And sure, there is that late game scaling opportunity that BDS have. They've showcased how many great team fights. They were at a deficit in their first game against SK, and it was this type of competition that they used to pull themselves back into the game and win a team fight. The question is, can they find that avenue again against a team like G2?
It is so BDS, and it would be so BDS. You know, I think the surprise this year has been some of the greatest when they've just pulled out one team fight win and ended up winning the game. We've asked ourselves so many times, how do they keep doing it? It's funny that they're going up against G2 where the same question to G2 is, how do they keep doing it? These are the teams that we ask, how do they keep doing it? And in game number 5 right now, G2, as Vedius already alluded to, they're still doing it. 6K gold lead, it's huge. Dragon's coming up 30 seconds, only a Chemtech Soul, but still, it's a soul that leads to Elder. It's a soul that's a permanent buff for G2 if they get it.
And my eyes are on Nuke. I feel like he's been the man that has really stepped up for BDS this year. Has been one of the stronger mid laners that we have in the LEC this split as well. And if you can find one big Cassiopeia ult, one moment in a fight, he can pop off, especially with those 2 items now completed. But it's so difficult to get into these fights. Dragon has spawned. Can they maybe find a moment before the TP from Caps?
BDS are walking in, the engages there onto Mickey. He interrupts. He's the target as the arrow is mainly used for disengage. The depth charge as well. Good ultis burned out at G2 for BDS. The start of the fight ain't so bad as Broken Blade is now teleported in, or rather run in with his Ghost. He's going to try and stop, but at half HP, he's in a bit of danger too. BDS trying to use that health bar advantage as Dragon starts.
The poke from Ice continues to be ruthless. He's connecting Q after Q. The ultimate follows through, and G2, they're going to have to disengage. They find a moment of reprieve, as they're able to deny the soul, get a bounty. Unfortunately, G2 set their sights on the mid tier 2.
Yeah, Cap's going to be able to take that, but it was Caps who was a little bit late to the party, hadn't TP'd back in, wanted to reset before he did now. Oh, Adam, wait a
is
sec.
just running in. G2 with a massive turn. Adam caught out and flashes away. Maximum dosage launches Caps, jumps in as well. Ice in trouble, in danger. BDS lured in. It's a nature scrap from Shea, but in the backline they've already lost Ice. They're looking for Caps, but Lebrov can't do it. BDS, they're fading, they're falling. The reverse sweep is crawling, and I really do think BDS are indeed cursed.
BDS fans are bawling as they look at their screens. An ace for G2. And with that, it feels like once more G2 will find their way to Munich.
They're gonna take the inhibitor. The death timers were only 24 minutes in. BDS don't have a kill. BDS don't have a tower. They are 10,000 gold behind. And after once again being so close, they will be denied that opportunity and they will be shut down. The game is not over yet.
No.
But G2 are ever so close to rounding things out.
But it felt like that was their miracle. They forced G2 back, and then Adam, trying to get up towards that top side to find that wave, gets caught. Ice tries to help. Caps immediately jumps on him. And there's nothing they could do. Even here, Nuke tries to go forward to get the miasma to kill Caps, but ends up getting knocked back by Broken Blade. Dies with no ultimate to use. He dies actually mid-ult animation. And it's just G2 chasing down the BDS members, and Adam, who started it, is the last to fall.
An inhibitor falls.
Oh, man.
And you can see the reality setting in. BDS know the situation that they find themselves in. And they're gonna need miracle after miracle to turn this game around. It would truly be an incredible story if they could do it. But G2, I don't think is going to give them that chance.
And it's heartbreaking to see, because for BDS, the improvement has been there. The story could have been written a different way, but with them meeting G2 early in the road to Munich, they just can't overcome what has always been that team that has always got the better of them.
And now Mad Lions must be grinning from ear to ear. You know, they're looking at a world spot yet again as G2 start the Baron, and BDS off on the edge here. We're only going to find out now. Sheo needs that said miracle dag to ask, but will we receive? Chains in, Sheo disengaged. Mickey sacrifices his life, but Baron goes down to Yike, as close as that true shot barrage is.
And it goes from bad to worse with the Baron. G2 Siege will now be unrelenting. The bot lane inhibitor has already been destroyed, which means that constant wave of pressure is going to continue coming in. The resets will come through for G2. They're going to look to spend the gold that they have. Double Infinity Edge for the carries. The monster on the shoulders of BDS has been something that has plagued them since joining the league, but it looks like that monster has no intention of going anywhere.
You know, the saddest part is BDSA's sister team, the Academy team, just made EMEA finals. They'll be there at Munich. The fact that the mother roster or father roster, whatever you want to call it, won't be there alongside it would be heartbreaking. Now, it's a 10k gold lead. I'm going to level with you. This would be a miracle comeback if you could pull, again, Dag, that rabbit out of the hat. I like
really
rabbit.
You found a crutch word, I feel.
After this series, I'm buying a rabbit.
Not the hat, though.
No,
just
not
the
the
rabbit.
hat. No.
The red buff now being contested. I don't think that red buff belongs to you, BDS.
Mickey thinking about a Hex Flash over the wall, goes to pop Broken Blade's there, Dredge line into Adam, and he ain't as tanky as he feels, as Arrow will fly short, but the Brand ult will not. Petrifying Gaze though from Nuke gives options, but flash away from Hans. Sama keeps him alive. Nuke's Cassiopeia, while it looked great in the draft, hasn't been able to play the game.
He ends up falling, Lebrov ends up falling. The wall that was BDS's top side has crumbled, and now with the Baron buff, G2 set their sights on the second inhibitor and maybe even the game.
I mean, now the death timers are long enough, inhibitor's gonna start it off. I mean, BDS were given this window of hope, and G2 are quick to close it as the engage comes from Sheo. G2 battle down a Nexus turret to lock BDS out of Munich, of season finals, and out of Worlds. They're paving a road, and G2, nobody will get in their way as they lock in their place at Munich and once again define this region.
An incredible reverse sweep for G2. When they looked down and out, it felt like that they had no options. They were able to shift their priorities in the draft, and individually they stepped up to meet the occasion that was BDS in front of them. And commiserations to BDS because they put up a valiant fight, but this wall that is G2 has stood in their way at every step.
And I mean, Caps on the Tristana was absolutely insane, and you can vote for him of your player of the series if you want to at LEC on X alongside Yike and Han Sama. But honestly, impeccable performances across the board. There was big step-ups. Mickey's Nautilus looking great in the last couple of games, but the Tristana for me was just night and day across the series. This is clearly a pick you cannot let Caps have.
And I'm sure that there will still be question marks around G2's performance, but their road through the lower bracket will continue. They will be going up against the loser of Mad Lions, Void versus Fnatic, which is happening tomorrow. But they've also secured a world spot for MBK and Fnatic as BDS fall today.
You can see BDS, I mean, we're so close.
So many times throughout this year.
Yeah, so many times. And our third place team, consistently third. No longer. Now, it is between G2, Mad, and Fnatic. All are going to Worlds.
It's amazing how somehow Mad Lions always find a way. They always find a way.
BDS always losing game 5, and MDK always make it. We've got certain, script writing issues, but we've got to figure them out.
It's crazy. I mean, again, after they had a great winter, spring was a bit of a letdown, and then this huge run. Remember, they almost didn't make it to playoffs. I know today is obviously still about G2 BDS, but just quickly, Mad almost didn't even make it to playoffs.
But I mean, it's the thing where what Mad did was they did beat G2 in that game.
Exactly. That's the difference.
And that is the difference, right? BDS were given the exact same opportunity, and unfortunately today they couldn't close it out. They couldn't end that final game 5 when it mattered.
I hate that you said it as well, by the way. I hate that you're like, oh, this is going to 5 games. It's going to be a reverse sweep in game number 3. No, I think it was even before that. And yeah, G2, there's just always something about them. It's frustrating, but it's also, I think, classifying the region. A lot of people say G2 is the region.
But it's hard when, they go down against Fnatic, they still win. They go down against BDS, they still win. It always feels like they are just inevitable. And at this stage, I think everyone that is remaining in this season finals is now taking a big old gulp.
We're going to get them a gauntlet.
We got to get through this now.
Well, let's listen to the inevitable Mickey X with his Nautilus. Is it a god or what is it, Mickey?
I actually don't know, Vinny, but maybe he does. But first things first, Mickey, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on winning this one. 5 games, 5 banger of games, if I may say. But I was just talking to Romain now, and he was telling me nothing special about the guys. They were like really relaxed. Everything was under control, which seems hard to believe, honestly, given what I just saw for the past 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he was on the wrong side, but like I was definitely not calm after the 0-2. But I think, well, my team did a great job at calming me down because I was pretty tilted after the first 2 because I was running it, especially the first game. But yeah, cheers to my team. And then we also started drafting very well and actually had really good ideas and good plans, and we played more reserved. And then the game just felt a lot easier. Yeah.
How did you guys adapt? We will touch on the Nautilus performance, guys. Do not worry, that's on the menu. But how did you guys readjust, actually? And what was the difference maker starting in game 3?
Well, we stopped picking Zeri mid. That was like the first adjustment that we did. Cap was also saying that he had a 20% win rate in it, like on it. So like he was also a bit skeptical just before the game, but we kind of respected anyway. They also played a lot of Corki, also had really high prio, and they banned a lot of mids for it. But yeah, like after the first game, I was for sure not confident in the Nautilus 2-3 that we did in the first game. But then 4-5, I was back mentally, so I was like, okay, we can do it again.
just a good game of Seraphine to get you back on track, Mickey. Let's talk about the first 2 games, though. I want to know what happens when you do something like this. Obviously not running it down because obviously something is not clicking here, but I'm just wondering, if you miss one engage, the second engage, the third engage, do you have like a mental block afterwards that goes in your mind where you're like, well, I'm just not going to land one hook this game? And I don't know how much your mental crumbles when you have a bad start with this champion?
I mean, I think the engage part is not really the problem. I think the getting caught and dying a lot is like the bigger problem, because then you're like scared to rock anywhere because you feel like they're always out to get you. But I think, yeah, actually that first game, I just actually could not play the game. I don't know what was wrong with me. I was calling cannon minions grumps for some reason. Like, I don't know what was going on.
And what about game 4 and 5? Actually, you've been playing perfectly. I know that there was even a Mickey redemption. So you felt confident enough to pick the champion in the end. Look at this,
Yeah.
how beautiful it was.
Well, after the Seraphine game, I felt like, okay, the games are pretty easy if I just like chill out a bit. And also, I guess the first 2 games, their level 1s were a bit different. So we got caught a little bit off guard, but then we were much more ready for it. Actually, game 2, they just had plot armor. Like, they always lived the 1 HP. That was like unbelievable.
Enough about the Nautilus. Honestly, congrats on taking this one. I just want to ask something about G2 in general, because I know that your coaches talked about this in Euphoria, the fact that there's always expectations for G2. Domestic expectation, but also international expectations. And you beating your opponents is often not enough. People assume excellence from you guys and expect excellence on the side of G2. Is it some expectation that has a weight on you, or is your coaching staff helping you actually just like get rid of the fact that if you don't show up great, then people are going to talk about it?
I think we don't pay too much attention to what the public perception is. I think we just expect a lot from ourselves. So I guess in that sense, there is pressure on us to perform every game, because especially in Europe, we expect to dominate Europe so we can actually have a good shot internationally. And, you know, if you look at the first 2 games, that wasn't really the case. But I think the last 3 was pretty good, you know. So if we keep up the trend, the momentum, I think we're going to be good to go, yeah.
It's all about recovery. 1 down, 2 to go. And in that sense, MDK is going to face off against Fnatic tomorrow. What are going to be the main takeaways from this series, and who's advancing in grand finals?
I'm not really sure who will actually win tomorrow. I would say Fnatic looks more convincing, I would say. And I think Mad Lions showed a lot of their cards against us. But yeah, I think it could go either way. I think Mad Lions play really well anyway. So I don't know.
We'll see about that. Yeah. We'll see about that. Mickey, thank you so much for all these answers, and congrats again on advancing to the next round. Shox, over to you in post-game lobby. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I am here with Caps and with Yike and with Odoamne to talk about the reverse sweep a little bit more. We heard it from Mickey already about kind of like, you guys really didn't know what was going on seemingly in the first 2 games and nothing was going right. Yike, what for you was the main thing that changed up your momentum?
I think for sure in the first 2 games we were a bit more scared. We even said it like after the game 1 and game 2, we were like not really playing as aggressive. Like we were also like reaching a lot. We were trying to look for plays where we actually can't really go, and we were doing that like all the time in the first 2 games. And then we told each other to just like, we were winning the games kinda. I think we were ahead in some of the like early games, and yeah, we just need to like play our game, and then we're gonna be back, and that's what we did.
Yeah, and Caps, I mean, you had a huge game. That first one, you know, when they were on match point, you're like, okay, now I'm gonna start playing. Talk to me about your series.
Yeah, you know, so it's a slow start to this series for sure. I think we, as Jack said, we were like overreaching a lot. I think we had some okay early games, also some maybe some not the best. But the second one was a bit sus, but we bounced back anyway. And then I think we just ended up overreaching a lot. I think especially like when we were trying to kill Rakan on top in the first game. I think it's like we could probably just get Drake, and if we fight there, we'll probably be winning. But instead we make it a 4v5 and we just lose. So yeah, a lot of unfavored fights. And the later half of the series, okay, let's not go for outnumbered. Let's just take the good fights.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about, obviously, after that game 1 about Mickey's deaths, because it's kind of the lightning rod that you used to talk about everything. But we also always add, that's a team thing too, because like times when you get caught with 3, but he's the one that dies, etc. Is there anything you say about that? Because you know that he's probably coming off the Earth thinking, oh my God, I had such an awful game.
Yeah, I mean,
is there anything in the team talk that's like...
Usually it is just like Yike calling for it, right? So that's why Mickey dies.
Oh, it's Yike? Okay.
No, I mean, it's team calls for sure, right? And I think some of the times there was just like very bad team calls we had, and it was like Mickey was trying to force through it, right? And I think the later games, I think he also got better at calling off like, okay, this is just like very in if I go here, right? So I think like... We know, I mean, I don't know exactly how he feels after a game like game 1 where he died a lot, right?
I think not so good.
But for sure, it's not like on him, it's just on us. And I think he realizes that as well. He's played a lot of Nautilus games throughout his life with a lot of depth, so
he's used it.
Yeah. Would you say that there was a lot more pressure given that you guys lost obviously to MDK last week, and now we come into this series. You're down 0-2, and also I felt like it was extremely ballsy that you didn't switch sides, which you did against MDK Game 5. So would you say that there was a lot of more emotional luggage coming into this Game 3?
For sure. I mean, I think Capsule said after we just played that Game 3 you were the most nervous, and I was also a bit scared. But I think we just went Ivan Tristana, and it's like a very good combo that we always played, and we were always like successful with, even in like internationals. So I felt very calm going to that, and I think we just took over the game. And then for the next games, it just went easier and easier. So that was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think we were all like a bit stressed, right? Because we were really just not playing up to par, and we really want to make Munich as well and play in front of a big stage. And also, like BDS, we played at BDS a lot of times this year, and I think the series have always been quite messy from us. Like we've won a lot of them, but it's definitely been quite messy. And we just have to be ready for whatever BDS throws at us.
Were you aware of the fact that BDS does have a history with best of fives, with reverse sweeps, with 3-2s in general? And is that something that you kind of channeled, or did you not know?
I didn't know that.
Oh.
Yeah, not really. I think
they're always losing the.
Yeah, they always get a reverse sweep.
Unfortunately, this is the third reverse sweep and like the 5th time they've lost 3-2 in the last 2 years.
That's a bit sad.
Yeah, it's quite sad actually.
But it's also the first time G2 reverse sweeps since 2019. I don't know if you're on I don't know if you're on Fnatic side or on G2 side in that one.
G2 side.
That's the MSI year.
Oh, was it?
Know your history. Yeah. Anyway, we're looking at some Cap stuff. You are the Kia player of the series. Caps, congratulations.
Thank you, Rob.
It's like everyone else was inting too much, I think.
I got the insec off after last week. Last week I tried to do an insec as well, but
you did it like the old man. You just flashed. You didn't even do R flash. You were just like your hands were shaking.
Yeah, I mean he was stunned for like 3 seconds, so I was like, you know what, I'll just like do it nice and easy.
What about you, Ike? Is this your first reverse sweep?
I think so, actually. Yeah, I think I've never done a reverse sweep.
Have you been a reverse sweep before?
No, I don't think I've been reverse sweep.
So it's a first.
Not yet. So yeah, this is the first like reverse sweep I've done, so it feels nice. I was very fucking happy. Very happy after the game.
Oh, the first F-bomb out of Yike, let's go!
Is it actually your first F-bomb as well?
I don't know.
Game 5 is getting to him.
I would too after game 5, my God. Don't worry about it. We've got like 5 we can do a day. But Yike, I did want to talk a little bit about your performance. I feel like this year's kind of, or let's say the entry into the league was really, really insane, and people kept singing your praises. You were going on the up and up. You were getting all these liberties from your team. Then internationally it was going well, etc. And then I feel like it was a little more up and down. How have you experienced that personally? And is there anything you can point to?
Yeah, for sure. Last year when I joined, I had a pretty good start. Like my first split winning, and then MSI doing pretty good, and just having a good year. A lot of praise, and that was very nice for me. Kind of boosted my ego a bit. And then this year, for sure, it's gone a bit worse. Like it's been more like ups and downs, as you said, basically. And yeah, it's for sure been harder, and yeah, like more hate and all of this, of course. But that's just what it is, being an esports player. I just have to get you have to get used to it. At some point, someone's gonna hate you, and yeah, I just don't care about that. I just want to win the games.
Absolutely. We got an expert here on that.
Yeah, I mean, not winning as much as Yike
no,
did. Oh, the hate. Oh, yeah, I've been through that. I'm a master. I can teach you all about that. I can teach you how to piss off a lot of communities. Okay. But yeah, it's also kind of a transition period because you're coming over on a rookie, and especially when you come on G2 side, everything is just so to the moon. Everyone's just so passionate. In the moment, everyone's hate watching G2 ready to lose, and then when G2 loses, it's like with a little magnifying glass, who's inting? Oh, this guy. And he's not a rookie anymore. Let's hate on him even more, So it's just sadly trial by fire at this point.
It is, and it also was for BDS, and unfortunately they did not make it. And Lore is now sitting by with Striker in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Striker, thank you so much for joining me after the series. I know it's not easy, and it's obviously not the result you guys expected today. Quick reaction about this series. Is there anything that caught you off guard with G2? Because you guys started phenomenal again. I'm just wondering what happened here.
Anything that caught us off guard? Not really. I think that we kind of knew what they wanted, and we drafted accordingly. Started well, but yeah, it was not enough.
Did you perceive any change in the players' attitude? Because from game 1, game 2, you win. We know what can happen with BDS sometimes, and I do feel like that's something you guys had to be careful about maybe just like not let the situation get out of hand. So did you notice any change in attitude for your players or the way they were communicating maybe?
I mean, I think there is some fluctuations always in a BO, but I don't think it's specific to our team. I think that's just part of competition when there is emotions that are involved. I think that game one we were a bit, I would say, not fully proactive. I think that we could have been way more. Game two we played a bit better, but I don't think that the game three decided the BO. I think that we are still in there mentally. We just didn't manage to win one more game.
You talk about emotions, and I'm actually wondering the impact of emotions in a situation like this when game three slips from your hand, game four as well. You arrive game five. What was the mindset of your players, and also maybe the advice that you shared, if there were any, and again the impact of emotions in a best of five like this when you reach this game five?
I mean, you just have to remind them that you just won 2 games, and we did not become worse in the span of 1 hour, right? So there is not too much to be worried about, even though it's easier said than done. That was basically what I told them, and we just made adjustment in draft and tried to go for the game 5.
Mm-hmm. Are there any learnings that you would take from this series as a coach? Maybe not just so much for your players, but in the way you handle series like this?
No, I would say that it's still early. Need to reflect a bit, right, on everything that happened. But I think the biggest takeaways that you can have are more like throughout the year, right, than just the best of 5 series. Because what got us here, but most likely also what didn't allow us to go past this day, is things that we done before today.
And talking about what's next, I can only imagine how much your players are going to need each other and need their stuff coming out of the studio. What kind of attitude, what kind of words would you share in your players in a situation like this?
I mean, I think the most important is for them to look forward, take lessons from this year, whatever the future brings, right, and get better individually or as a group. But that's the only thing that you can do since like the season is over, right? Like you have hard moments in a career. The only thing that you can do is try to use them. You cannot really change them. It's normal to feel sad in this kind of situation. You just have to reflect.
Yeah. Champions mentality, overcoming and adapting whatever life throws at you. To close this interview, would you like to say some words to the BDS fans maybe and community that has been cheering for you all year long and for the past years you've been at BDS? This is your camera.
Yeah, sure. I mean, thank you very much, guys, for everyone who supported us. The BDS community is not the biggest, but it's growing slowly, and it's of a big help to see how you guys support us during the year. So thank you, and we hope to do better next year.
Community is growing, and thanks to you, your efforts, and your players, of course. And on behalf of LEC fans, I want to say thank you for the year, and looking forward to seeing you guys next year. Thank you so much. Merci
thank you.
Striker. Jacques, over to you.
Yes, for BDS, it is the end of the road, and I do want to kind of echo the sentiments about BDS kind of growing, I think growing in the hearts of many fans this year. I want to thank them for that, but also on the Rift, Odo. And yeah, I am a bit sad not to see them continue.
It is sad, but at the same point, we have to be cutthroat here because they have been a contender for a lot of time now. It's been 2 years, I think, where they've been consistently going top 3, and they have always fallen short at the finish line. And it's sad because, as Striker said, the BDS community is growing. People, like, everyone just kind of starts liking BDS because they're a serious contender, attracts everyone. But at the same time, they always fall at the finish line. And yeah, I guess it's next year to see what the expectation is, because when they fight these guys every single time, when they get into playoffs and they end up losing, it's just sad, you know, because you start getting remembered as the guys who are always losing to G2.
Always losing to G2. And also, I think, you know, this is a league where you have to beat G2 if you want to reach anything, right? And MDK did it. And that's why, partly why MDK finds themselves in Munich. MDK, Fnatic, and G2 all heading to Munich. And those are also your 3 representatives for the World Championship of Europe in Europe. Caps, what do you think about the fact that you locked MDK and Fnatic in with you at Worlds?
I mean, definitely I feel a bit bad for BDS just because they got third both of all the 3 splits
they
actually
did
so far.
Well this year.
So it was like really looking up for them to like be the third seed. And I think us losing to Mad last week was like, we basically, like, I mean, we didn't deny them the chance because they could have beaten us today, but we denied them the chance of like taking out like a Fnatic or Matt. So I definitely feel bad for that. But again, we just have to win against Mad now, win against Fnatic, and I'm sure they will represent us well at Worlds.
Yeah. Yike, how excited are you to head to the big stage that is Munich?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I was a bit scared as well, today if we're not going to miss it. But we made it. We're going to Munich. I think it's a good top 3. I think Fnatic is looking strong. Mad Lions, they beat us, so they're for sure good. And yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure. And also us, after going 5 games today, it's probably going to be some spicy games coming.
Hopefully.
For me, what's the most interesting is that I think we haven't had a clear dark horse in a while, because every time, every year we would look at the playoffs and be like, ooh, who's going to be our dark horse? Do we want to have one? And it always used to be a clear-cut, top 3 with G2, Fnatic, BDS. And right now with MDK, they're just so weird, man. You don't really know if they're going to win LEC or they're going to get Storm 3-0. So for me, it is a really nice addition. There's a lot of flavor and spice going into Munich.
I will say, out of the 2 scenarios, I maybe would have liked the one where it was still all for Worlds qualification. That would have meant that G2 wouldn't have made it. But this one is also nice, because I have this hope that because you're all already locked into Worlds, you're just going to play your hearts out and play with a little bit less nerves, and we're going to see kind of the best version of these teams that we could. One can dream. Right?
Yeah, I definitely prefer this one.
It's all right.
We're also still in there.
No, for sure. All these G2 fans have bought their tickets already. Like, it would be a little sad. Okay, we're going to take a look at the bracket. So tomorrow we have MDK versus Fnatic. And MDK, forever the underdogs. They are still the underdogs tomorrow, I feel like, right, Odo? And that's fair enough?
Definitely, because it's a really weird thing, because if you beat G2, you're technically supposed to be the favorite, but it was so flippy, and as Cap said, they kind of showed their hand, because they had a lot of this unknown factor, and they always come by surprise, and they always brew up a storm with the picks that they're going to, and they always surprise people. But now that they showed their hand, it's on them again. Can they show a different hand?
Can they show a different hand?
Yeah.
They have to,
because Fnatic and G2 are consistently the top dogs. I mean, you're the top dogs for the whole year. It gives you a lot of prestige going into a series like this. So that's why I think that Fnatic is still the favorite tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. I think whenever you put your faith in Fnatic this year, there's so much. But we'll tell you about that in Munich. And tomorrow, when we have MDK versus Fnatic, we're going to sign off. And you'll see G2 in Munich. They won't be back in the studio this weekend. So yeah, we'll let them go. We'll say goodnight, and we'll see you tomorrow for Fnatic versus MDK to see who gets their ticket straight to that grand final. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
The biggest summer blockbuster is coming back to the LCS for the first time in years. The drama, the action, the upsets, the unthinkable miracle runs. The quest to qualify for the LCS Championship and a chance to prove yourself against the best teams in the world. There's not just a title on the line. On this stage, you're trying to punch your ticket to the greatest show that League of Legends has to offer. When you throw down this playoffs, will your team be stoked by the flames of battle or reduced to ashes falling through the rubble? It's all in. A high-stakes, no-holds-barred, turbulent, all-out brawl as teams fight back up the mountain for one last chance at glory. Every match matters as LCS Playoffs revisits an old favorite in the clash for the championship. No more second chances. No lives left to lose. Just you and the team across the rift. Welcome back to the Gauntlet.
Yike realizes that.
It comes back to your point. Let's try and escalate once again. Underneath turret, there's Dominus popped immediately. Root down because the passive is down. And Broken Blade gets the kill as he pops Adam. But they haven't killed him yet. As he flashes away, BDS re-engage on the summonerless Hans. Summer! Man, he's been calling Hans' mama after getting taken down. Haven't got the commitment just yet as Mickey stuns him in place, but it's messy. The arrow in the backfires. G2 collapsed. BDS came in today ready to pack their clothes, their shoes, their boats, their motorcycles, and go to Munich. Good phosphorus bomb, but Satchel Charge is also doing work. There's a full commit though. The flush away is a bait to play.
Olaf will not fight, okay? Are we winning or not?
Yeah, we're winning.
Yeah, ace. Nice. One. Nice. Nice, guys. Two more, guys. Two more.
Re-engages as Hans gets poked on out ice. The position is huge. He re-engages the Brock, gets the 3-man knockup. Wait, BDS have woken up a little bit as Broken Blade gets tagged down, but Nuke is free-firing. He's got an ace machine.
Yeah, Lucas. Okay, it's enough, it's enough, it's enough. Okay, it's gonna be knocked up, okay? I'm scared of it. It's fine. Let's get out. Okay, we got him. Careful.
Guys, it's really no problem if we don't.
Okay, it's fine, guys. We don't have to. Just don't, we don't. Okay, no W, no flash. Are you? Nice! We get it.
Look at her as well.
No, guys. No, we get everything. Oh my god. Kill him. Oh yeah, the reverse sweep.
Oh my god.
Oh. Nice, guys.
That was fun.
Nice. Let's go, guys. Okay, good job. Good job, everyone.